everybody, and welcome. Third game between China and Belgium after an explosive 10 hours yesterday. Oh my god, yesterday's game, an unbelievable tiebreaker today, 1-1. We need to see what's gonna be happening. I do have to say, we got a special um, co-caster today. She is LumBA3go. She is one of the contributors for wait a second. Sorry. Sorry. She is one of the contributors for PC Games and other also news websites from the United States, and she has been curious about what has been happening in our scene, like with the CWC, with the multiplayer scene in general, with our mods and so on and so forth. So now today we're actually gonna take her into the games, directly into the game, and we're gonna get to talk to her about what she's opinion about all of this is, what kind of questions she's gonna have, and so on and so forth. I'm actually so excited to see that happening. She's also live, by the way, if you want to check her out. I think it is this link, if I'm not mistaken, but if it is not, yeah, there we go. She is currently offline. Okay, she's gonna start it up soon enough. Just wanna see when that will pop off, and of course in the meantime I do want to say hello to everybody. Yogdrael, with much pleasure, sir, much pleasure, and I do hope there's definitely gonna be less crashes. I'm just gonna switch here in the somebody was okay. Somebody was swapping there. Sir Luke, bonsoir. Afifi, bonsoir. Monsieur Chris PAZ calling me out as Abraham Lincoln. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like at the same time, that is high praise. I have to say it. Like, that is high praise being compared to a president. Also, I see Darud Trollstrom. Good evening, sir. And indeed, sleep is overrated. But like Rafifi was saying over there, you do need to get your 8 hours of sleep. Also, let's see, Sir Bell, good evening, sir. Groovy Feed was the first one to get the promotion, and of course, welcome. I do want to say also Eddie Coffin asking the big questions. Good evening, sir, and I do hope you're going to enjoy the show. I am still thinking of where I can find one of those stonepipe hats, and I'm going to have to see if I can get one. Eliotrope, hello, and Groteco, GodOfChickens versus Iran. Go Belgium, calling it out. Yes, indeed, go Belgium. Good evening, Steve, John. Okay, so now I'm gonna open up the microphone and we're gonna go into Discord. We're gonna talk with LumBA3go. Please be nice, guys, and of course, if you can give her a follow, much appreciated. I do think she enjoys every support that she can get. Okay, so let's open up the microphone. Hello there, LumBA3go. Are you here?
I am. Wait, can you hear me okay?
Yes, it's all fine. It's all fine. Hello there.
Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for having me today. I'm so grateful to be here, and I'm just so excited for all of this. I can hear myself in the background because I forgot to mute my own stream.
It's all good. It's all good. That's how we do our sound checks, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah, at least I know it's working, right?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you again so much. I'm so excited to do this with you. I mean, you're the pro. You're the person who's doing this. You know, I could not be learning and playing, or not playing, but like doing this with literally anyone better on the planet. So I am excited to do this, and yeah, no pressure.
No pressure. I just feel like, oh my god, like the whole, sky turned against me. What is this? Oh, I hope I actually raised to your expectations here. It's definitely high praise.
You always do. I love watching your streams, and I feel like I learned so much about like the right reasons people play the way that they do when I do watch your streams. And so hopefully I can give that a little bit to your audience as well. Maybe they can fill me in on a few things too. So
that would be great. That's what I was talking with my audience right now, with my stream viewers. I was telling them, like she's gonna join us, and she's gonna have so many questions, and we're gonna have to answer them. And a lot of the questions because a lot of the time when I get to stream these games, I have my own like go-to things. I need to talk about that and talk about that and talk about that, and thinking like of the overall scene. I don't always get to nitpick everything. Like like why did that happen? Because to me it's like something something like it's natural, like it should happen like that. But if somebody says, oh, wait a second, like, can you talk a little bit more of this? I like there, boom, it's something that I didn't even notice. I should talk a bit more about that, and it's something value comes out.
Yeah, no, I 100%. I absolutely, I think it'll be really good for both of us. Like, right? Like, fun.
For sure.
I don't know, and I just, like I said, like I just really couldn't imagine doing this with someone better, because I've always loved like watching your streams, and then like getting to be a part of it is like also a really like cool opportunity. So thank you again so much.
Oh, this next period, this is so exciting for all of the multiplayer community. Starting up the CWC again, the season 6. We made it 6 seasons. I cannot believe it. Like, imagine this started off like a private competition, and we all wanted the dream, and every season it was like, oh, are we gonna hold another season? We don't know. And then everybody wanted it, and we did the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and now the sixth. And it's like, oh my god, everybody in the communities wants to be here and wants to take part of all of this. And seeing how much the players put their passion into this game, which takes hours. Like, it's like yesterday we had around 10 hours of streaming, and they went 2 games back to back. Unbelievable. I'm not sure if you caught any of them, but it's definitely something that we should talk about a little bit, just a little bit, to give some history to what happened yesterday.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, I remember you saying you were really excited about it, and I was out part of the day yesterday, so I wasn't really around. So, yeah, fill us all in. What was going on, in case we missed it?
So in the first game, we did have a very aggressive China. They did manage to get a win around 1050 with civilizations picked for the pushes in the classical and in the medieval era. Very, very strong China gameplay over there. Then, in the second game, it was on a different map. The first one they played on Pangaea. The second one they went for the Seven Seas, which is a bigger map overall. It does have more land versus the sea versus Pangaea. And the distance between the players is a little bit longer. So that means they're not going to actually attack each other at the classical medieval era, because they just don't have the opportunity to do so. But oh my god, it went to the late game, and it turned out to be a race between a domination victory and a culture victory. Canada was going for a culture victory from Team Belgium, and it was literally he won the the culture victory 1 turn before all of the nukes started to land on his territory. Like,
my goodness.
They were closing in for like 3 sides with tanks, artilleries, battleships, nukes, submarines, everyone from 3 sides. They were attacking his teammates, going through them directly towards Canada, who was behind his friendly lines. And we did unpause the game at some point to see what the next turn would look like. And literally, like, all of the Canadian land would have been ashes because of the nukes.
That is fantastic. But that's why we do this, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Just trying to think one step ahead of the other, your opponents. And, I mean, those are the kind of, like, victories that we live for.
Exactly. Those, like, so close calls over there. If you didn't do this, like, 3 turns earlier, if they didn't do this and this and this wouldn't have happened. So, you want me to walk you through what's going on over here on the staging room, in the draft, in the map pool, and so on and so forth?
Let's go ahead and run through what we're seeing here. That'd be great.
Okay, so
and I know, okay. go right ahead, because I know that we made some changes to BBG too, and I remember I wanted to ask you about like what you're thinking about in terms of these new balance changes that just came out too. But what do we see? Let's run it down and maybe knock out 2 things at once.
Okay, let's go. So the idea behind the draft stage is to give both of the teams, first of all, a chance to take out the civilizations that they deem too powerful. They would, or at the same time, the civilizations that are most played by their opponents. We've seen targeted bans because they know, oh my god, that player is very good with that civilization, so we should not let him play that. So we do have 10 bands. They are spaced out as six bands at the beginning stages with a 1-1-1-1-1 pick. And then we're going to have four picks in 1-2-2-1, as you can see in the lobby right now. China has the first slot. We do have 2 slots from Team Belgium and then another slot for China. On the second stage, they're only gonna have 4 more bands and then 4 more picks in the same order, but I mean inversed. So now it will give advantages to the Belgium team instead of the Chinese team. So most of the time, this is meant for balance because there's a lot of importance set for the first picks, like the visibility of seeing what kind of civilization your opponent will have does change a little bit your own options. If he's going to go start with war, if he's going to start with simming, developing his empires kind of civilizations, or he's going to be on the sea versus the land. I mean, all of those are choices that the players make at the beginning, and they do see it like, oh, he started with this one, oh, this might be a culture victory, oh, he's going to want to do that, let's counter pick him. And on the other side, there's another thing that we don't know how to solve right now. And we tried as much as possible to balance out the order of the lobby in such a way that it minimizes the risk of the slot order. The game, it's not meant to be played in real time. It's a turn-based game. And the idea is you're always going to have, just like in FFAs or in normal games, you're going to have the first slot always having the priority over the second one, because if you take a look in time, it's always, the game will always read like first slot is going to play, second slot is going to play, third slot is going to play, and so on and so forth, even though we do play in the same time with 3-minute or something like that window for the turn to finish. So the first slot has the priority over wonders, has the priority over great people, has the priority to recruit them or finish them if it's going to go to the same turn. And we're going to see that, and I hope we're going to have one of those close calls here, and that's one of the things that I have started up to do on my stream. Who's going to get that wonder? You know, we see 3 people on the map trying to get a wonder. Who's going to get it? You know?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
No, and that's really interesting too. And I know that, like, you mentioned the ban process, and I always was like very curious. I mean, like, obviously there are civs that are just like that's too powerful, but I'm thinking from like a strategic perspective. Like, let's say you like start, the first player chooses maybe like a culture civ, the next person maybe goes for like a domination suited civ. And then I'm like kind of curious, like when you go through the bans, like what the sort of thought process is. Are you looking for, folks who directly counter that, and you say, okay, well, we're going to ban, trying to think of an example, like culture, maybe, I'm trying to think, maybe like we're going to ban Christina because we have Teddy in the game, and we really want to win this culture, and we know that she can be good for culture too. Is that kind of like the way that the process goes, or
Yes.
is it like more just like this is just an overpowered civ, we don't want him in the game? An overpowered
some of
leader in
it,
civ.
yeah. Some of the that's exactly how they think. At the same time, they do also think in maybe we can get a civilization that will be able to kill Christina before she's actually gonna get that culture victory. Like it's always gonna be one of those two things. And we actually had a game like that last week, in which we had a team trying to go for the late game, trying to go for like turn 100 wins, turn 120 in the culture, in the diplo, and so on. And a team that went, okay, you know what? We're going to go for classical and medieval pushes. And they went like for Zulu, Persia, or Gorgo, all of those civilizations that can do a major push at the beginning. And they couldn't withstand. I mean, Christina couldn't take it at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and that's interesting too. And I wonder, with some of these balance changes that came through, if some of those things sort of been, because I looked at some of them, and there's been tourism reduction, things like that, things that I would imagine that people lean on,
Yeah.
So I'm interested to sort of see how that changes the game. And I know that balance changes always sort of, the reason they exist is to sort of reset the meta and try to things like that, and then it just takes a while for people to figure out their strategies like within the new parameters. But it is still interesting because in a lot of ways it's almost like I don't know. I just can't imagine like games like rugby and football. Like if they just completely altered their rules a little tiny bit every single year. And I know they do sometimes, but it's not like they like do every single time. I mean, the basic rules of soccer/football have been the same for a very long time, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well,
anyway,
I guess one of the major challenges was to try to focus all of the endings, except domination, because I mean that's different. All of the ending victory conditions at the same time. So right now you have most of the winnings will be around turn 110, 130, 135 maybe with the space victory. So it's all in that 20 to 30 turn gap over there. You're going to have all of the victory conditions synchronized. That was the major challenge, how to get all of the civilizations to be able to do those victories in the majority of situations in that time frame. The second one was, okay, how do we balance out the civilizations in such a way that they don't seem too powerful in respect to the other civilizations, like, and there were a lot of changes that I think we can talk about for an hour here. But let's turn quickly to the staging room, because it looks like we got a map. It's gonna be Highlands. Yep. It's gonna be, oh my god, an extremely big map. We thought yesterday Seven Seas was big. Highlands is bigger. So definitely they are gonna go for land civilizations here. Maybe we're gonna go for some naval civilizations to get the gold. It's not uncommon to see something like Victoria or maybe Dido being picked here, because they do get that. Sometimes they do get that inland sea, and they do get to settle their cities all over the place with even one-tile lakes here and there. In the active ban phase, Maori showed up first, and looks like Eleanor got the second axe. Canada not gonna be left after yesterday's performance. It's not gonna be allowed.
Like no way, we're not. Yeah. No way.
Yeah, we're not going to do this the second time. Then Ethiopia, of course, that Ethiopia is kind of a no-brainer here. Like most of the highlands is hills, so you don't want to give that advantage, or almost too powerful. And then we got Mali, big goal maker, and this is where the things need to get rough here, because banning Mali and then not banning Portugal ends up with a bit of an issue. But at the same time, you have other powerful civilizations that can do gold, like Ottomans, for example. Oh my God! Look at the power the statement that China did right now. They went to ban Russia. Okay, so that was Belgium's last ban. Belgium banned Russia, and they said, okay, no culture victory for you. And then Iran said, okay, we go domination. Basil the second picked instantly. Okay. I mean, that's gonna be a problem with the Tagmas Crusade ability. Oh my God, this is the only issue with Basil is its gold generation. He's gonna need an ally somewhere that is gonna generate the gold for him, so he can actually do. His push. And it looks like Belgium over here with the GodOfChickens did pick first Philip II. This has been also a bit changed with its trade out capacities and the conquistadors and its mission. It's actually extremely powerful when it comes to its gold generation, and its internal trade outs are very good. If it gets a continent split, I have to say this, if Philip II gets a continent split, that's going to be amazing.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, even when you're playing on like the non-BBG, even when they like did the balance updates, I think it was like about a year ago now. But Philip came from a civ that like we've had very specific use cases to one that was just very powerful overall. So
yeah, exactly.
Building on that for sure, I can see, there's a lot of power. But even as I'm like looking at these, I mean, there are certain civs that I think that and leaders that we all favor just because of the way we play.
Yeah.
But I'm like looking at it, I'm just like, these are very powerful.
yeah, they're picking
that's
one by
what you
one.
do, right?
yeah. I mean, this is their chance, right? This is the moment they need to shine. This is the tiebreaker, and there's no more excuses for them if they don't win this. This is the problem. Also, it looks like they went for Gorgo in the third pick. Of course, that's Gorgo. This is amazing, by the way, with the changes Finaxis this, with the changes that BBG has and so on. Gorgo is very powerful. We do have goals also picked in the fourth one, and this is starting to worry me. I have to point this out. Goals is one of those civilizations that doesn't prioritize going commercials first, and its commercials usually are not that good because they don't get to be placed next to cities and so on. Harbors really weak. So Oppidums first, probably. Government plots are probably something like campuses because you need the science, theater square sometimes and so on. Like the commercials are not something you want to take care of. And remember I was saying Basil II needs somebody to hold his hand in the gold department, you know? Like this is, the matchup seems a bit troubling right now, and I don't know how they're gonna fix this. We need to see in the next big phase how they're gonna fix this. It looks like they went to ban Phoenicia. Looks like Cree also is not gonna be part of. Rome got taken out, and the Mapuche. Okay, Rome, Baths could have expanded everywhere. Mapuche +5 against civilizations in a golden age. You don't want to handle that negativity on the map. And it looks like Cyrus did go for the first pick here. Ouroborous picking it, and Cyrus also got a big change in BBG. Still has amazing internal trade routes with an extra one. Still has a strong immortal, which is a replacement swordsman with 2 range attack. The problem with the immortal is it doesn't benefit from support bonus anymore. So you have to attack into it if you really wanna do something against the immortal. Otherwise, you're gonna get eaten alive. Those immortals are unbelievable units.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Vietnam.
Ooh, that's interesting.
That's one thing I didn't ask you. What is your favorite civilization in the game?
You know, I have a little bit different between like the ones that I can like go to and like win versus the ones that I just enjoy playing. Like I love playing is it Shi Huang, right?
Yeah. China,
just because the Great Walls are so fun, like, and they're powerful. You know, if you play it right, then you know you build those early, you can get a very good advantage, right?
Yeah.
Like Rattray, but again, just because she's just in like a different play style, right, than being like very straightforward. But it is an interesting one to see this here because she is so location specific that like. I would have a little bit of anxiety about choosing her for a game like this, right? Her RNG matters, and I know you get rerolls and stuff like, or not rerolls, but you know, you can choose, you know, to like you can throw in like the tokens for different stars and things like that. But I still think it's a gamble, you know.
You talked about Christina. Christina actually.
Oh no, I said, oh yeah, I just mentioned Christina.
Yeah, you did.
I
you
predicted
did
the future.
Look at that.
And I mentioned Teddy too, right? In that same thing, he said, okay. And that's literally what they did too. Oh, no, maybe they, okay. I thought that was the pick.
They did. That was the pick.
Oh,
now,
yeah, they did? Okay.
Yeah, so that was the pick. Now, when everybody picks and we know their civilizations, they get the chance of switching slots and civilizations at the same time between players. So they're going to try to give priority to the ones that want to have wonders, want to have great people versus the ones that don't need them because they're going to go to war or something. Or they don't need them as much as the others.
Maybe they were listening in on our commentary and that's what she is.
Oh, I hope not. But I mean, it's, you know, listening into commentary, I guess yesterday somebody did ask me this. You're gonna see how fast these players are. So first we have dynamic turn timer, and they also need to coordinate with their teammates to do stuff like negotiate. Okay, we're gonna need gold for this. I saw this. What are we gonna do, and so on and so forth. And they have to do their own thinking about what they're gonna plan in their moves. It is really interesting because when I play very quickly, and a lot of times it's like just pure sloppiness, but like also just because like I know the game well, so I choose my decisions. I make these decisions very rapidly, and a lot of times I'm like, oh, I might have, if I had a few moments, I would have thought that over. But I have a lot of friends who are very methodological in the way that they play, and I'm just like, I can imagine that would be really tough if you're trying to get into competitive, and that's the way you play, that you just take forever to make every decision. I'm just like, you can't afford to do that. Yeah, you just don't have time. It's like you have to think about everything, and like having somebody screaming in your ear, oh this happened, and you don't know where it happened.
Yeah.
Like it's not information that you're gonna be needing at that moment in time, and it can have the opposite effect of actually delaying your choices, delaying your remaining how to say time for everything. I do have a question over here on my chat. Somebody was asking me how to get better of Civ, and the only way to get better at any game is just to play it more and more. So if you want to play it more and more, I would really suggest either finding a group of friends you want to really enjoy playing, or if you want the fast track, you can join one of the multiplayer communities to get games every day. We in the French community, in the international community, in the Deutsche Liga, the German league, and so on. Even in the Slav league, we do have games going on 24/7.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of like the ways that I learned how to play, one of the things that I did is if you have a friend who plays Civ, one way that I learned was doing a like 2v2v2v2, but it was me and my friend, and then the rest were two teams of 2 AI. And then my friend kind of walked me through my decisions or their decisions, because they can see your map and they can say, well, here's what I might consider doing. You might want to try this and like all this kind of stuff. And that really taught me a lot of the nuance, like how adjacencies work and things like that. So, obviously I know that like if you're, I don't expect that every single person has like a friend who's very good at Civ, but that was one way. And then a lot of just watching the YouTube videos. There's so many great streamers, and I don't know if it's my place here to just like tell you some of the people that I would recommend personally, but like there are so many really good ones. I mean,
we know Potato.
Yes,
we gotta talk about
100%.
Potato. He's a great streamer. So much. I still have this in my mind. I don't know how he does it. He's always optimistic. Like it's unbelievable. so much positivity coming out of that guy. Unbelievable, man. Anyway, he does have great advice about the game, and his analysis is on point. I've seen him doing those tutorials. What other kind of YouTubers or streamers do you like to see?
I mean, there's the game mechanic.
Yeah,
there's
great guy.
I really like called OnSpotTV. But I mean, watching your streams is also very helpful because you are sort of the observer who can sort of talk about the pros and cons of different strategies. And I do think it's worth mentioning that like the mod does make the game slightly different, but the sort of fundamentals are the same. Like, why would you settle this area and things like that? Like, those kind of things you can definitely learn. And then a lot of times, like I would just like when I was doing something, I'm doing the dishes, I'll pop up my laptop and just have Civ streams on in the background and just watch how people play, observe. People who are doing challenges are sometimes really interesting because they have really smart strategies for if they're like trying to do like I'm trying to reach 2000 science or something like that. Then you can sort of see what they're doing to really emphasize the science while not getting too far behind in culture or whatever else that they're trying to run. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of, great people. And if you're interested in Civ, I don't know, am I allowed to, like, plug your Discord? Because there are a lot of people who are at OnSpot's Discord who are very passionate about the game and, around to answer questions and things like that you would always have. Sorry, is that too much? Am I just like
no, it's all good. It's all good. I did want to say that we have two things. First of all, Sweden over here with Czozp, it looks like he's gonna have somewhere in the top left corner of the map a lot of land available for him, a lot of land, and he does have multiple biomes as well. Like he has the tundra. I don't see desert though. Desert. He does also have desert on the west side. So all of those open air museums will get the points. I do also see him going for the 2-2 base for that extra production, and of course, I don't think he's actually going to be at war with anybody. There is somebody to his south.
A lot of land over there. I think it's a lot of cities.
This is highlands. Like, there's going to be so much land between them. That's going to be a problem, actually. I do see Spain in the south. Lazawa is going to be his opponent, and looking at Spain's coast over here, it's this was troubling. Like, you're talking over there, and in my mind it was like, oh my god, how do I explain this Spanish spawn? Because okay, sure, I see this. He has a continent split to the left side. All of this green continent is gonna be settleable for him. There's like nobody on it, but he needs shipbuilding. He cannot pass through the north. You see this mountain? It stops him.
That's tough, right?
Yeah, I know.
The exact same thing.
My god, like going all around 10 tiles, that's not gonna happen. Like, you lose so much time. So he's probably gonna settle 2 cities and rush his shipbuilding, because otherwise he's gonna have a very hard time here.
Interesting, but he does. Yeah, that's interesting. That's I'm just like looking at it too. I mean, it's not, I guess, like the worst start for that civ, but like and that leader, but like the but you know, you got this tundra to the south, so you really just like have limited options in terms of like movement, right? At least for the very initial part of the game. But you know, again, across the board, like
maybe he's gonna get lucky. I don't know. His God of the Sea over here could be a godsend. He does have two reef fish in the capital, quite a few resources to improve it, and a lot of coastal resources. God of the Sea is changed in BBG, so not only you do get, actually no, God of the Sea is not changed per se, but when you improve a fishery, you do get an extra production point, which I believe in the base game you don't. So, for example, for the fish, it will turn into a 4-2-1, and then with God of the Sea, it will turn into a 4-3-1 if you improve it. So that could make for a very powerful capital over here. Let's go forward. I'm gonna have to go quickly now, because we're turn 5. At turn 8, we're gonna have a pause, and the players will have to make a vote. They will need to decide if they want to keep this map or not. So let's quickly see what's the adjacency over here. We got Vietnam to the southeast of Sweden. He can do something about Sweden, but it's kind of far away. I wouldn't really hold my breath for that to happen. Glayd, though, with Byzantium, is to the south of Vietnam. They are enemies. No, sorry, they are allies. No, sorry, I'm mistaken. They are allies. So it looks like Byzantium over here will need to do something against Madrid. Not okay. I mean, that's not bad. Spain will actually have a +5 against Byzantium's religion, so that's fine. Opposite side, we got Aduatuca with Iran over here. Again, that's I think the 4th player from China team, and he's gonna be alone between 2 players. Persia to the east, Meleagor is gonna be on the coast, and then to the north we do have BullMoose Steady, GodOfChickens, which honestly he doesn't really have that land that we really love and like on BullMoose. That's gonna be an issue for him. But he does have quite a bit of land to settle. Not good land, but anyway, we'll see. And last but not least, we got Gorgo, Ouroborous. He is the 4th member of Belgium team, and looks like he is gonna have Sparta over here with a 2-2 base and multiple 2-2s to work. And again, quite a bit of land to settle to his east and to his south. North will be tundra, though. That's not gonna be good for him. And to the northwest, I guess he could use the desert. I foresee something like Petra. Maybe they can use Petra. You know, like four of these tiles could be worked. That's gonna be nice. And now we're turn 8. We're a few seconds. You see how fast the timer is, by the way? It's only a few seconds. It does increase according to the series and according to the units. And not to mention it's like an algorithm behind this that always is putting a bit more time throughout the game. Okay, let's see it. Oh, they didn't pause? Oh, I think this was a mistake by the host or something.
Wait, what did we notice? I might have missed something.
Oh no, we didn't notice anything, but they need to do the vote. They need to put up the remap vote.
Oh, I gotcha.
Oh, and looks like I paused and Sizzle dropped. It happens. Pizza Lord is one of my stream members is asking who is co-casting right now with me. I'm gonna share your name over here.
Yeah, my name is LumBA3go. My real name is Whitney. You can call me either of those things if you want. I'm a writer. I'm a game journalist. I stream too, but writing is my main thing, I guess. And I've written a fair amount about Civ. The one thing, my claim to fame, I guess you could say, is that I had the pleasure of interviewing Sid Meier. I think it was 2 years ago now, and he was absolutely lovely. So anybody who ever wanted to know is Sid Meier lovely? He is absolutely a total charm. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, and I've just been a fan of the game. And I really played it a lot when the pandemic. I live in New York City, and the pandemic hit us pretty hard. So I spent a lot of time indoors playing Civ and befriended the community. Yeah.
That is great, by the way, especially with how to say. That is great that you managed to meet Sid Meier. I didn't want to say it's great because of the pandemic. I'm sorry about that. I'm sure it was hard on everybody. But on the side of Sid Meier, that must have been quite an experience over there. It's one of the, of course. He created this series and he created other series as well, and it is just, I don't know. It must have been an honor to meet him.
It was well, it was a phone interview, but I mean, it was just such a pleasure. Like I said, he was very, very nice. But I also feel like the way that he talked about video games, it was almost like a crash course. Like I learned more about game theory in that 20 minutes than I've learned reading articles and even sometimes books on things like that. Like just hearing how you think about games, and also for somebody whose life is sort of like ingrained in that, and sort of hearing. I mean, I think that he brings his sort of ideas, his philosophies about game development and game theory into his life. He was telling me about like how he wanted to learn how to cook, and like the way that he did it is by kind of making it into a game. And I'm just like, yeah, that makes sense, right? Like being so invested in what you do that you sort of bring it into your everyday life, I think is just one of those things that just like really speaks to who he is as a person.
Yeah, and you can see the attention to detail into the game itself, like so many details, like not only the attention, but I also see the simplification of it. He's trying to bring out, or I should say the whole series started from the beginning to bring this out, trying to simplify things in such a way that it makes sense, and in such a way that it also is kind of on the same part of with normal life, with reality, with history that we have, and get everything in line. That must have been such a great project to go for.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just wild to think about because, in doing this, and I'd also read his book when I interviewed him. That's actually why I was able to set up the interview, is because, like I just basically said, I just read your book and I would also love to pair it with an, exclusive interview. And he goes in, I mean, his name, well, he's responsible, I guess you could say, for, I think more than 50 games.
Oh my God.
Most of them commercially available, right? At different points. But, and his name is on, I don't know if it's a vast majority, but it's on very, very many of them. And also, this is like a funny thing that's in his book, but he talks about how, like, people are like, why is Sid Meier on Name the Box? And he's like one of the few game people, and he basically said that his founding partner, I want to say his founding partner for Firaxis, but definitely the person he's in business with for a long time, had just suggested that, like, hey, you know how people who make movies sometimes put their names on their movies? Like,
oh my God, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah, exactly, from the Marvel universe or something. You
should do that. And it's so funny because, like, we do think of it as just like, oh yeah, like the who's the other one that always puts their name M. Night Shyamalan or something, but you really don't see it in games. And I think that probably maybe the idea is that it's like a collaborative effort, and I think certainly way more now for the most part than games were maybe 30 years ago. But I just think it's fun. It's just like fun. I mean, at a certain point, it's just fun because
Yeah.
the sort of esteem of working on a Sid Meier game, right?
Yeah, I
So
can't
cool.
imagine how fun the environment could be. At the same time, it might be, sometimes a bit nerve-wracking because you have to hit those deadlines. There's always gonna be some
Yeah.
kind of pressure over there. Um,
Well, and one of the things, and I think maybe your community understands a little bit more, especially if they're into like doing the mods and things like that. But like, Civ is a massive game with many, many, many contingencies, right? Every one of these leaders and civilizations is unique. So if you think of like how many sort of lines of code have to go into sort of like making sure that like what one leader doesn't conflict with what another leader does and all that kind of stuff.
yeah,
So it really is like it takes a village type thing, right? And that's
indeed.
obviously the folks at Firaxis are very, as far as the ones that I've ever had a chance to interact with, are lovely, but and talented, but I don't even know if we always give them enough credit for as complex of a game that this is.
Yeah, I totally agree. And we did have some explanations coming up from Carl. I guess in our little own universe over here, in our multiplayer scene, we didn't get that much attention from Sid Meier, of course, except the game and everything, which we're most thankful for. But Carl did come on quite a few of the streams, and I do have to point out the Civ show, and started explaining to us, when we do this, we have to take that into account, and this we have to take into account not only the multiplayer scene but also the single player scene and the fun value and everything. It's not only the competitive aspect, because at the end of the line, this is a game. This is this is the idea behind it. It was great. They put it in such a way that it's fun to watch, fun to see, but it needs to be fun to play as well for everybody. From ages
And
like
Civ
small
is
ages.
nothing if not fun. I mean,
Yeah,
I will zone out. 7 hours will like just fly by if I'm playing Civ. Right?
yeah,
I'm just like,
totally agree.
and the one more turn is so serious. And my boyfriend can attest to how many nights I've been like, look, I just like want to get like this one turn finished, and then something will happen that turn, and you're like, well, I have to take advantage of that now. I can't just stop.
I know. It's like I have this plan. It was a 30 turn plan. I need to put it in to work. Let me take one more turn, please. We're getting
And
there.
I think we play so many games too that it's like, well, this is a fun game. This is a fun game. But like, number one, the replayability value of this game is just massive. It's not like a campaign, which obviously there's a place for those like really cool campaign games. But just the fact that I mean, I have played, if I counted as many quote games of Civilization that I played, I mean, it's in the hundreds, if not like more than 1,000, right? In terms of starting, and like even if I like lose right away or something like that happens, right? Whereas like if it's a campaign, you'll play it once, you might play it again on a higher difficulty or something like that. But then they have to find other ways to keep you coming back to the game. So that's why I think that like a lot of the people who are really invested in Civ will have like 5,000, 10,000 hours, and it's just like it's just that kind of thing, And they might even play other games, but this is the one they always come back to.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
that's
talking about the campaign, sorry for interrupting, but you have to take into account this is a game in which you make your own campaign. This is like you're gonna
right.
get random somewhere on the map, you set your map and that's it, and this is your own universe. You get to conquer your planet, you get to conquer it either militarily, or you wanna be cultural, or you wanna make everybody agree with you in a diplo victory, or you wanna make everybody follow your religion. I mean, you just do you. This
Yeah.
is like everything for on the table over here for you.
Yeah, definitely. I have a lot of, and again, I just think if you don't have a background in games or game development or website development or anything like that, I think it's kind of difficult to understand how hard it actually is to put all this stuff together. And a lot of the games that we see that are fun, quote fun, are big budget releases with like massive teams, which I know that Firaxis team is probably fairly large, but I don't think it's as big as like the amount of people that are working on, I don't know, Fortnite or something,
I have no idea. I would love to know, but I have no idea.
Well, I mentioned Fortnite because I'm pretty sure their team is just massive. I mean, it's literally called Epic Games, right? So
It's epic, yeah.
the epic amount of people. So, but if you think about it, and I mean, I think that's like why, I'm just very excited to see where the franchise goes in the future. I mean, we have to imagine they're working on the next quote thing, because that's generally.
Have you seen Twitter? Have you seen Twitter? Like
No,
2K
what did I miss?
Twitter was like today, I think 2K dropped a bomb on us. They were like, we're about to drop ... And I was like, bro, totally was hanging like this. What do you mean you're about to drop? Oh my god. What are they gonna drop? They're gonna make us talk about this for another week or so? Oh no.
Oh my goodness. And I do think it's like, this is the other thing that people forget about civilizations. Well, I mean, you don't forget. I mean, we've been doing this here for 6 years. But I think that people, like game development, the world of game development, even technology has evolved so much in the last, 5 years even, that the game, like, wait, this game is built. Like, there's so much they can do that they weren't able to do back then. So it'll be really interesting to see how it plays out. But my fingers are crossed that it's an announcement of a new Civilization game. Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty fantastic.
That would be awesome.
And it would be, dropping, and all I can think of is nuking people instead of them just like, oh yeah, you're about to drop some nukes on us, like.
Yeah, what are you gonna nukeable information over here? Information like a nuke. Is it gonna be Midnight Suns though? Didn't they say they're gonna they're gonna finish it around this time, like in the spring? They should have this, so I don't know. It feels like it should be around this time. Midnight Suns also is a great project from them. I do have to ask you about another thing. What do you think about the multiplayer community overall here in Civilization? I guess you saw a few of the games. I guess you saw, and you might have made an idea about how we are versus other competitive communities.
I mean, everybody I've had the opportunity to interact with and chat with, I mean, they're very nice and very passionate, and that's what you want out of a community, right? My experience have all been positive, so I mean, I hope it stays that way. I hope I don't, I was like, rub anybody the wrong way by dissing their favorite leader or something, and then all of a sudden it's in a vendetta, and 5 years from now I'm still getting angry tweets or something. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, and I do think it's really interesting too. Now I can recall that there's a little bit of a learning curve when you're sort of trying to figure out multiplayer strategies against. Actually, somebody mentioned this chat earlier. They mentioned Potato McWhiskey. He's great, but maybe not the right person for multiplayer. And I think that's a very, very fair statement. The person had asked, I believe, how they get better at Civ, which is why I had suggested, some of the folks that I did. But just in terms of saying even just having been on stream in a multiplayer game, and people just offering, I don't know, just ideas for things that just wouldn't pop. And I usually have the thing on some backseating is okay. So tell me what you think you do in this situation, especially because there are so many options in Civilization.
Yeah.
And the way you have to think about multiplayer is so different than single player. And there's a lot of reasons for that. It's the AI bonuses are one thing if you're playing on higher difficulties. I mean, it's just never going to be the same as playing against a person, right? I mean, if it's a competitive
it's just
game,
not challenging enough. Yeah, totally.
And
I have to say this. Sorry, but thinking of the AI, if they would have made it harder, there would have been a massive, massive problem. I don't think harder would have been the way to go here.
Yeah.
On the other side, have to say that we went through a lot of major changes whenever Firaxis put out updates. For example, going from the vanilla version to Rise and Fall was whoa, mind blowing. And then when we got Gathering Storm again, boom! Like we were, oh my god, like we gotta change our whole way of viewing this game. You know?
And it was so funny too, because like if you have just the base game, like you're like, okay, this is cool, I get it. But even if it's just the base game, you sort of figure out win strategies, and you're like, okay, I can do X, Y, and Z, and things like that. But then those two expansions, DLCs, were such overhauls of the base game that number one, I think they were drastic improvements. But number two, I mean, like you're saying here, just fundamentally changing not only how you're playing the game, but like how the mods work, how you're building the game, like all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I can imagine that, like, you know, and I think that's kind of like a thing that games have to sort of do these days. You put out the sort of first version of the game and then sort of layer on the DLC as you're sort of improving on it, because otherwise games would never get published or released, I guess.
I have an interjection here. I'm sorry, but I saw in the chat something they were talking about Potato and his MP skills. I have to point something out. Potato mainly likes to do his own YouTube thing, and he has incredible analysis every time. So I have only high praise for him. Talking about him in the multiplayer scene is totally different because he just needs more experience. I have total confidence if he would stream more multiplayer games, if he would be more in the multiplayer scene, he would be one of the most liked persons in the multiplayer scene. So, and also I have to point this out, I do want to invite him to as many events as possible. If he wants to join us, he's more than welcome to join us. And I think everybody did enjoy his commentary in the previous games that he actually streamed, or the CWC finals of the season 5. He was also there and present, and he was positively shining over there. So I have only good things to say about him. I would really encourage everybody to wait for him to learn about multiplayer and what the BBG does and about everything, and then make an opinion, and not beforehand, because it's not fair.
Yeah, that's totally fair too. I love Potato Whiskey, and he's just so charming. I mean, you know, hey, Spuddies.
Exactly.
Highly recommended. It's just good, you know, charming, funny. He did one that was like a co-stream, or I guess it was just a video with another person who does sometimes Civ videos, but he basically like sort of plays like single player exploits and just has fun. But that's the Spiffing Brit, and that might have been one of the funniest YouTube videos I've ever watched.
Oh, that guy is also so funny. He really likes to break games. I don't know what his not only games, even Steam. Have you seen him do the banana thing, the banana icon on Steam?
Yeah, I don't know, the banana icon, is that a new video? I've seen all kinds of things. Like, he's like, you know, I'm saying hacked, not technically hacked, but he's like hacked the YouTube algorithm, all that kind of stuff. Just really, really creative ways. And I just like wonder, like, the thought process of somebody who specializes in that kind of thing. And I know that sometimes people probably, you know, send ideas and things like that, but it takes a lot of work and dedication to try to figure out optimal ways to cheese a strategy in a game. So it's always very impressive that, like, you know, somebody's here and it's just like mastered the art of, I don't know, just gaming,
breaking the game.
Yeah, exactly. So it is really interesting to watch from that perspective, and it's always hilarious. He did this one with like I'm not gonna do a good job describing it, but I would just say there's an exploit in The Sims 4. It's not an exploit, it's something you can legally do in the game, but if you do it a very certain way, you can just make unlimited money, which is always his goal, make unlimited money.
He did that to Civ as well. And Kazargamu Mali, he was quite famous. I do have to point out that it looks like Czozp did come back to the game here. Initially, I did pause because we went on turn 9 and I was expecting a remap vote. It looks like they don't have any remap tokens available. So because they don't have remap tokens available, they don't need to go through the remap. So this is gonna be it. This is the map we're gonna play. This is how they randomized. This is gonna be it. One quick thing, I'm gonna take 2 minutes right here to quickly talk about the strategic resources availability. It's gonna be really important when it comes to the classical and medieval pushes or their ability to defend and so on. And or attack. So we got horses on Stockholm already improved. We got an iron tile to his southwest. That's gonna be quite cheap. And of course, it looks like his only opponent is gonna be to the south, and that's gonna be Spain. Spain has his own worries. We got Spain with a horse in the cap. He did go builder first, improving those fish tiles. Okay, the fish tiles. Iron also to the southwest. Very good, very nice. And a settler popping in 2 turns. He did see he is kind of on a peninsula blocked over here. And of course, we need to keep looking at him to see what's his plan. Thanglong with iron tile to the north. I do see he doesn't have horses. This is a bit of a problem here. No horses for Vietnam whatsoever. I don't see them anywhere. Like maybe I'm not seeing them, or is it just me, or there's no horses?
I mean, to the south a little bit there, but that's pretty far.
Yeah, it's so far away. Yeah. Okay, so that's gonna be a bit of an issue. At least he has an ally to the south. Byzantium is gonna be his ally, so they don't need to worry about that. Constantinople has 2 horses, but they're 3 rings away. That's expensive. And we do see iron tile to the west popping. Everybody's popping settlers. I know that's their go-to strat. Those are the strategies. I see Aduatuca with also iron and the horses. Again, 3 tiles away. Very expensive for the Gauls to actually get those. And I think he's going to go for the stone improvement. So he gets his Opidums with a +4. This is very nice, by the way. Gaul with such a good array of Opidums will give him quite a few advantages in the next part of the game. His gold will suffer, though. That's my only worry. Okay, we got the GodOfChickens with iron and horses to his north. That's why he's starting to improve them and popping a settler. We got Persia to the west side. He's also gonna have a very expensive strategic resources if he's not gonna settle a city to the south and make them closer to him. Iron and horses. And then last but not least, we got Sparta over here with a settler popping out next turn, iron to the southwest, and horses a bit further away to the southeast. Yesterday, we did have something like a east versus west situation, and I feel this is gonna be the same thing over here. It looks like we got from this line over to the west of Washington and down on a diagonal to, to the southeast. We got the Gauls over here, Iran. Actually, no, sorry, Persia, Meleagor. They're gonna have all of this land. You can see on the map, China's team has like 2/3 of the map, including the wait a second, let me put up the map on the big screen, including the city states in the middle. So basically it's like from this side over here until this side, 2/3 of the map. And then unfortunately Belgium will need to make do with only 1/3. This is gonna be a challenge for sure. I don't know what his internet is. I'm actually curious where Czozp is. He is, I would say, Chinese player, but most of the time he's from the United States. As in, he's learning right there. He's at the university, so I'm not sure. Iran is in Australia, by the way. He's or New Zealand, somewhere around there, southeast of the map, from my perspective. Glayd is Chinese, and I do not know where LittleTu is, as in Chinese from China. On the other side, of course, everybody's from Belgium. We got GodOfChickens, we got Lazawa, we got Meleagor, and Ouroborous, all of them from Belgium. What do you think of this, by the way? I do want to ask you this, because the previous CWC seasons, we only had teams that were composed out of international players. They had players from Europe, or mix of players from Europe and America and different countries, and then from maybe Russia and so on. But we never had countries by themselves. Do you think this is a better way to approach the CWC from a tournament perspective, to try to go for national teams instead of going for mixed teams?
That's a really good question, and it's one that's like technically like always going to be I think like up for, I guess, debate. But I can tell you from like a little bit from like other competitive sports that a lot of the sort of like, what am I thinking of, the Overwatch League and COD League and franchise like the reason they're structured the way that they are is to sort of build the hype around having city-based teams, right? That's why there's like the New York Excelsior and the San Francisco Shock, I think, is that for Overwatch League. And so the idea is that you're sort of generating an actual at-home community. So I can tell you that, like, from that perspective, you can generate like a lot of hype from like local countries if they're seeing themselves represented in the same way that something like the Olympics, like everybody gets excited for their home country, in spite of the fact that they've never met these people. They don't even pay attention to figure skating, 3 out of 4 years. So, you know what I mean? It's like whatever sport it is, they just get so excited about it because, oh, you're representing us on the national stage, right? And by the way, that's very honorable, very admirable. I'm not trying to discount, if people are very into the Olympics or something like that. But it's sort of the same reason that, when sports teams, I'm thinking, American football, I'm from Tampa, and there's a Tampa Bay Bucks, and down there football is huge. So like every person watches the Bucks games, and they buy the merch, and they're always wearing the hats and stuff like that. So I think my guess is that that's why. It's kind of strange to even say it out loud, but it's like kind of just like a business decision, right?
Yeah, I guess.
But I do also see.
I do hope we're gonna have so many players that we can afford to split them up into city teams. I do hope. Fingers crossed we're gonna get there.
Yeah, no, and I mean, a lot of these like work with investments from professional sport, and obviously it's a very different. There's a lot of money in Blizzard and Overwatch and things like that, but like they're bringing players on the same way that you do like when you like and again, I don't know how much you know about football, but I assume like American football, but I assume that like soccer/football and other sports work the same way. But like, somebody could be living and born in Texas, but then they're hired to come play for, the New York Yankees or whatever it is, and they move to New York and they start to represent New York. And obviously it's on a bigger scale. And I think with like esports in general, it's a little bit different because people can play from wherever, but when they sort of get together, New York, like these people may live all over the country. I'm thinking New York Excelsior specifically, or maybe even all over the world. But when they train together in the same room on a LAN setup that, they're working together. So I just think that's really interesting, or a way of thinking about it. And maybe that's a future, right?
Hopefully.
The Civ LAN in France sounded like a huge success.
Oh, it was. Oh my God, I can talk for like days about it. First, the experience in Lyon was amazing, and second of all of the players were so welcoming and great to talk with. And then you had an amazing place. Like literally, we just had to get the keys, and that's it. As in, we didn't have to do that much for the computers. Everything was installed. Everything was ready to go. Everything was working perfectly. The internet was there on point. Like nothing. One of those things you don't need any help. You just plug yourself in the computer, and that's it. Amazing. On the other side, we did manage to break that myth, that Civilization 6 is having a problem with the network and so on and so forth. Actually, that is more player-sided rather than game-sided. When we imagine we stress tested the game with 16 players in the same lobby, 4 versus 4 versus 4 versus 4, and no problems whatsoever. Not to mention throughout the weekend, in like from the early hours of Friday to the late hours of Sunday, we had 0 crashes in the game. So 0, nothing.
Wow.
Like it was, yeah,
that sounds like a dream.
exactly. That sounds like an amazing experience. And I have to say, like a lot of other games do have the same problem when it comes to disconnects and so on. I've seen Dota League having this problem. I've seen CS:GO having the problem. Valorant. Everybody that's playing on the internet with, there's so many things happening on the internet. It's kind of hard to keep everything always at the same level. There will be that one problem for like 20 minutes, and then there's not going to be a problem for another year,
Yeah.
At the same time, I do hope we're gonna see more lands, and maybe some more how to say interaction with 2K and Firaxis when it comes to the multiplayer scene. Like we're building this up, and we're building this up not only for the players, but at the same time it feels like it's for the game itself. So maybe we're gonna see some. I don't know. Like at the moment, we didn't have any kind of talk, and we didn't set any kind of deals. But I do hope they're gonna recognize the potential, and at the end of the line, they're gonna intervene.
I'm sorry, I am interrupting.
No
I'm
worries,
so excited to say this, but you remember what I was saying? Like, game development has changed a lot, even this like relatively short. And you also think about the fact that like this game was released 6 years ago, but it's probably been in development for 8 years, if not longer, right?
Yeah.
So technology they were using then, and I also think that another thing that we sort of are not really, that's more sort of in the visibility in the social zeitgeist is the emergence. I mean, Twitch has been around for a long time, even as Justin TV, but I think even the past few years with like Fortnite and Ninja and things like that is really come much more into the forefront. So it ends up, I believe anyway, being a more solid part of a strategy is like, how do we work with the streamers? How do we work with the multiplayer community? Like, how do we do this? So my theory is that number one, it is going to have probably better multiplayer support and debugging in whatever they do next, because it's just natural, like evolution. And then probably I would imagine more ways to sort of bring that sort of interactivity in a way that we just don't see right now, because again, we're talking about a game
they're gonna blow our mind again.
6 or 7 years old. Yeah, I mean,
they're gonna drop that bomb, man. They're gonna drop that bomb, and we're gonna be like, oh no, too.
I mean, I sort of get that, like, maybe I'm like setting very high expectations. I feel like maybe there's like some Firaxis developer watching right now and just like, oh, expectation that high. Like, no, I'm just kidding. But it just seems like logical when you see the sort of way that other games are taking shape. Like, I don't think it's still active, but there was that game Hyperscape that literally like people would vote on what was happening in the game in order to change like maps and stuff like that. And I mean, I don't know if that's the answer, or maybe it's just a little bit ahead of its time, but just the ways that sort of people interact with content in gaming space, even a short amount of time, has really changed a lot. And I think it's going to continue to be changing for the better. So it'll be really interesting to see how they sort of leverage those ideas and the sort of impacts. And I think that theoretically it'll help, bolster, multiplayer opportunities. I mean, if it was seamless, it was integrated, if it was very simple, and it is simple from like a baseline perspective, like you can jump into multiplayer games, but if it was very simple to coordinate and things like that, and you could do it all within the game, and didn't have to worry as much about connection problems and things like that, I think that would make it so enticing for people, that even for people who play solo, because we do know that like a lot of Civ players will just play against the AI, and that's ever as much as they choose to do. But when I think that games, I was just going to say, when they write in the social piece or component, I'm thinking of like Destiny in particular, because it's a highly social game that, you benefit from being social in the game. So you start to find fire teams and raid teams and things like that. So more opportunity for things like that. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay. I'm actually curious how that would play out if they're gonna try to implement it in Civ, for that matter. It's not easy to implement something like this to engage the community and so on. But I do hope there are ideas over there that I'm not seeing. On another level, I do want to point out that Civ single players do like to just fall into that idea of, okay, what do they have their own perspective of how to build an empire, and when it comes to their interaction with other players, when it like in the multiplayer scene, their idea will be forced to adapt to the other players instead of adapt to their own dreams, and that's something that also I personally enjoyed when I was playing a single player. Just sit there for hours and hours on end, build your empire. Don't get you don't get any kind of pressure on you. You don't need to negotiate or stuff like that with other people. It's but on the other side, the multiplayer scene from all perspectives of the game, it does push you to learn faster, to be better, to interact with people, to be active, and if you want to be competitive and so on and so forth. So they're I think two universes that somehow I hope at some point they're gonna mix.
I'm reading through your comments here. People are making very interesting points here.
Yeah.
Somebody pointed out the netcode, and I think that sort of speaks to the sort of same thing that I was saying, is the technology has changed a lot. I don't know the specifics of netcode or anything like that, but I do feel like, when you've worked on a game this long, you figure out how to improve it for the next iteration, right? I'm seeing here too there's another one here. I hope Sid 7 has a multiplayer base of the game become a sale point. Yeah, I mean, things like that, and how can you integrate? And they have entire teams, like the developers are thinking about this, the content creators are creating about this, the community managers, the people in charge of marketing, this is what they're paid to do. So it'll be interesting, and I think that there's a lot of cool opportunities that, like I'm saying, weren't there 6 or 7 years ago.
Oh, definitely. Just look at Starlink. What? You get internet everywhere now. Even when you're going to visit your grandparents at, in the fields or something, out in the mountains. No problem. You get a Starlink and that's it. Boom, internet.
Yeah, internet, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm pretty sure a lot of the technologies are evolving right now so fast that it's hard to keep up from a development standpoint. But we're getting there. I'm hopeful we're gonna see a lot of great things, and I want to remain hopeful for a long period. And
I would also add that anything helmed by Sid Meier is nothing if not innovative.
Yeah. Oh, we got a war declaration. So okay, this is the moment. This is they're gonna start to war each other, and it looks like Iran here does want to block Persia from settling towards him. I did notice there was the general, by the way, hello sir, in the chat telling us two things. First of all, gold is not gonna be cheap in this particular position. Like I was saying, gold is gonna be a problem for them, and since gold is alone against two opponents, he's gonna need a lot of army to defend himself. So, and on the west side, he also pointed out about maybe Sweden can set up some coastal trade routes between him and Vietnam. That would 100% help them in the gold department. Naval trade routes are much more fruitful than land trade routes. Okay, and in the war department, I think we're gonna have a more peaceful game for some time before we're gonna see any kind of amazing takeover of empires here. They're too far apart spread, except Spain. I don't know Spain. It all depends on him, how he's gonna place his cities, how is he gonna try to get out of this point that he is, and if Byzantium wants to sail some tagmas to Spain or not. That's gonna be a problem. I also want to point out something. We do have a few pantheons chosen here. It looks like Earth Goddess has been chosen for Byzantium. We got, let's see, no here. Okay, only Wait, only Byzantium did get a pantheon? Okay. I mean, I guess it's turned 14, so it's kind of early. Nobody popped 10 faith huts. Nobody got faith from dice. Okay, makes sense. And look at the block over here. Looks like Iran is sitting on that city spot of Meleagor. Really doesn't want him to settle on that place. And I have to point this out. Every turn that you manage to delay your opponent is a turn that you win for yourself in the development. So it's extremely important to try to do these kind of maneuvers.
Yeah. No, and I just like think about like when I go to war with the AI in a situation like this, and they just like hate me and become very aggressive like for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I had such a fun little start the other day, and I just like completely lost it. I feel like I like declared an early game war because I got like a easy settler out of it. We were just cities that were close to each other, and then just like the rest of the world, that constant just like they hate you because you've quote inflicted grievances on others. That was like the whole rest of the game. I was like, I did not succeed that time around.
Yeah.
Non multiplayer.
Oh, I totally forgot to put up the prediction yesterday, as in to finish the prediction from yesterday, and now I'm gonna have to put this one over here. I'm really curious what the players will think about this. Because on one side, we do have an aggressive team coming up from China in terms of leaders, and then we have a bit more balanced team coming up from Belgium. And looking at their position, it's not gonna be easy for China to just seem to win this one out. It's we're gonna need to check it out in the long term how they're gonna go through the challenges of the game here. Czozp though does have a very good position to go for that Diplo victory you are mentioning. He's getting a favor every time he's popping one of those a great person. So basically he's gonna only have 1 point of nuisance. That's gonna be Greece, and look at the terrain. Like, it's so far away. How is Greece gonna go and attack Sweden over here since he's so far away? I don't know. It feels like Czozp might be on his way to a Diplo victory slowly.
It's funny, like, looking at this screen because, like, I have my hand on my mouse right now. Like, I'm going to be the one moving these builders and things around. Just by habit, right? You know?
Yeah. I have this too, by the way. I'm clicking on units, and I click on them to go somewhere, and it just doesn't happen. And it's frustrating. Okay, there's the poll. Everybody was asking about the poll. There is a poll right now. I just started it, so we're gonna need to see the opinion of the stream chat. Fertility rights got picked up by Sweden as a pantheon, and he just got a free builder. He also gets some extra food for his rice tiles, wheat tiles, and so on. And look at that, 6 food from one single tile for the city of Stockholm. Wow. He's gonna grow so fast.
That's gonna be a really healthy city, huh?
Yeah. He didn't go for the coastal trades yet, and of course I do see this one, for example, could be a good city. You get a +4 harbor, you get some other campuses, for example, in the north and so on, and this could be a good trading post. From Vietnam though, the closest one would be this on the 1-3, and they could start trading over there. I also see City Patreon Goddess as a pantheon here from Vietnam. He wants to go build a lot of these districts. I totally get it, right? He's in a seeming position in the middle of the map here. Doesn't need to worry about anything. And he's probably gonna benefit from the tons adjacency to each other, that extra culture. We're gonna see him going for a lot of campuses, Gavron Plaza, maybe some theater squares. We'll see. Still, those horses are a bit, the lacking of horses are problematic. We'll see. I think between them they should be generating enough horses. That's one of the big things in multiplayer though. Especially in the team setup, you do get to pool your resources together. So if somebody's not gonna get horses, or he doesn't have time to improve them, or iron or so on, somebody else from his team can pick up that slack and generate those for him. Same with gold. And one of the things that we've seen time and time again, players do take advantage from is how much gold they're gonna generate, how they're gonna plan that out between them. And even if we go into the comms, which at the moment I don't think we can, there's like, I don't know Cantonese, so I'm not gonna understand what they're talking. And I know a little bit of French, but I don't think I'm at that level that I can actually translate. So Belgium, yeah, it's just not gonna be an option. But I think they're already discussing, okay, you go and try to get an economy, okay, you go focus on culture, you go and try to fight, for example, Persia over here, try to get as many cities out, try to, what do you need, and so on and so forth, you know. And the boosts are extremely important. One of the things that happens in the multiplayer scene, whenever a teammate will finish a technology, everybody else will get the boost on that technology. Will get the how do you call it? I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
the boost. Anyway, it says the boost. Same can be said about the civic tree. You get the boost over here, and the players do try to coordinate themselves into that somehow. You know, one goes, okay, I'm gonna go bronze. The other one goes into horseback riding, or the other one goes into commercials, or celestial navigation, or shipbuilding, or I don't know, one of those. You know, like or maybe some later ones. I'm just giving simple starting points for the tech tree.
Somebody on here asked about the wonders we have out there. I thought I saw Crater Lake. Oh yeah, Mount Romania, yeah. Beautiful right there. Thought I saw Crater Lake. Somebody, I might have made that up.
I don't know. Well, let's see. I see Ikil.
You go.
Yeah, Ikil. Right. Looks like we're gonna have a quick rejoin here, so he doesn't desync anymore. Okay. Next time, not this time. I'm just scrolling through the map to find all of the wonders. Okay.
Yeah,
Torres.
I might have.
Okay, Torres.
Oh, that might have been what I thought, Crater, because I just saw like the sort of hole of water and then the tile yields or something on it. So.
It's fine. Okay, Torres del Paine. It's kind of far away from everybody. I don't think it's gonna be worked here. There could be Crater Lake as well. Let's keep on scrolling. So we got 3 of them. Roraima with the lake and Torres. It should be another 2 somewhere. Oh, I think I saw on the coast there was no, not here. No. Here, no. I think I'm too fast. Crater Lake, you saw it. Look.
See, I was right. I didn't make it up.
There we go. 4. And I don't know why I remember. Oh, this one. I remember Galapagos. I didn't remember where it was, but I remember Galapagos. Okay. So there we go. 5.
But none of these are like so that I've spotted have been so like close to sort of the main. Like if anything, it'll take a while before anybody can take really strong advantage of them, right?
Yeah. And honestly, there are some wonders that you don't get that much advantage from. For example, Galapagos, in this scenario, nobody's gonna want to do it. Mostly because you don't get any production out of it, and the yields in food and so on are just not gonna make up for the extra science that you're gonna get. It's just not worth. Looks like the Belgium team really likes to name their cities after Schtroumpfs. I don't know if you know the Schtroumpf series. It was a famous series in Europe, I believe, on TV about little Schtroumpfs.
I'm not familiar.
Okay.
Enlighten me.
I mean, I don't know that much about it either. I just noticed it yesterday, and my chat was booming about it. They were talking about the Schtroumpf and the Schtroumpfette. I mean, you know, the big king, and then his wife, and then the other ones, and there's like a elder over there, like, and so on and so forth. And yeah, there we go. Schtroumpfette this time is gonna be Meleagor. We got Schtroumpf, the poetic Schtroumpf over here. He's gonna be Ouroborous. What do we have? Who's the next one? Schtroumpf Costot. This is the strong Schtroumpf. This is the one with muscles coming up from Spain. Okay. And he, by the way, his second city, he did settle on a coffee tile. He's gonna get some extra points of culture from it, or point of culture.
So I didn't know that word, the Schtroumpf. and it's what we call the Smurfs.
Smurfs,
right?
Smurfs, yeah. Smurfs, yeah.
Okay, that's pretty funny actually. So I was trying to follow. I was like, oh, it's just like a show that's popular that I wasn't aware of. It is in fact a show that's popular that I was very aware of because I watched it as a kid. So
There we go. So yeah, we're on the same point.
but that's pretty funny.
We got preserves already put down by GodOfChickens, and looks like okay, it's interesting placement. I would have expected him to put them more next to tiles with forest or features, but sure. The preserves actually are not that well used in Civ. In the multiplayer scene, not in Civ. In multiplayer scene, unless you're gonna be BullMoose, and this is one of the things that we're gonna keep on watching at if he's gonna get amazing bonuses coming up from his land. At the moment he doesn't have any, right? He only has this one tile of culture coming up from the left tile, and looking at his bonus points over here, I want to say, and so breathtaking tiles adjacent to either a wonder or mountain do receive extra science, and then you do get the breathtaking tiles adjacent to a natural wonder or woods receive +1 culture, both are doubled after researching astronomy or enlightenment civic respectively. This is gonna be the thing that BullMoose needs to get. How he's gonna get that breathtaking appeal into all of these tiles to make them amazing. And I also noticed he got snatched out of Earth Goddess. This is, well, I guess he didn't get that much faith to begin with it, but it would have been amazing if you would have got Earth Goddess here for that extra faith, strong monumentality era. In this one, it doesn't seem like he's gonna make it.
So this is going to make me sound really city, but I've never, I mean, I do sometimes, but pay attention to the names of the pantheons. I usually just go, oh, the one that gives me production from fishing votes, right, or something like that.
Okay.
So
I'm going to talk about Divine Spark is going to give him extra points for his great people when he's going to build campuses or industrial zones or theater squares and so on. But there are only gonna give him on a few select, I would say, type of districts. For example, you do get God of War and Plunder, which is another pantheon that gives you in the other part of the districts, like general points for encampments, like annual points for your harbors, and I believe it was merchant points for commercials. Those are the other ones. On Earth Goddess gives you on 1 point of faith for breathtaking and charming appeal. So that's why, for example, right now we got in Byzantium's land, we got so much faith generated from his tiles.
Oh, that's scary. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah,
it's scary, and why would I say that? Just for people who are not.
It's scary. Tagma, scary.
Yeah.
Yes, it is scary. Him benefiting from a strong monumentality that turns into a lot of tagmas, that is going to be indeed scary. We do have him.
No, that's great though. And these are things that are slightly different because I think in the base game, you don't get it for the charming appeal. You just get it for the breathtaking appeal, the faith bonus or something like that. Even just like something like that makes a huge difference. Like I imagine not nearly as many of these are breathtaking for you as there are the charming one.
Yeah.
Oh no, these are all.
There are
okay.
quite a few of them.
Right,
the problem with this is most of the time the players do prefer to chop these tiles, to get the instant production versus the long-term production, to boost themselves into building other stuff, or they're gonna want to place districts there, and why not? You know, like you might as well get the return on the investment.
And especially with all the hills on this map, the hills underneath, that's just like high production if that's what you want to do is build mines.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at this, every time you're going to chop one of these tiles, the appeal will go lower on the other tiles. So it's, unfortunately, Earth Goddess does have the unfortunate side effect of losing its shine after the chops finish. after the feudalism era when everybody gets a lot of builder charges and they finish chopping. But anyway, we're gonna need to see how he's gonna play. There still are ways of using this land without losing that faith. So it all depends. It all depends.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I'll do like the one where you get like the extra faith from rainforest, and I just try to delay chopping a rainforest, and I'm like, why? Like, especially once you start adding the districts and other things that can give you really solid adjacencies, wonders, and things like that. Like, I'm just like, just chop. You're fine. You can do it.
Yeah, exactly. Chop it. It's fine. Nobody's gonna judge you for chopping wood. I do see John the Baptist got recruited here as a great prophet, and I think that's the first and only religion that we're gonna have in the game. Otherwise, maybe somebody's gonna go for stone circles. I don't know, stone henge, maybe Sweden over here. I don't know. And of course, we're waiting for him to actually push that religion through. One of the biggest things of Byzantium is its ability when he kills a unit to spread that religion all around. And of course, that makes him extremely dangerous, coupled with the Tagmas. The Tagmas do deal full damage to the walls when he's attacking a city that's converted to his religion, and that's massive. That's like basically having a cat bonus on you. And you couple that with like maybe a crusade ability. Oh no, that's like no, stronger units and more powerful. Oh no, and look at that crusade. Okay, well, crusade is weaker though in our version. It's only +7 combat strength versus I think +10 combat strength in the normal game. And
I don't remember. I just know that if Basil's near me, I'm scared. So
yeah, that is a problem. We do have choral music for him. He's gonna try to get faster to his Tagmas over here. With of course the Tagmas are opened up on the culture screen, and you do see them coming up in divine right as the civic. You
and I. Go. Oh, sorry. Go right ahead.
No, go.
Oh, I was just going to mention that you and I had a really interesting conversation at one point about how, I think, a lot of players who play single player are very inclined to like just go for the science right away. And you had this great sort of rationale why everybody starts to like really focus on culture in the early game. Yeah. And the idea being that like, your culture acceleration actually has an impact on how quickly you can get your science bonuses. If you want to go into that a little bit, because I'm not doing a great job explaining it.
Okay, so the idea is the culture basically interacts with your bonuses that you're going to use in the government types. At the beginning, you might not have that many cards to use because, it's like the normal, how do you call it? The normal government type. It's only giving you the military policy and the economic policy. But when you start opening up Classic Republic or oligarchy or autocracy, then you go to the second level and third level. You do get to use more cards. The cards turn into direct bonuses in different aspects. For example, you're going to see the players here try to go as fast as possible for settler card for early empire, and then start their second expansion phase with that bonus, with the 50% bonus towards settler cards. This one, the colonization. And then they're also gonna get a governor title. They're gonna get moksha, or whatever they're gonna get, Magnus and so on. They're gonna get more bonuses. This directly translates into bonuses that will help you increase your tempo throughout the ages. I'm really concerned about Czozp at this point. I don't know what's happening with him. Yesterday he didn't drop once, but this is probably one of those things with, I don't know, he has a storm somewhere, or I don't know what's happening with his internet.
Yeah,
I'm worried.
Tough.
Yeah. Anyway, to come back to this, I guess I have more time to talk about what's going on. There are timings that are extremely important when it comes to the culture and your ability to get the maximum out of your empire, be it on the simming ability, the development of your empire, or on the military side of it. One of them, of course, is political philosophy, when you get extra cards to use for each government, and you get powerful bonuses also in your government type, either militarily or development. And then next one would be feudalism and mercenaries. Feudalism allows you to massively improve your empire very quickly with those extra two charger points that you get for your builders. And then mercenaries allows you to have to upgrade much more of your army than you would have been able to afford. Basically doubles your ability to upgrade those units, doubles the amount of units that you can upgrade with the how do we call it, red units is 50 and the other one is what, 100%? Less?
Yeah, and then the other thing on top of it too is that if you're the first one to get those for your team, all gets a boost as well. So it's just even further accelerating.
Yeah.
Also,
also era score. I'm massive, by the way. Era score. I have to say this. Era score. The first stage in a 4v4 setup, it's easy to get. Everybody's probably gonna get it. In the second era though, that's not gonna be as easy. You need to put like splendid districts. You're gonna need to do some wonders. You might need some unique things that you get to build from your empire. Maybe some unique improvements and so on. Discover wonders and try to reach the civics. I have seen so many times that the next golden age, the second golden age, is dependent on the empire's ability to get to divine right. So all of that, early game decision to go for monuments, to go for the culture tree, to go try to get moksha with the culture and so on, may end up impacting your ability to get the second age or not. Which, of course, in turn gives you pen brush and voice bonuses, gives you free inquiry bonuses, monumentality, and so on. Like it's all connected.
Yeah, and you'd mentioned that even players early on made the same mistake that I had mentioned, because I think there's just such a science and production are so important, so I just focus on science and production. It's like actually, the solid strategy. I mean, just balance, right? But like, you really want to excel someplace, you really do have to invest some in that culture up front, and that'll just have exponential yields down the road, which I think is like the whole point. Civ is looking for those exponential. Exponential growth.
I've also seen a bit of a change up in the meta because the tank artillery meta started to take hold in our communities after the changes to BBG. The next thing after the tank artillery meta was whoever gets to fascism faster than their opponents. So the players started to put more importance, for example, whoever's gonna get Colosseum, whoever's gonna get more theater squares next to their wonders, whoever's gonna get, like the culture necessary to hit that fascism competitively, to hit it at the correct moment in time. And it is so unbelievably inspiring to see how the players start to think over a span of 100 turns instead of only the next 10 turns or the next 20 turns. It is amazing. I always, when I see this happening, it is making me feel respect about the players. It's something that needs to be talked about.
Sorry, I'm just like looking at this chat that's going on the screen here. I feel so bad. The connection issues, always complication. And, sometimes it does just boil down to just like you said, like a storm, an outage. I mean, he's playing at a university. I assume that, and, sometimes they don't, just because of the bandwidth issues and things like that. I mean, I remember it was many years ago, but even when I was in law school, I would always have connection issues at school, just randomly go out for whatever reason.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, yesterday we played for 10 hours, no problems from him. Today he has problems, and it's not the game, it's just his internet. He was dropping from Discord at the same time as dropping from the game, unfortunately. I don't know, maybe they can get another player to play instead of him, but I don't know. That's not a decision that I make. It's their own decision, or the tournament director's decision.
Yeah. I'm going to excuse myself very briefly just to grab a sip of a drink. I will be right back. Cool.
Yeah, thank you, no problem. So Big Z, good evening, sir, and welcome. Also, Mosi, good evening, sir. I guess I get to catch up with the stream chat here. Bubbleship, good Abend, and thank you very much for stopping by. 150, 24 turns. Is the sub goal gonna change at one point? Man, yes, I guess I should change. I don't know. I didn't. I was so excited yesterday. You guys helped me get that, and I don't know what to do here. Hey, Polush, bonsoir, bienvenue. Paying game. Yeah, this is. I don't know. I hope he's gonna survive. As in, we're gonna get to the next one properly. Let's see. Okay, let's go. I did change it. Okay, there we go.
I'm back, by the way. Oh my god, that's how quickly it was. I just knew I needed to get something to drink very quickly.
Oh, there we go. Cool. I
Do you need
always,
a reminder to hydrate?
always on my stream streaming time over here, I do try to have water next to me. And even I have to say this, I changed from big bottles of water to small bottles of water because I don't want to use a 2 liter to drink from when I'm on the stream. Look at that, streaming changing lives over here. What can I say? It happens. I need to wait to see what they're gonna do here, but I do see on we can talk a bit about what's going on in the game and their moves. Actually, this might be an interesting opportunity to talk about the player strategies and the different openings. We do have massive preserve placements here from the cities of BullMoose, 3 of them. Look at that. Baltimore to the south, he's gonna get that culture going. He's gonna get some science. We got Philadelphia with quite a bit of culture. Okay, on the other side, opening of Vietnam is full tons. He's getting 3 encampments next to each other. Of course, those tons are gonna give him extra culture. Look at that, +4 from one, +2 from this one probably, and +2 over here. I have to point this out, by the way. The first time he's connecting, he's checking the pings for all of the players, and if he has 0 ping to one player, he's gonna reconnect. That's why he's disconnecting and reconnecting. It's just to point that out. On the other side, we got a holy site opening here with Byzantium going for his crusade ability and so on.
And they get an adjacency bonus from trees too, so pretty good. I mean, what would really help it is when it's time just to get one of those proper wonders.
Let's see how he's gonna do here. I am actually honestly, I would thinking of Glayd's option when he's gonna find about Spain's location. I don't think he knows about it. Let me actually double check. Okay, so he knows about Barcelona. He can go through here. He knows this is full sea. He will probably try to scout a little bit to the west here, and if he will figure out that Spain is going to be on a peninsula stuck there, he might choose to go for embarking those tagmas and going against Spain. Spain is not going to see this coming. Like, this is tagmas in the water, even if he does have a galley over here, might come against him without prior notice. And this is going to be very tough for Spain to handle. It's easy to defend the one-tile choke, not as easy to defend tagmas coming out of the sea like that.
Here we go. Looks like we're back in action.
Okay, let's go. Oh man, okay. This is, one of those moments in which it's extremely challenging for the casters, not the players. The casters. They need to keep carrying the stream somehow.
Well, I was actually going to ask you if it was still going to be going on, because you'd asked me about who I love to play as, and I realized I never asked you who you love to play as, or what leader you love to play.
I mean, I went through a few different ones actually. At the beginning, I was really enjoying Rome, for example. I was really enjoying some like Cree, and then I started enjoying more Persia. And then the big boom of the changing of the meta with the entering of the ages, the golden ages options and so on, monumentality started to catch on, and I started loving civs that have monumental, bonuses in faith. So anything like Khmer, like Tamar, like anything, India, anything that was with bonuses in the faith was amazing. Russia and so on. And then I settled down because we had quite a few nerfs in the monumentality area. We went from 30 discount to 10 discount in the because it was a bit too much over there. You could generate too much faith, and that faith turned into too many settlers and builders. So it was decided that we need to take that out. Okay, I mean, I understand that. It was a sad day, though. I do have to point out. It was a sad day. I still feel a bit of a, melancholy over that period. Not sure. Now it's all about what's happening in the game. I'm not so sure I have one of those like go-to civilizations. It's more like, okay, what do I need to do? And if I do have experience to pull it off. Like I like the Greece's, amazing civilizations for that extra card. And I like Persia. Basically, that stuck as a mainstay. Also, I like Rome. That's it. Anything else is just situational. Like, and most of the time I do play in teamers, so it's what the team needs. I'm gonna do. I do have to point out.
Really good weapon.
I have zero experience in Sweden. Like this is like my zero experience civilization. Never played it. It's like out of the whole Liverpool, Sweden is not the civilization that I have ever played. Not that I didn't want to. It just didn't ever come up as a role that I would need to fill.
I'm going to tell you a very funny story. I think I could tell it quickly before we lose too much of the game action. But a very funny situation is that her perk for the open air museums is that her like artifacts and great works and things like that theme automatically. Is it just great works or is it the artifacts too? I don't quite remember, but
I think it's everything that you put into those. Wait, let me see. It's it doesn't say here, Christina, right? Buildings with at least 3 great work slots and wonders with at least 2 great work slots are automatically themed. So it doesn't matter when you just fill the slots.
It was hilarious to me because I took that to mean that all it meant is that, you know how you do a little organization thing in order to theme? I was like, that doesn't mean anything. What it actually means is that it doesn't matter, because like when you do this, you have to have like, if it's artifacts, it's from the same time period, but 3 different civilizations, something like that. No, it just meant that you can have them all 3 from the same civilization, and it's still going to be themed. But I didn't realize that until I had been playing Civilization for like probably a year and a half. Like,
it happens.
So I was like, this is a terrible perk. Like, why would anybody ever play as Christina? And then when I figured that out, I was like, oh, this is an excellent perk.
It totally changed your opinion of it. It does indeed happen. And I do have to also point out the diplomatic victory in multiplayer is much more common than you actually think, and you're gonna see the players prepare for it and try to snatch the wonders away from each other from the beginning. And right now, talking about this, I see Czozp putting down Oracle. It gives you those extra points for great people of the district that you have in your city that you have Oracle in. So basically, if you couple that with Christina's bonus of gaining 50 diplomatic favor when earning a great person, Czozp can earn a lot of diplo favor by just plain recruiting people right now. So he's trying to get this Oracle. He's trying probably to put Magnus in. He's gonna chop it, and he's gonna get the choice for another district, we're gonna need to see if it's gonna be a theater square, if it's gonna be a campus, and so on and so forth. I do think in this particular situation he's probably gonna go for a pen, brush, and voice. And the most powerful pen, brush, and voice that you can have is you getting a lot of campuses and coupling those with the bonuses that you're gonna get from pen, brush, the extra culture that you get from the districts with some gold. Also, on the Diplo victory side, a major change that has happened in BBG, they opened up the option in every World Congress to vote for whoever gets the points, the extra 2 points. So everyone will want to get more Diplo favor points so they can vote for the Diplo victory
job.
points.
Well, thank you so much for coming by. I see it now. Masaka Joker. Thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate having you here. Sorry, I was just saying some hello to someone on the stream here. I meant to mute when I did that, so my apologies.
No worries, no worries. You do you. It's all fine. If you guys don't know, by the way, LumBA3go is streaming right now. I have been doing quite a few notifications over there. If you want to go and follow her and see it at the same time as my stream, please do so. On the other
Thanks
side.
again for inviting me to stream with you. Okay, all right, sorry. All right, back to the games.
We do have a few more pantheons here. We got GodOfChickens coming up from Iran, from Gauls, and he's also going to open up with Magnus, probably going internals here. And I see him preparing for that Oppidum. Look at this Oppidum, +6 Oppidum to the northwest of Aduatuca. The Oppidums are the replacement industrial zones, unique to Gauls, and they do get a +2 adjacency extra from each of the military resources, the strategic resources or quarries around them. So it's +6 over here, and we got another plus from here.
And if I recall correctly, they function sort of as an encampment, or at least in terms of like having defensive.
So you can get
really
more. That's that is exactly how they function. It is amazing, by the way. At the same time, it does force the Gauls to go for higher population because he's gonna need science, he's gonna also need culture, he's gonna need to get some gold somehow, and all of those are not gonna be easy to come by because of the population limit on his cities. He needs to somehow get probably audience chamber for higher population and so on. I also noticed God of War and Plunder got picked by Persia. And I have to point out that Persia's gameplay does revolve around getting those internal trade routes. He's establishing Magnus. He's already with one trader going towards that city. He's getting more culture, more gold, more population, more food, and more production. And he wants to be competitive when it comes to the great merchant scene. The great merchants, of course, are only going to get acquired if you have commercials, so you have to he's going to probably spam out those commercials and get extra points for the great merchants because of God of War and Plunder Pantheon. It's 1 extra per commercial. Let's see Gorgo here. Gorgo was another one of the civilizations that could have ideally went for Oracle because he also gets quite a bit of bonuses about culture. So for culture, for his from his Acropolises and so on and so forth, he really needs a lot of points. Ouroborous here did not choose to challenge that, and this might be a mistake they might not recover from. We're gonna need to see if Sweden over there is gonna try to go as fast as possible for that victory condition. And look at that, he's already 2 turns away from Oracle. I think we just went 2 extra. What is this? I see an arrow here. This is not my arrow. I don't know what this is. Anyway, probably a bug. We do have Czozp probably chopping next turn Oracle, so he guarantees he's gonna get it. And honestly, he wanted to chop this anyway for the campus spot. He has +3 over here and a +2 over here if he just couples them.
I'm just like looking at this number here, Basil's faith output, and we sort of get that other cities aren't really playing the faith. But the collected. Okay, all right. So the output is the other screen that you just showed me, right? That's the
the 21. Okay. But I mean, he banked
still,
up
like,
so much.
light years higher. Yeah. That's terrifying. I mean, again, if you can really, I mean, what's that's really going to hinge on for Basil? Not really, but like one of the things that could be very beneficial is when the making sure you hit the arrow score, because you can get that golden age where you can just buy builders and settlers with that. I mean, that's a great strategy.
Exactly. look what he's doing. He's getting more settlers built right now. He did manage to get Earth Early Empire.
Capitalizing on that faith, right? Because once he settles those cities, they're all going to have that same Pantheon bonus, right?
Yeah. And he's going to be like 6 cities very fast here. That's the idea. He's getting having 215, 214 faith right now in the bank, 3 turns away would put him on around 250 something, 260 when he's gonna hit that monumentality. That means he can buy around 2 settlers or a settler and 2 builders.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of settlers, a lot of cities so fast coming up in the next expansion phase.
Well, and he has a great amount of land here to be able to take advantage of that as well. With it's really relatively uncontested. Like, I mean, there's Spain up there, but like even as we sort of talked about, like these mountains and things like that, like it's gonna make it so tough.
And you said that this is scary. Like, this is scary for anything that is going to be next to him. Even if it's through the water. I mean, what's Spain going to do here? Even if we're talking about straight up only defending Barcelona, I do want to say something. You see this land over here? Well, Barcelona can only defend from 2 tiles, right? This one, the 2-2, and this one, the 2-2, that can attack onto where the slinger sits. If Basil wants to come against this city, he can place units all the way around in a semicircle to attack that 1 tile on Barcelona. Well, I guess except this one, except 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2. And the one in the middle. Depends if he's gonna chop this 2-2 or not. We're gonna have to see if he chops the 2-2 because that's extra elevation and something. These tiles will just give support bonus to the unit that's standing over here next to Barcelona. If he gets the Crusade ability, if he gets the Tagma also to bump against the city center with full strength, I mean, what's gonna stop him? Walls are not gonna stop him. Like, even if he doesn't have Crusade, he can just put catapults over here on these tiles to the north, and Barcelona will not get the opportunity to do anything about it.
Well, and we talked about too is if I recall correctly, it's his neighbor to the north is an ally. So
wait. No, like, that was my mistake, by the way. This is his opponent also. Czozp is his opponent. That was my bad at the beginning. So Spain has only enemies around him, except the west. Like the west is friendly. He can settle cities here. And he's probably gonna settle cities there. But yeah, I did make a mistake at the beginning saying that Czozp is Spain's ally. He's not.
Oh, I've been mentioning Basil's ally there too. So if they just wanted to go joint on there, so that would be.
Oh, I can only imagine Voichiens, you know, those elephants of Vietnam.
Oh, they're so strong. I love that. That's probably one of my favorite special units in the whole game. Like,
yeah. Move,
catapults
shoot, move.
are fun just because they're funny. Or trebuchets, sorry, because it's fun to say. But I just love the elephants, the little noise that they do as well. But they're so strong, and I feel like they come in at a very, very pivotal point in the game as well. So they can really make a difference a lot of times.
Yeah, indeed. And I've seen a lot. I've seen them bring down enemies, but I've seen also the opposite. Them not managing to do anything, and unfortunately got taken out. Happened last week. Somebody extremely experienced defending against Vietnam did show what can happen, what can be done about Vietnam attacks. It's amazing, you know, about what you were saying earlier. The players just need a bit of time to understand what they need to properly do against the civilization, and when they nail that timing, it's like all over. Like they're gonna do it over and over again until they everybody's gonna try to get another meta.
Well, and I actually didn't think about this. We're looking at Vietnam right now, and I was thinking, okay, that's a pretty good strategy for because you want to get those adjacencies there from where you're building the special district, whatever it's called, the encampment replacement. But
tons. Yeah.
But what we saw right there, I just saw that it's built as kind of like a wall that's protecting the capital as well, and just like in very close distance there, which obviously that makes sense. But when I was thinking about the rationale and the reason that you're doing something like that, I'm just like, like now that's like another thing that they have to navigate around. So the player who did that was very thoughtful in the way that they sort of put that together, because they could have settled to the north or to the east or something like that, but the way they chose to do it was very specifically coordinated to take advantage of that like sort of
the extra culture that you get and the blocking. Yeah, indeed, both of them are choices over here for Vietnam, and you're gonna see this over and over again. Vietnam's gameplay does revolve around getting as many tons together as possible, and the districts next to the tons. So I'm expecting him to place another city probably here somewhere or here. To get a 2-2 base, and then he's gonna place another ton, and then he's gonna start putting around those tons government plaza, commercials, maybe some theater square districts, and so on and so forth, so they can max out their culture output. This is gonna be probably a +10, +14 culture ton when he's gonna finish with it.
Well, and so it's interesting here because this player is very focused on settling cities.
Yeah.
But the I feel like 9. That's like kind of like a lot of turns, right? They and you have the one settler out, which is good. But I guess I am slightly worried that maybe they need to invest more in military, right? Or what do you think? I see the scout, I see the warrior, and although maybe they think Basil to the south is going to protect them.
It's that's one of the things that happens on the Highlands map, and it's a different development of the empires because of the extra distance that you get between your opponent and yourself. Even your allies are kind of far away from you. Most of the time on Pangea, though, oh my god, yes, I tend to agree with you. I've seen so many games in which the players got surprised made like you said, Pikachu faces because their opponents came against them with like horses and generals and so on, and they had slingers. And I mean, come on, bro, like everybody's has the same information, right? On top over here, you can see the military strength. Like, if you see somebody with 200 military, what do you think that is? And he's his neighbor. Why do you think he has 200 military? Yeah. Anyway, I do see the Gauls did manage to get four cities, and
I noticed that as well.
He's putting down those oppidums here, a +4 in the capital, another +6 here in Bibrax, Ratumakos with another one over here. This is going to be only a +3 when he's going to finish with it. It's a +2 now, but he needs to get another mine to make it a +3.
Well, and the mines are also really interesting too, because don't they offer the culture bombs, which really just grants free tiles. They don't have to spend the money on those tiles that they might have to otherwise, or wait for the growth, which can take forever.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the gold difference, by the way. I think we're gonna go for a relobby or something. Look at the gold growth or acquirement. Actually, it's 355.14 versus 412.514. Belgium is ahead with like 6 gold right now at the beginning. We're gonna need to watch what they're gonna get when they're gonna put their commercials, whoever's gonna go for the harbors and so on. And we do need to relobby to try to fix his these things, whatever they're called. Yeah, these things.
Can you tell they're very invested in this game? They're really like, I mean, it's not like a normal, just like, tired of trying to make it work. I'm gonna go to sleep or whatever you're gonna do next, right? Oh, that's tough. I feel bad.
I mean,
just because we've all had those issues before, I mean, computer issues, technical issues, things like that. So.
Yeah, especially when it's not your fault, it's like the hardest decision that you can make. As in, it's not the player's fault; it's his internet, or it's something that happens like once a year or something, like the odd one. It's so problematic. I'm also, I guess we. In the multiplayer scene, in our own little universe over here, we have gone through a lot of these stages because we were extremely, and I have to say this, extremely, how do you call it when you really want to do something and you don't, hard-headed, I think, hard-headed. We wanted to play with everybody in the world, and we didn't let anything stop us, like it was like, okay, sure, we got players from India, from China, from Australia, from America, from Brazil, from I don't know, even the Arctic, the North Pole or somewhere, all in the same lobby.
It's such a global game too that it would not surprise me if like somebody who's using like satellite internet who like happens to have one of like whatever connection they have in like the Arctic Circle because they're doing some mission out there.
Yeah.
Is staying up late at night on their mission in periods of boredom and like playing Civ. You know what I mean?
I know. Can you imagine playing with a player and he's like pausing at some point? Oh, let me count the seals for a little while because I lost count. Or let me see the penguins. What are they doing?
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, a while back, like Mark Zuckerberg had a post of him, and this is like one of the like, love him or hate him, I would say probably built one of the most influential products of probably the most influential product of, the last 30 years, 20 years, maybe something like that. And he's a Civ player, and he's teaching his kid how to play Civ. And you just think about like how global it is as far as that goes. I thought that was just so neat. Apparently, I mean, I wasn't there. I didn't like. This is something someone relayed to me, but about an interview where he actually said that he goes on Twitch and watches Twitch streamers play Civ sometimes, to play and be better at it. So I just find it so funny because it's like any one of us may have just had Mark Zuckerberg watching our stream one day. He could be watching right now. Feel free to say hello if you are Mr. Zuckerberg.
Oh no. He's gonna pop out as his alter ego over here. I'm pretty sure he's not watching us with his own name.
Right, and I always think of that as being hilarious as well. I got a new follower. Thank you so much, Mike Man. I really appreciate you coming by. But I always think about that too because I use Reddit a lot, and I know that I've read that Bill Gates participates in the Reddit Secret Santa every year. So there's somebody on the planet who does this Reddit Secret Santa, and they give a gift to a stranger and they receive a gift from a stranger, and somebody is sending a gift to Bill Gates and has no idea, and somebody is receiving a gift from Bill Gates and has no idea.
Nice. That's so cool.
I did it one year, and I mentioned that I love the show BoJack Horseman. It's a Netflix show, and that I love stand-up comedy and like memoirs about stand-up comedians. And it was so lovely. The person sent me a BoJack Horseman tank top and a book about Steve Martin, or his Born Standing Up is I think the name of his autobiography. And I just thought that was so cool, like because you never know what to expect. It was like, what a thoughtful gift from a complete stranger, just because that's how connected we are in the world. You know what I mean?
And just the idea of receiving, you give gifts to strangers and then you receive gifts from strangers takes the whole level of Santa amazingly high,
Anyway,
so
I just
cool.
thought I'd share that cool anecdote about celebrities. They're just like us.
They are. I mean, they're people. What can I say? Everybody's,
There's this actor that I've been following that he was in the show called Midnight Mass. It was on Netflix. It was a miniseries. It was about vampires. Very cool though. I hope that's not a spoiler. I feel like it's pretty early on. That's what it's about. But if nobody's watched it, then it is very good. But it turns out he's really into games and video games and stuff like that. So I follow him on Twitter now, and he's hilarious. Like, you're just like, I probably played his game. What is his name? It's I want to say it's like Rahul something. Is this him? Rahul Kohli? That sounds. Yes. Yeah, Rahul Kohli is his name. And he's like, recent tweets have all been about Elden Ring, things like that. Anyway, I also read
this
that
game is starting to get so much of the scene over here. I have to say that we actually felt the pressure of players moving to Elden Ring and then coming back, and the viewers.
Oh,
and so
really?
Yeah. It's starting to be a real thing. I mean, personally, I like the graphics. I don't think I actually would enjoy the gameplay, but I can understand why you would watch that. I was watching. A streamer yesterday trying to do one of the late game missions. Like, he was in front of a boss, and he kept on dying, and he was like, okay, I need to do this, and it was unbelievable. He was pre-programming his own moves in such a way that he can find out that the correct keyboard sequence to get the win.
Oh wow, the macros, right?
Yeah,
They call it when you program something. Yeah,
yeah,
wow.
but he was doing it by with his mind. He wasn't really programming his or the other than just knowing that, okay, I need to be left here, I need to take a right there, I need to press this, I need to avoid, I need to attack, I need to do this and this and this.
That's fascinating. I mean, there's just so much. I don't know. Just so much culture. I mean, my boyfriend's very interested in the speed runs. He doesn't do it or anything, but like we watch those videos because they're just so entertaining, right? Just watching people and just seeing how they play games. My favorite though is there's a series that has the developers of the games that watch the speed runs, and you always hear things that are just like, well, we spent 2 months trying to get that environment that guy just skipped like together. It took us 2 months to get that set just the way it's supposed to go, and they just skipped completely over it. Very funny though.
I remember there was 12 years ago, or more actually, 13 or 14 years ago, I worked for a few months at QA, like a quality assurance for Gameloft. And the first test that they made me do was break a level.
That's fantastic.
That's how you would have gotten hired over there. You had to go through a map with like a first-person shooter, and you had to find where it breaks, like where does the map break. And I spent like, I don't know, 20 minutes or something just hitting walls all over the place to see where it breaks. And at some point I just managed to find a way out of the map. I was just outside the map. I found a window, like a wall of half a meter or something that was there visually but was not there physically.
And it is funny. I mean, it's like they do so much QA and they have entire teams dedicated to doing this, and then when it actually comes to practice, it's like you just can't QA a game with a small sample population the same way when you release it to hundreds of thousands of people. You're gonna find every single thing that's wrong with your game.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully we can catch most of the big stuff, but then it just I mean
sometimes it just gets through.
Like, oh, this game is broken. I'm just like, yeah, I mean, that's what you get when you have hundreds of thousands of people playing as opposed to the 40 people that you hired. I don't know how many people.
Even if they play like all day long, 24/7 for the period, they're just not gonna make up for all of the other people that will play the game. It's, I mean, this tends to be another reaction. Thank you for pointing this out. We're gonna fix it. That's it. That's the only reaction you have to do. Thank you for pointing this out. We're gonna fix it. Boom, update.
Right.
That's how it is. I think the frustration mostly comes when this doesn't happen, when there are obvious problems in the game and the developer doesn't want to spend more time into improving or fixing that, or it doesn't call it out as a major factor of change. Yeah, that's usually when the players do get frustrated with the developers, as far as I've seen.
Yeah, and it has to be difficult too, because there are like prioritization and things like that. The bug that you as a player think is most important maybe isn't as important as the memory leak that's like affecting like half the player base or something like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, so yeah, for sure.
It's got to be complex. I mean, a lot of this comes from the fact that my boyfriend is a web developer, web app developer, and he's very talented and very smart. And it's just kind of the same thing for games, although games are built differently, obviously. But a lot of this technical stuff is just like running programs and widgets and things like that just like, you can do everything right, and sometimes things will still find a way to go wrong. It's complicated. I have a lot of respect for the work that they do, and I try to be very empathetic of that too. So like when I review games and things like that, I do try to take into consideration like how stretched were they like for this, and like I not in the sense that like if it's like you want to be honest about the feedback. Say like, well, I didn't like X, Y, and Z aspect of the game. but also not being harshly critical if it's not like a massive budget release with like tons of lead ups, tons of time. You know, if it's just an indie developer, like I'm not gonna harp on them because like this one stage I wanted to play had like a tiny glitch, you know.
Yeah, and some of the games, even on big development, they just don't have in their project management. They don't have funds for after the game, like you know, like keeping engineers on call every time, or keeping somebody that can fix that in a proper order. It just happens. I mean, this is how the business works, right? You know, some developers want to keep on doing updates to the game. Some developers just put it out there and, you know, leave it. Okay, we're moving on. You know, we're getting the next version, or we're getting the next next game, or we're gonna move away from doing this. It happens. I don't think everybody's perfect.
It's a tough business, and I mean, I think that like sometimes it does take a lot of heat, because you know, like you and I are pretty friendly. I would say. I mean, your stream can be the judge of that, but I like to believe I'm a straight up friendly person. So if there's like an issue with the game, like you know, and I do want to comment on the developer, I'll just say like, hey, just wanted to inform you of a glitch that I found or something like that. If it's like worth pointing out, very kind. But sometimes people will just rail. They'll send like long bullet point lists of things that they want, demands change. That's why I say, oh, this is a dead game. This game's terrible. And they're like still playing it like hundreds of hours a day or a month. Like it's just like, I mean, I get your frustration. I don't want to discount it, but like, also I think it's important to keep in mind that like the experience of like a hardcore player is still going to be different from the experience from an average player. So maybe it's not really in the best interest for you to just like tell everybody what a terrible game this is if you're encountering problems that are very, very specific to you and your playstyle. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Oh, I can't kill everybody. I mean, you're not supposed to.
No, I mean, I think about this stuff. I love games, obviously. We all do. We wouldn't be here if we didn't. So I try to, but I do have a lot of empathy for the developers because it's very complicated. Like, any kind of development is notorious complex. Like I can barely even get my OBS working half the time. Like I don't know how you make a game work, you know.
I do want to point out, talking about hours spent in the game and complaining. I just saw we have one of the players that actually has an extreme amount of hours in our lobbies right now, and I put it up on the screen. I don't know if you see the screen here.
Let me see. I'm looking on my own. I'm not going to pull it up.
Okay. So it's 17,207 hours on record in Civilization 6.
I buy that. Like, I mean, I put in several thousand hours over like the course of the year of the pandemic. So, I mean, if this is your main game, the one that you always come back to, I know, right? I buy it.
Like his next game is like 100 hours, and that's it. And that was Humankind, you know.
Crusader Kings, 5 hours on that. That's probably not as much time as I had. I mean, I enjoyed it, but I mean, I just like loved Sid. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, same.
Wait, 17,000 hours and only 107 achievements? This is suspect. No, I'm just joking. Obviously, not everybody's an achievement chaser. That's pretty funny, though.
Yeah, this is Swissy, and he's been very active actually, most of the time in our community when it comes to his comments on the game and so on and so forth. But I guess not all of his opinions are so popular, and so it happens.
And I think that's important too. I mean, I feel like nobody should ever feel like they can't voice an unpopular opinion about a game, because sometimes the best ideas come from things like that. I mean, Brandon was just telling me today about, I forget what studio he said it was, but there was a janitor who was just like, "What are you working on?" And the person was like, "Oh, it's like a shooter." I don't remember what game it was, but then the person was like, "Oh, I used to love playing Unreal Tournament and things like that." And I said, "Oh, well, let me show you what we're working on." And he was like, had a comment about some of the gunplay in the game or something.
Yeah.
And this is just a random person, and the developer actually took that feedback to heart and made a change based on what this janitor had said, right?
If you did say a good thing, I mean, why not?
Yeah.
It makes a difference.
Exactly. And I think that seeing things in the same like way that other people, like not the same way that other people see them, is also very important, right? Because everything's going to have pluses and cons. Every balance patch, every let's say we try to make one thing I remember they did is they made in the base Civ game is that tiles got breathtaking tiles for that Pantheon got the 2 faith, and they reduced it down to 1 in the last patch. And it's like some people were like, why would you do that? And other people were like, you know, oh, this actually makes sense. It's too powerful, right?
Yeah.
Which honestly, you can see in this game how powerful that would have actually been with Basil.
Yeah. I think River Goddess. You're talking about River Goddess. Yeah.
But anyway, it's and it's important. Like, again, just like I don't want to say catering; it's the wrong word, but like looking at the different play styles and trying to sort of find ways to keep it interesting. I mean, I love the Civ like base games, and I don't always play with like the additional modifiers, the heroes and legends and things like that. I don't have anything against it. I just like really want to be good at the base game, right? Like the core mechanics of the game.
I really like social societies, though. I mean, honestly, if it would be up to me, I would play all the time with secret societies. But this is an unpopular opinion. Like they say, you know what? It took us so long to balance this out, like just a normal game. We're not gonna handle secret societies. We're not gonna do that. And I get it, you know.
Yeah, and I would imagine that part of the point of that is that it's supposed to be, well, like not unbalanced. It's like kind of the wrong word.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, exactly. Like they're just amplifiers, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, and I love that exists, and I love that you can play on Settler if you're really struggling, if you're a child maybe, or just you're just not like you just are that your skill level. You don't play games, and this is your first one, all the way to Deity, which is in my opinion very complex, very challenging. Not complex. Complex might be the wrong word because once you learn what the AI does, you can sort of handle it a little bit better. Yeah. But if you're getting clobbered because you have 3 enemy civs all around you, like, I mean, that's what you got to fight.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. It's and we see that in the multiplayer scene as well. You know, there are some players that are enjoying the war more than they're enjoying anything else, and you see the players having the same reaction to them like you had with Basil spawning next to you. Like, oh no, I'm gonna have him as a neighbor. You know, like that.
Yeah, and if you don't have those tokens, and there's nothing that you can do about it, like in terms of like, and also we mentioned that sometimes the reroll is worse than the original.
Exactly. Yeah, but I do have to point out in the normal games, like in FFAs and so on, there are amazing people to play with as well. They're gonna stick to their words. They're gonna try to help you out as much as possible. You're gonna end up with different situations in which you wouldn't expect some help, from a stranger, and so on. It's unbelievable how much diplomacy plays its part in the normal FFAs. It looks like they're trying to find a substitute for Czozp, and it also looks like the only sub that they could find is like coming up in 30 minutes, and they're trying to find others and trying to fix Czozp in the meantime. So hopefully we're gonna get
it's too bad because it's middle of the night in China right now, so
that's
or like it's very early in the morning, so
that is the problem. Well, I have to say, even in Belgium, it's 11 right now. It's starting to be night as well. It's just 1 more hour until midnight.
Wait, where? I'm sorry, I missed what you said there. Belgium? Oh yeah.
GMT +1.
Yeah, but I mean, if you play Civ, like you're used to 2-3 a.m. nights. So I'm just joking.
No,
I mean I am.
One more turn, Have you seen the CCC, by the way? Have you seen what's going on with the CCC, or do you know about the CCC?
I know about CCC, but is there something new that I may have missed, or was there something specific? Because I do know about it, but
okay. I mean, it's fine if you do know about it. It's fine. It's just the next week will be full of it. We're gonna have like 3 days of non-stop plays, and honestly, I'm thinking how we're gonna handle all of that, because we just found out that like the registration is coming to a close right now, and we have 20 teams with at least 12 players each. There are teams that have 20 players. There are teams that are amazing with the number count.
Wow.
It's like, let me actually put it up on the screen so you can see. I keep on scrolling on through these rosters, and it's like never ending. So starting from the top here, we got the KC clan with like a full height of players. I don't know, 30 or something, and the message at the bottom says more to follow. What do you mean more to follow? Like, what is this? Then we got the CVFR clan, the Barking Cats with probably 20 players here. And the Zog clan showing up again, very nice. Speaker with a second Zog clan, or Hawk, Heroes of something. I don't know what hockey means, honestly. Then we got the cars, again 20 players. A clan that did not put up their.
Sorry, I don't have his Discord thing up, so I don't feel like my stream may not have a context for what we're talking. But he's going through how long these lists of confirmed players are, and they are long.
Yeah, this is like. I'm sorry. I have this. I'm talking about this. This is just fascinating to me because they're like. I think we just broke our previous record of 300 plus players. 300 players actually. It was 300 on the dot last time in our similar competition, and I think we're at around 350. But we need somebody to actually, count them up. We didn't get to count them up yet. It's. To put it in context, we were worried because we had a lot of people telling us that, like the multiplayer scene is starting to die down. Like we were saying, like this game is dead. Like there's no more updates for a long time and so on. And then boom, we had 300 plus players. So we're like, what? Like, look how many players want to play, but they want to play competitive. They want to be not only entertained, but they also want to say that, oh look, I can actually get an achievement out of playing so many hours in Civ,
No, I was gonna mention. I mean, it's like dead game, but like games have. All right, I went over to an apartment with a friend the other night to see her two friends, and they were two Russian men living in the United States, and one of them was playing the game Heroes of Might and Magic.
Oh.
Which
is 2, 3, 4? Which one?
Yeah, I think it was I don't even think it was 3. I think he just like wanted to emulate one of the old.
Oh my god, that was the best one. The second one was the best one.
Maybe it was the second one, but he was just these are old games and they still have player bases that are excited about them. Like, right? I asked her too. I was like, "What else are you playing?" She's like, "I just like this game." Like, so it was just really funny, and he's like, "Yeah," and I got my roommate to start playing too. It's like, this is how it works, right? I mean, if something's fun. I mean, that's why retro games still have like a lot of appeal, like retro console games, things like that. So, their whole things and finding new ways to play, I think, is also part of it, which is something Civilization excels in. But and I mean, I know that the Civ 5 community is still very active.
It is.
Right?
It is. Our community founder here, Kanak, did also found Civ 2, Civ 3, Civ 4 communities and Civ 5 communities, and he tried to keep them up as much as possible. He still has and is in contact with a lot of the admins, administrators from those multiplayer communities, but it is at the same time I haven't seen them on Discord as much as I've seen the Civ 6 communities start to pop up. And I have to say this, I think without Discord we would have had a totally different multiplayer scene, as in much lower, much less impactful. Discord brought together so many gamers from around the world into one single platform.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I really like, I don't know if we really give Discord the same. I mean, we do in the gaming space, but like in the broader, community, like I tell my friends, I'm just like, and they don't even play. And I all right, how do I say this? Like, I'm well aware that Discord is not only made for people who want to play video games, even though that's like the heart of the community. But I tell my friends who are in very different fields, filmmaking, things like that, I'm just like, you should get on Discord. It's such an easy way to connect with people. Like, start your Discord. My friends just started a Discord for his podcast. I was like, yeah, like, you know, once people are done listening to your podcast, like, you can send them to Facebook, but I barely even use Facebook. So what are you doing? Twitter? Okay, yeah, but that's like not a community. It's very like one to many, right? Whereas like you can have those one-on-one interactions and it just makes sense and you can have those conversations. And you say, you know, for the podcast, what topics do you want us to cover? What guests do you want us to have? And get that real-time feedback, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Real-time feedback is becoming more and more a thing over here, and I mean it has its perks, but it also has its disadvantages. You have to always take everything with a filter and try to see what can be helpful and what is just said because it's, you know, said.
Well, that's you see, that's what mods are for. So
yeah.
I mean, I'm kidding, but I'm sort of not kidding. But yeah, I mean, obviously having very effective mods is very, very helpful.
Just to be clear here, you're talking about moderators and not mods as...
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, moderators, yes. I know, mod means different things, yes. Bots, though, and I guess the Discord space would be the equivalent of, like, the mods, you know, in the game space. The game mods. But yes, moderators to come in and fill you and weed out the sort of junk, right? And it looks like we're back in action. I hope.
We'll see finances crash because we have this when we load back in. He's just gonna rejoin and it's fine. This time, I understand they tried to fix his internet. His hotspot was dying every few minutes from his phone. So what he did was connect the hotspot through iTunes or something like that because he has a Apple. Mobile, and I understand one of the players was saying it is much more stable through that. I don't know, honestly. I don't have an Apple, so I can't really make an informed opinion on this.
It seems to make sense to me because just the way this game is played, because it's probably registering the connection as idle time when you're actually taking a turn, not idle, but like so it makes sense because the iTunes would technically require a continuous connection in order to keep streaming music. So I feel like that sounds like, you know, I'm clearly just making stuff up here, but it sounds like it could make sense to me.
I mean, sure. It also makes sense that Apple wants to use their own software and not some other, you know, other stuff. Anyway, we'll see. Hopefully he's gonna get back in. We're not gonna have these things, and we're actually gonna get more turns in. Maybe we're gonna have a sub in 30 minutes. They were trying to get somebody to sub him in 30 minutes, and I'm pretty sure. Somehow we're gonna get to the end of this game, hopefully. You know.
I hope so. It's a very interesting one in terms of like how it's shaping up here. I'm curious to see what's gonna happen with Spain. I'm excited to
Spain.
See.
Yes.
I mean, because Spain is a powerful, you know, contender in civilization. I mean, you know, most of them are very balanced at this point anyway. But like, I mean, I have a lot of really fun games with Spain. So it'll be interesting how they handle this potential trying to think like fiasco over here from from Basil.
Yeah, I agree. He needs to do something about this. And the only worry I have is about this city placement of Barcelona. I feel like it would have been much better one tile to the south. Even yes, he wouldn't have had that plantation, or he wouldn't have had the early culture. It would have been much safe in terms of just military to put it one tile to the south. But anyway, he made his choice. Now he's gonna have to live with it. So we'll see if it's gonna be how to say, if Byzantium will actually take advantage of the placement of Barcelona or not. At the same time, I do notice he has on the east side over here the ability to actually get quite a few boats. So it's just on him to try to keep this land as visible as possible, so he doesn't get surprised when he's gonna have tagmas swimming through the water. On the other side, of course, we did have. Oh, wait a second. Is this? Oh, this is Ouroborous trying to snatch a trader. Okay, looks like Greece did get a scout on that trader, and this is exactly how in the movies you see those scenes, you know, like there are caravans going through the forest on a road, and they're like they get
bandits.
robbed. Yeah, exactly. This is exactly like in the movies. I do notice Czozp over here has the opportunity to shift enter. Well, I guess shift enter is enforcing his turn. If he forces his turn, the trader will just go on the heavy chariot. We're probably gonna see him try to do that. Let's take a look, cause it's only a few more seconds until we're gonna see this. Yeah, Prince Cosmos just saw where Spain spawned, and he was like, "What is that? What is that land? What? No!" Let's see. Okay, we're gonna go next turn. Come on, next turn. Fingers crossed, everything's gonna be fine here. Oh, sometimes
Crossed. I'm waiting.
I'm waiting too, and it's like, too much. Come on. Okay, it takes time. Like this is one of those moments in which I feel like I should move screens. You know, like go and watch Greece, go and watch BullMoose. I have so many questions about what's happening there. I don't know. Okay, there we go. It's fine. And Czozp did take down that scout. Okay, he didn't even wait for the trader to move. He just attacked him with a heavy chariot. He was like, no. Anyway, okay, so he has Magnus in the capital. He's probably gonna chop that settler next turn, and this turn actually. He does have more settlers coming out, and looks like he is going for a government plaza from his city Nurkömping from the west side here. A bit of a interesting development. I wouldn't have thought he's actually gonna go for a government plaza here, honestly. Doesn't seem like he's gonna get a lot of other bonuses. Usually you want to use your government plaza to
I'm sorry, I'm cracking up because your comment yeah, his internet is stable. He just first moved that guy. LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be
Sorry,
fine.
I just thought that was funny.
Yeah, it is. On the east side, we do have America starting to get that culture going, the faith going, and of course the gold. He did go for Reina first, so all of these unimproved tiles will give him gold as well as all of the other yields. The reason I was wondering about the placement of the grove was because of the lack of production on these tiles. You don't get that much production. Sure, they're gonna be nice when it comes to breathtaking bonuses, but it's just not gonna work. A lot of production. Maybe that's just my worry. I don't know. We'll see when this when his setup will be finished. He probably has something in his mind that we're not seeing.
This mine is pillaged. Did I miss how that happened? Probably natural event, right?
Maybe there was somebody over here. There is a Vietnamese scout to the west, so maybe he did go snatch that away and then ran away. I don't know. It happens. And, little scores. Let's see.
Yeah, well, and pillaging, for BullMoose Teddy is actually very. It's more effective because when you have a pillaged tile, it makes the tiles around it, like it tears them down in terms of like breathtaking, charming, and things like that. So if you were able to pillage a lot of tiles from Teddy, then you would really be able to do a lot of damage in terms of their ability to produce those great yields, which is the reason that you choose this.
Yeah. You know what's the funny thing is Most of the time, Teddy does not improve his tiles. He's just doing like this. He's throwing groves, so he only has to protect groves. And I there was a scene at some point in which a player, Leech, I believe it was going, a well-known streamer for France, was playing Teddy BullMoose, and he has next to him Mapuche with Malon Raiders, right? And Mapuche showed up on his border with like 7 Malon Raiders, and he had nothing to pillage. He just went through the land. There's nothing improved.
I mean,
that was so
strategy
funny.
is a strategy. That is amazing. That's funny.
Yeah. We do have to the south over here, of course, Persia getting more archers. I do have to say this, most of the time you won't see Persia actually get so many archers because the Immortals already have the extra range shot anyway, so it doesn't always make sense to get archers. But anyway, I guess they didn't have iron to spend or something. He's getting up from Plaza, and he's setting up his empire for that commercial. Spamming. I do see he's getting another settler to the east, and of course he's actually a bit behind his opponent here. The goals on the west. Look at those Opidums, +6, +4, +3. He's gonna get this one from Tervana as well. I'm not sure where he's gonna put it though, but still amazing. Oh, actually he can put it here. That's right. That's another +4. Just needs to chop that, and I see more settlers coming out. This is his third expansion phase actually, with 3 more settlers coming out of the cities of the Gauls. So he's not that worried of Persia actually coming against him. Okay, interesting development. On Vietnam, yeah, there we go. We got LittleTu going for that spot. He already put down his government plaza, getting commercials in 0. Look at that, only 1 adjacency commercial over here. This is just a commercial to get the trade routes and get generate the great merchant points. That's it. It's not actually gonna get that many yields from its normal adjacency. And this is, you see how everything is planned around these tons over here?
And that's like really the interesting thing. But the one other thing to keep in mind too is that this leader can only build their districts on a natural feature, I guess is what you'd call it. So you really have to be thoughtful about like where, and they can plant trees earlier than their competitors, but wait, why were they able to build that district there? Or is that what did they just drop there?
Oh, this?
Oh, government plaza. Government plaza. That district doesn't have to be. No, wait. What am I looking at?
This is encampment.
No, that's another time. All right, I'm sorry.
It's
I was confused. I was like a one play, like it only takes 1 turn for government. All right, sorry. Yes. So that's very smart actually. But that one doesn't have to be on natural feature. But every other district that they build will have to be on like a natural fixture. Like this marsh, or
the forest and so on.
Yeah. And I was just saying that for folks who aren't super familiar, because I do understand that Vietnam is it's not more complicated, but if you're not used to understanding how they work, it's a little less straightforward.
Yeah, you might chop yourself out of your own bonuses, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so in that sense, it like kind of, I mean, this is one that I would say probably would take more strategic. Usually you'd really want to be strategic about like where you're placing stuff, but clearly this player has a plan, and it's a good plan. It's working, but it's certainly not one that if you take a long time to make decisions, you'd want to anyway. You'd want to play in a multiplayer game with a turn timer.
yeah, for sure.
Because you really have to be like, okay, I'm gonna chop this, but I don't want to chop this because I'll be able to get the agency from this and all that kind of stuff. So.
I did notice this thing. Vietnam did get a settler to the east side here, and I'm not sure where he's going, but he's being blocked right now by the GodOfChickens scout. I guess, my guess is he wants to go on that one tile lake and get a city there, but it's gonna be a bit weird to get there. We'll see. Hopefully it's gonna be fine, and looks like they might force Czozp to how to say reconnect over here.
Yeah, I guess the issue there is that it's not fresh water, right? There's no fresh water in that area where they're right
that's
there.
That's the issue. I mean, sure. At the same time, you can get some fresh water when you're putting down cities next to mountains. You just aqueduct them, but it's not ideal. He does have another city to the north, another city over here next to the mountains, here next to the banana. But yeah, it's just not ideal overall to play without fresh water, just because of that extra production that instead of spending it to a monument to get culture, you spend it to get housing, and it's just slowing you down so much. I did notice, by the way, BullMoose did manage to jump up to 34 culture with 11 science. And if you take a look, by the way, just as an example, all of the players have less science and more culture. Like there's not one player that has more science than culture at the moment, at the beginning of the 34 turns.
Yeah, definitely. That early game culture really does make a difference. That extra policy card, like being able to get that kickstarted. And I learned that after like a while playing, but like I feel like this instinct is still always just to go for those campuses. But I don't even think, have we even seen many campuses being dropped so far? I don't even really think
I saw one. The first campus of the game is in Stockholm. It's a level. It's a 2 adjacency one. The one we talked about earlier. He's gonna do it.
Yeah.
There we go. And of course, I do see him going for Apadana. He's gonna get a city on the east side. Oh, it looks like he's gonna go for the iron tile, not the tile I said. Okay, I mean iron is fine as well. Looking at Apadana, of course, it can be themed because it does have 2 slots, so that's quite important for Stockholm to get at the beginning of the game. And I'm pretty sure he's gonna chop this tile with Magnus, and he's gonna get that one there probably this turn.
I'm following these strats here for Christina because that was the one that I just tried 2 games recently with and just got clobbered quickly against the AI. It was on DD, but I also think that maybe the first one I was definitely too close to very, very tough. Well, I mean, just positionally, just not great. But the second one, I think I just instigated stuff a little too early and, just didn't have the defenses to back it up. You know what I'm saying?
It does have a very good unique unit, but you actually need to get to it. The
Carolean. It's a challenge.
Yeah, it is.
And it makes sense because theoretically, like you'd play diplomacy. So if your diplomacy game in a player versus AI, you're really trying to send those gifts and be friendly with all the other civilizations early on, if you can be, because there's always going to be someone who wants to be your nemesis. So, but really trying to do as well as you can as far as that goes, really benefits you if you're going for the Diplo victory.
I see we got Acropolis is starting to be spammed out by Greece. He's getting to that moment in time, and he is going to get a lot of culture at the same time with those. Barely on 20 culture right now with 12 science. And didn't put... wait, is this an Acropolis? Yeah, it is an Acropolis. He's getting his audience chamber, so going for the higher population, and he plugged in Moksha with Pingala second here. No Magnus injured for him. And remember when we were talking about Byzantium? When is he gonna get those expansions? Let's see. So he has 1, 2, 3 of these settlers on the way, but he didn't use his monumentality now to buy settlers though. I see him still on 230. Wait, yeah, it's 235. Did he not? Yeah, he did. Okay, let's talk about the Golden Ages. How did they use, or how did they choose this? We got Persia on a pen, brush, and voice Golden Age. 5 cities. He's preparing to get a lot of districts, so he's gonna try to get that extra culture and gold. We got Spanish Empire, same, pen, brush, and voice. Doesn't have a lot of cities though, but now finally he got shipbuilding, so he's gonna go and settle the west side over here on the next to the bananas and the western coast.
And if I recall correctly, that's also the continent split too, right?
Yeah, but look at his opponents. Sweden and Byzantium are just going to keep us some scouts here. They're going to try to stop that.
Yeah, they know. They see the ploy. Yeah. And they also know, I think, that he's probably in a bit of a predicament just location-wise. So.
Yeah. We got Gorgo, pen, brush, and voice. He's already getting a lot of Acropolises, so he's going to get double the culture coming out from those. GodOfChickens, Monumentality, Golden Age. So he did go for Monumentality. He's generating 15 faith a turn, not as the same level as Byzantium, but still it's good. And he's ramping that up with the growth, with the preserves and so on. Now he's gonna start using his production for settlers and probably buying a few builders here and there to improve his, or I mean, maybe get some improvements, not all of them, because you know, bonuses. Mines. If you do want to improve the mines, which is you know the extra production, you might have a problem because mines do tune down the breathtaking appeal, take it down the appeal, lower the appeal. I mean.
And that's why, I mean, that's also a very lovely, you know, civilization leader. You know, the Teddy, which one? BullMoose, yeah. But it's another one that you really have to be thoughtful. Like you can't just go plopping everything down, because if you start building all that kind of stuff, you're really gonna shoot yourself in the foot in terms of being able to take advantage of all those bonuses.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody was asking on my stream about Commander King, by the way. Does someone have Samarkand as far as that settler? It looks like nobody has Samarkand yet, but they do have the ability to get it. Lazawa does have 2 in there, and I guess another 3 have envoys.
Oh yeah, Samarkand could be really good if anybody's struggling
with the gold.
Yeah. I'm gonna excuse myself for just probably 20 seconds. I just
all good.
Yeah, just like feeling a little bit of pain, so I'm just gonna take an Advil very quickly. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let me see. Glayd is going to be in a Monumentality Golden Age. 3 cities. He's placing another one here, and looks like he is going to get the galleys very quickly. He's actually spamming them and chopping them. One thing that I do want to point out, Byzantium does have those Dromos, which are amazing replacement galleys. They do give the galleys 2 shots, 2 range for their shots, and of course they also have, I think, more strength than the base one. Let me see, 10 combat strength against units. That's the big thing. So 20 melee strength, 25 range strength, and 2 range over here for those Byzantium Dromons. I'm pretty sure he's gonna try to get them as soon as possible. There we go. Shipbuilding in 3, theology in 2. So my initial thought with those Stagmas running through the water might actually be a bit wrong, because he's gonna want to focus on the Dromos more. Interesting. I want to see those Dromons on the map. Looking at also Vietnam, we do have him in a Persian voice, and of course he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 possible districts that he's gonna place over here, and of course that turns out to be 20 culture and 10 gold. That's gonna be amazing coming up for Vietnam in the next era. He's on 19 and 15, and he's gonna definitely be a lot more, triple in culture soon enough. Because every one of these districts finished is gonna give more culture to those tons in the middle. The placement of these districts is just so awesome. We do have the goals with a Pen-Russian voice for his Oppidums, and I do see him, there we go, we got him actually getting a settler in the face of, wait, Persia? Really? Are you actually gonna do this, bro? Iran, where is he? Okay, he didn't actually send it anywhere yet. He's just moving there. Okay, this is an unbelievably, I would say, aggressive maneuver from Iran, going against his opponent with a settler so close to him, when we do have Persian with horses, and I guess Gauls have swordsmen, but not that many of them. Okay. We do have also Czozp with Sweden. And he did go for Pen-Russian voice Golden Age. Okay, putting down theater squares. Where did he put down? Okay, over here. It's gonna be a +4. And he still didn't finish his campus. Interesting. I'm expecting him to put another campus from Nürnberg. More settlers going to the south here, and of course he's gonna get another settler to the southeast on that coast. We didn't see yet a settler coming out from Vietnam to go and settle that coast, so they can get the trade routes between those cities on the water. And I'm pretty sure at some point we're gonna see that happening. Hey Kung, hello there, and hello there also Civ Fighter. Talking about who's winning. Well, at the moment we're not sure who's winning. There's gonna be a race for the Diplo, that's 100% sure. We're gonna have Sweden over here try to go for a Diplo victory. He does have the coast, he does have Oracle, he does have a lot of potential to get a Diplo favor. We also have Byzantium that at the moment is gonna try to challenge Spain on the water. We'll see. It's you know, Byzantium on the water with its ability to get crusade over his opponent might be a problem. Also, oh my god, if he's gonna actually take out the religion of Spain, that will be also hard for everybody else.
Fill me in on what I missed here.
What did you miss? Well, I was talking about the Pan-Russian voice on BullMoose, and one thing that I didn't actually show you is look at all of the districts. He placed literally all of the districts around those towns.
Wow, look at that. And that's the way to do it with this.
Yeah,
I mean, this is going to work out very nicely, I would imagine.
Yeah, look at +6, +4, +6. Really?
So it took slightly longer to get there, but the culture is going to be very, very valuable for them. And way that plays out as well. And then they can make use of, like, they could turn all this into chops if they wanted to, all the stuff that's like not in that vicinity, because they don't need to build more districts on it. So they can sort of get accelerate, I guess, their ability to produce units and things like that when the time comes. That's like the one thing, if you start chopping too early and you need to build your military quickly, you can't.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out, because there was somebody on my stream, Kung, that is trying to join games, and he's saying, like, they fill up so fast. I mean, from my perspective, that's good feedback. If you have games filling so fast, that's good feedback. It's good. Oh, the bot not letting you. Ask me on Discord, though. I don't have time right now to spend, but ask me on Discord, and I'm gonna figure out what happens then. What has happened? We do have a bot on CPL that actually goes in and checks if you have Civ 6 in your library of Steam, and because we don't want spammers and people that don't actually have the game to join our community. It's dedicated. So it does need a few rights over there to see the Steam library and so on, the games. Anyway, we're gonna figure that out, Kung, together. Okay, I didn't want to point something else out, and I think this is what you missed. We were talking about the Tagmas, but we didn't talk about Byzantium's ability to use those Dromons against his opponent. And it looks like Glayd is actually going to want to get those out rather than those Tagmas. I see him putting cities on the coast, and I see him also chopping a few of these galleys out. I didn't quite manage to do anything extraordinary against the Spanish fleet, but anyway, I do see Spain actually benefiting from a lot of boats himself, so it's not gonna be easy. The Dromons, the Dromons, that's hard.
It's just nice that you can get that early game card that you put in that accelerates the naval production. So if you are in a situation like that, you can really focus on getting out. Which card is that? Production toward ancient classical naval units, maritime industries. So I feel like that was probably a smart move on their part, just given the position they were in.
Yeah, indeed, and he has quite a few chops here in Nicaea. You can see, or Nicaea, actually, I think it's called. We do have him in Amasia with one single chop, and my only worry with this is I'm not sure why he's keeping the faith in the bank. Most of the time the players will try as much as possible immediately after they get the monumentality to get their return on investment on their holy sites.
I guess the only thing I can guess is maybe there's a great person they're really gunning for. Let me see who that might be.
I don't see.
Or maybe
Yeah, see, that's surprising over here, but I don't know. Maybe he must have a plan somewhere. He's spending more into his builders rather than anything else, so maybe that's what he wants to use. Anyway, we'll see. We're gonna come back to this. I do want to point out about the Dromons, the fact that they do have 2 attacks range, and at the same time you do manage to do more damage against these galleys. They're gonna eat these galleys alive. Like this, it's not even going to be funny what these galleys will actually withstand. We don't need to see how many of them he will get, and we're going to need to also see if Spain will is gonna actually get to defend this. I noticed Spain is trying to get the religion now. He's putting down holy sites, and that actually means he's gonna get the +5 against Byzantium. The Spanish bonus. Let me put it up on the screen. It's Philip II bonus. Let me see. Yeah, Philip II. You do get combat and religious units have a bonus of +5 combat strength against players following another religion. Oh, I see what's happening here. He's actually getting Colosseum. Okay. From Constantinople. Like, really? Okay. He got the Hippodrome, he got the arena. He's actually gonna chop it with Magnus soon enough. Okay. Let's see how fast he's gonna do that. This is actually a bit later Colosseum than we're used to, but definitely it's up there with the fastest ones. This is gonna give him 2 extra culture per city that the Colosseum hits, and he has a 6 range and 2 amenities. Quite important.
Also, I don't want to jinx it, but it seems like I don't know how you say that, Czozp.
Czozp.
But it looks like their iTunes strategy seems to have been effective, not infected. I don't know why.
yeah, it works. It works.
So good deal.
He didn't disconnect yet. Fingers crossed. I do think he has other mods or something that is forcing him to desync every turn. But anyway, hopefully he's going to be fine. Honestly, he is so far away from everybody. He doesn't really need to interact with, the game that much. But if he's going to go to war, we're going to need to relobby for him. I do see Stonehenge also being built in Greece. So he's going to try to get religion here. Athens did get placed in the sands over here in the desert, and he has a hut. Unbelievably, oh my god, he didn't get the hut.
Ooh, you didn't get the hut. You gotta get the hut.
Yeah, you gotta get the hut. Like, this is like the most fun out of the game in the beginning of the turn. The turns, I mean. Oh my. Anyway.
I'm sorry. I'm just checking right here. You have a couple questions about the religion for the status of Basil's religion.
Oh, Basil's religion is crusade with choral music.
Yeah. And that's already okay. So it's a crusade combat near foreign cities, and that's in addition to the bonuses they already get. Okay, that's impressive. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make them very scary, which we already mentioned, but.
Looks like they Czozp wanted to rejoin, and then Belgium team said that they're gonna be 5 minutes anyway. I do want to point out this is actually quite an interesting development. I have to thank the players for being so sportsmanlike here. They do have the patience to wait through the problems and not screaming foul every few seconds. We had issue. We had some, the opposite happening, and it's so stressful for everybody when that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been very nice about it. It sounds like they were looking for subs if this didn't work out. So. Yeah.
I see we got a host here. Elephant Guy just finished streaming another game. He was still in the CWC. He was streaming, let me actually double check. Who was he streaming? Finland versus Brazil, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, Finland versus Brazil. What happened, by the way, Elephant Guy? Can you share what happened in the game? Is he here, or sometimes you just don't get connected with the sound, but oh well. I don't see anything. Pretty sure, blah blah blah. Thank you. What is the food? No, I don't see a result here on the stream. So on the channels, I think you have access to these channels as well in CWC Discord. But whatever, it's fine. Yeah. Does anybody know from my stream? Does anybody know if Finland won or Brazil won in their game, in their matchup? I think it matters if they're gonna go to a third game or not.
I see someone says the Finns, Brazil got bopped.
Okay. So Finns. Man, the Finns, I have to share this. The Finns have been flying under the radar. You know what they did to us? They had a few players coming to CPL. They played a bit, and then they got experience, and then they started their own server with only Finns, and they shared their knowledge with other Finns, and then they showed up, out of the blue, and started bopping everybody left, right, and center in the servers, and we were like, "Where did you come from? Why weren't you playing with us?" I mean, what is this?
That's a fun way to do it for sure.
Yeah.
And that level of camaraderie and sort of like really being community has its benefits. So
yeah, we're gonna give them that. We're gonna give them the props for doing that. It is amazing. And one of the things that I also want to say, even if some of the servers you don't see as many games, there are a lot more servers, Discord servers overall. So the overall scene of the Civ 6 actually got a lot bigger. I would go as far as to say doubled in the last year or more. But it's just not on one single server anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is and a tragedy of a game for them. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Now I'm so curious. I'm sure it was just a big I have like nightmares of necessary wonders getting poached, like that kind of thing. Really difficult starts, all kinds of stuff like that.
Elephant guy, her name is Whitney Mears. She's actually called LumBA3go on the internet over here, and she has been joining us for the next CWC. She is, I think that's the correct timing. Like, she is joining us. Okay. I also noticed Constantinople is gonna get that Colosseum chopped probably next turn. He just needs to get 2 more chops and that's it. He does have them ready to go. It's just a matter of loading into the turn. So we are in a bit of a pause here for a few minutes until the Belgium team comes back. I think they're going to be soon back. Okay,
yeah.
Team Plus.
I feel bad because I got quiet for just a second there. I just
it's good.
I was like, I was ingesting like what's actually going on in the game and what the chat's chatting about here.
Yeah, so good.
I just got a follow from, what does it say? Bigsy. Thank you so much for coming by the stream.
Bigsy.
I hope you're having a lovely day. But yeah, 5-minute pause. I get it. It's all the disconnects. It's been a little bit longer session than I think some people might have been anticipating. So,
oh yeah.
I understand.
Yesterday I was preparing for a few hours of gaming, and then it turned out that we had like 2 games back to back, and we went from a few hours to 10 hours, and I was like, okay. Okay, nice.
I hope it was a very action-packed 10 hours, though. You did say it was a really fun ride, so.
Definitely. 100%. I have to be honest with this, and there were moments in which I just went to the bathroom to slap a few, cold water, a bit of cold water on my face, you know? Because I felt like my eyes were, not with my mind at that moment. Like, my mind was racing, but my eyes were a bit slacking.
Yeah, and I said like I had taken an Advil. It's like I've been smiling this whole time, and I really think it's just causing and my shoulder's been like a little bit. I think I just slept on it wrong, but all that stuff combined, I'm just like, and I said pain, but it's really just like discomfort. I'm just like, I think I have some stiffness in my jaw because I've been smiling this entire 3 hours. So that's it. That's the charisma. That's the appeal. Because I'll sit there and stream, but I'll get into it. I focus on my own game, but it's just enjoying this rundown, the casting, talking about what's going on, chatting with you. This is a good time. I hope that
and
the
viewers as well. Yeah, and the viewers. We get to chat with the viewers as well.
Absolutely.
The general here is asking us what's happening with the goals, and looks like right now there might be some kind of skirmish going on. We got a few horses from Persia, and we got a few horses from the goals. Neither of them do have generals, so there's not going to be a major bonus over here in the military. I do see both of them are actually working cards right now. The two general cards, the 2 general points per turn card. Which I mean, sometimes actually it is a bit awkward. Persia does like to put down encampments. I don't know why he didn't do it this time. It happens. I didn't see an encampment either from the goals, so you know that might have actually factored in somehow. Looking at that.
Good number of cities, like they're gonna be on number 7 here, and some of these other well, how's Spain or something doing relatively? I think that was I saw 4, it might be 5 or 6 now, but
it's 4, yeah.
And that makes a huge difference, you know. I mean, obviously it's calculated, you know, but if you're fall behind in that regard, like it could be really tough to catch up sometimes. And you know, again, he built like a lot of those mines too, which are not only generating this extra production adjacency and all that kind of great stuff that's good for those oppidums, but just the additional land grabbing that he's able to do just doing that.
Yeah, look at the production difference of 75 versus 56 on Meleagor, on Persia.
Yeah.
He's still putting down oppidums. He has 2 more in the build queues, but I gotta say this, I'm a bit worried about the placement of this, because it's gonna be right next to GodOfChickens coming up from the north. Sure. America BullMoose is not really well known for making units, but that doesn't stop him from making units. So the goals might end up in a 2 versus 1 situation pretty quickly here.
Well, and they do, and the way that I'd be curious how you think about like what's going on here with this potential skirmish that it looks like is probably going to happen. You know, this other city that's coming up here, so it's going to be a relatively weak city, but it's further north, so probably not a strategic advantage to go after that right away. I'm just curious how you see this playing out.
I think this is a stalemate right now between Meleagor and the Gauls. Actually, if the Gauls put their mind to it and right now keep on spamming units, they might overwhelm Persia's armies. On the other side, Persia just started finishing, or is going to finish his commercials, so they're going to start getting more merchants. With the merchants, they will get more traders and so on, and with the points coming up from those commercials, we'll also get more traders, and that just means more production, more culture, more everything. But unfortunately, his choice to go for horses over here will actually be a problem in the long term. Not going for immortals, not going for any kind of stronger unit. It's I feel like it's a bit not what I would have done. But anyway, this sometimes I do try as much as possible to not put my own input into it. I just want to follow as much as it happens. Just because
that's totally fair.
Just
I was just
like
curious
America,
from a casting.
it's like
yeah. No, I was just curious from a casting perspective, like how you were sort of looking at these things, because I'm looking at this, I'm just like, I don't know what I do at this point, right? On either side, I'm just like, I guess we just stand here until we're taking down other units, because if one team overpowers the other, it could get difficult very quickly, right? So
whenever you're gonna have the same amount of units, sure, it's gonna be about the first moves, but usually it's a stalemate if you have the same amount of units with no extra damage. Damage is in from generals, damage maybe from your bonuses and so on. I guess you can say that Persia does have an extra +3, but honestly that's not that big of a deal. But when you're talking about straight up production, if the Gauls do realize Persia just doesn't have enough units to defend him, and starts ramping up his production of own units and gets a general in the meantime and so on, he will deal so much damage to Persia. You do see that still with this attack going on, Meleagor feels safe about what he did over there, and he's getting markets out instead of going for any other horses or archers or immortals or encampments, anything, anything army. He's just getting sim. He's getting his
it
his
makes
gold
sense, because theoretically, if they do try to take these, they're going to be so weak by the time they do anyway. They're not really going to pose much of a threat to the actual. And by the time they do, they'll have the gold, so then we can start churning out units that way, right? So that makes sense.
Yeah. GodOfChickens is also, like chat pointed out, 5 turns away from getting, how to say, medieval fairs. He's 1 turn away from getting recorded history here. And the audience chamber coming up in 1 from his capital. He did re-improve that mine over there. And wait, yeah, he did. Okay, and I do see him actually. Wait, look at that. He's actually getting a few horses out from his city of Baltimore. The only problem is right now on GodOfChickens is his science. It didn't have enough mountains to begin with to actually get the science adjacency from them, and guess this settler is gonna help him out to do that. Let's see, he's eyeballing that citrus tile next turn. I do want to check what's gonna be going on here, how much he's gonna get. I don't think he's gonna get that much actually. He needs to improve it with a grove to get everything. Oh, we'll see. Come on, GodOfChickens, let's go, citrus.
And plus you're wait, yeah, you're getting a little close in that Gaul territory, right?
Yeah.
Down there. All right, and we, as we've seen, like Gaul is fairly strong. At least it looks to me like it is right now. So.
Interesting, he's even chopping horses. Okay, I guess he's worried that Gaul will send a few units towards him.
Or maybe that's the strategy, actually. That they have the team down there, so he's going to go for the offensive in the top there. But, you know, slowly being calculating.
Yeah, we'll see. I do think Gaul wants to get his infrastructure done before he's gonna do anything. Like he wants to finish his oppidums, he wants to finish his maybe some commercial hubs, maybe some science points. Doesn't really have a lot to work with. 19 science, 27 culture, and then 7 gold per turn. You can see the major difference in gold between them. We got Spain 38, Persia on 16, we got the GodOfChickens on 23, and then Gorgo on 4. It's,
but that but that production there at the 94. Yeah, but you know, I like get really tempted to just go for only production, but like you forget just like that. I mean, you gotta
need to
have
upkeep.
Stuff too.
Yeah, you need to upkeep an army as well. You need to feed them.
You gotta, you gotta feed them, right? But Spain's actually looking great with their science there. Now, is that the fishing boats that we talk? I'm sorry, not science. That's the food production, like relative to everyone else. I mean, they're like substantially ahead of everybody. So, as far as not having as many cities, at least the cities they have are going to be very like healthy cities, right?
Yeah, but look at the Dromos go. They're three-shotting these galleys out of the water, and Byzantium does have a bit of a problem here. He will need to actually, okay, there we go, retreat that galley. I was thinking that he might actually want to get the fish, pillage the fish, and get the health back, but no, he didn't. Anyway.
And yeah, they made a choice to go for walls there, so that's actually going to put a damper on the plan with the Dromans.
Yeah, but look at the drones. They're like
they're just like, no, but look at it. We got plenty of them here.
It's like
you could have 1,000 galleys, and it's not going to stand up to the power, especially with all those bonuses they have too. So
also,
the additional proceed bonus.
Every time he kills a unit, he also spreads his religion. So that's also major.
Right. Yeah.
Another fire axis. Okay, interesting. I know, man. We'll see. Czozp in the meantime he did manage to get his campus built and his theater square in the capital. Does look like we do have, let me see, on Sweden 3.4 great scientist points a turn and 3.4 great writers, but Greece is running on 8. He just spammed out those acropolises with a few of those amphitheaters, and that's it.
Oh, poor GodOfChickens weighing in on it. Well, great name, by the way, GodOfChickens. That's been like cracking me up in my mind the whole time.
His whole stream is actually revolving around chickens over there. It's so fun.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's hilarious.
Yeah. We got who is playing Gorgo. Gorgo is being played by Ouroborous. It's a player from the Francophone community.
expected. Supposedly. What? Oh no, again?
Yeah, he's rejoining 4-0 MS.
Oh, he's doing that. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, that's fine. It just takes a few seconds. You know how Murphy's laws are, right? With anything bad that can happen will happen. It's unbelievable how most of the time when I don't have pressure and they're like just normal games and so on, nothing bad happens. Like there's like they go smooth, no disconnects, no nothing, everybody's happy and so on. And then exactly when the pressure starts to ramp up, like it's being watched by a lot of viewers. It's being I get a co-caster here, an important person on my stream, or starts to have everything starts to break down, and oh my god, I was like, no.
No, I'm just like watching these. I mean, I'm actually very impressed by the persistence. Like, nobody's thrown their keyboard against the wall as far as I can tell yet. So no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I hope that they wouldn't do that. But I mean, internet issues, technical issues can be very frustrating. So being patient enough to work through it because they're so committed to what they're doing is very impressive.
I do have to say, Civilization 6 has that effect on us. It teaches us patience. Patience is a virtue in this game. Yeah, okay. We don't have Spain actually going crazy with his boats here. I do like this. And he's probably going for mercenaries as well quite quickly. He's going to try to get the core galleys. If he does manage to core galleys before the Dromos break them, I think he's going to be fine. Core galleys are going to be very strong to defend against Dromos.
Sorry. I've learned, like, it's just like if you have weaker units, but you have many more of them, just in the fact of like the number that you can take more turns theoretically, like not more turns but more moves per turn technically, is actually very powerful in of itself. Because I do like if you have a few key strong units, that's great, but you can still in the early game get walloped by like barbs and archers if you're not careful. Not barbs, warriors and archers. If you're not what's the word? Vigilant? Is that the right word?
Vigilant.
Vigilant. Vigilant. Sorry, I'm a writer. I'm supposed to know words. So.
It does depend on, I guess, how much the strength difference is. If it's only like 7 or 8 or something like that, like the damage difference between these, it's fine. But when you're talking about 15, 20, you can have so many units and they're just gonna die against the opponent. Barely scratch them. One example would be ironclads versus caravels without an admiral. They just die against that ironclad fleets. You get one of those, it's 90 strength, and the caravel is around 65, 68. It just doesn't do anything against it.
Yeah, he actually has another benefit tier 2. I'm thinking of like as quickly as he can produce. If he, let's just say, just like was kept going all in, every one of those cities can produce naval units. Whereas right now, Byzantium only has 2 cities that can produce naval units. So even if we're strong and going quickly, it's still not going to be able to. Well, it'll be interesting to see, but I would suspect that it's going to be a challenge to really get the leg up if. That's the strategy they choose, that Spain chooses.
I also want to point out, I just noticed there is a way in for him to go through the south here against Valladolid with the Tagmas if he actually wants to, and like he can definitely get Tagmas and run. And from what I can see, of course, Spain is starting to develop his cities on the west side. Byzantium did also finish Colosseum in Constantinople. Okay. So that means he just jumped in culture, 16 science with 35 culture. Gold is a problem, a major problem. It's already...
You're negative, yeah.
Throughout their team, that's the major problem. They have like -2, 9, 8, and 14 compared to 27, 42, 7, and 21. I mean, that's not even a comparison here.
I wonder what the strategy is. I wonder, are they banking on Samarkand potentially?
I mean, I think they're killing Samarkand. Looking a
Nope,
little
never
too
mind.
over
Just
here.
kidding.
It's like, yeah.
Just kidding.
Just declared war. Yeah.
Well, then that's clearly so the other team can't, or I don't know. Well, because to get another city, but also possibly to make sure. Oh, yeah, that's going.
Yeah.
Rip Samarkand.
Yeah.
Bye bye, buddy.
It was great knowing you. We do have audience chamber starting to be built here in Vietnamese cities, and this is probably the reason. The economy is probably the reason why he's going for only one adjacency commercials, so he can get his trade routes going and send them and generate the gold. One of the things that we need to see also is that the settler going to the north. There is a settler being trained here in Thang Long, and that might actually be the one that's going to be sent here on the coast. Trading with Stockholm through Linköping, which already has Governor Reina established. You see how he's preparing everything like well ahead of time to generate that gold. I hope I'm not wrong with this, but that should be the way to go here. They're just gonna get trades on the water and generate.
Yep, no, that makes sense. Yeah.
Persia. Let's see. He did manage to trade a few points of damage. No units died. Meleagor got back. Iran's horses healing, and now it's all about that feudalism era. Builders coming out of his series with the extra +2 charges, and we're gonna see him upgrade most of his tiles here. He did pop over 100 production. 109 production coming out from Iran.
And then that's just so much. I mean, like, and I mean, we get the like Teddy's a different store Civ, but that's double, more than double what Teddy has right up there to the north.
I do see, finally, we got campuses coming out from America, and he's putting down his government plaza to help that campus adjacency. He has 2 of them here. 1, 2. That's going to be a +3. This is going to be a plus. Actually, it's going to be a +4 with this +3, because you know the extra district.
Wow, Gaul on the Highlands map. Like, I'm just.
Yeah.
It already just shot up even more. Like, it's gonna just keep on keep on going. See all these builders, like you said, they're about to be built. It's just gonna be more and more production coming in.
Yeah, but also more gold coming out. You know? That's the problem.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, districts cost gold. Buildings in districts cost gold. Units cost gold. He needs to do something about it. I also noticed Glayd here. He's on -14 gold. Not sure what happened. I guess he had to switch a card or something, and now he's switching his government. Because I mean, -14 gold is not something you wanna be on right now. You do lose gold. You do lose units after -10 gold.
And you're not only losing stuff here, but even if you're getting stuff from your teammates, it's kind of unsettling that none of your teammates is earning more than you're losing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. That's a problem. You can imagine if Gaul wants an army here, he's just not gonna afford to upgrade it and upkeep it. I mean, who's gonna give him the gold? They have barely 100 gold between them.
Yeah, that may explain actually the lack of the tagmas too. Just because, like, how would you upkeep them if you're already in that position?
Yeah, we might see something like how to say, he's gonna get hippodromes from a few cities to get the free ones, the free tagmas, and we might see him go for how do you call them, Grandmaster Chapel after Monarchy. He's now at let's see, the tech side. Okay, now he's going feudalism, and he's probably gonna click on monarchy. Did he get monarchy? No, he's still on oligarchy. Okay. -16 gold a turn from Glayd. He has a problem. He has 100% a problem. Czozp, did he? Okay, I didn't see him. Okay. We got settlers coming out from Stockholm. Linköping getting a harbor out. He did manage to get more cities to the southwest and putting down more of these theater squares. I do want to point out he changed Magnus in the capital with Pingala. Pingala does have a very good ability in the mod. He's getting grants promotion, the 100% great people points generated per turn in the city. So you get to double your points with already Pingala and with already Oracle and everything else. It's just so good overall.
I just happened to notice a question in your chat. I think this is from fairly recently, but it said I thought that there was a bug. Oh wait, never mind. I'm sorry. I thought well, they wanted to see. Okay, yeah, I thought there was a bug to pin on BBG, and I see GodOfChickens pins. True or false? I'm not sure what
I don't
that's all
see.
about. I think I misinterpreted what they were asking. So.
I think there was at some point a worry that you can see pills or pins on the map, and I think
Gotcha.
like from observers and so on. But I checked and I don't see any pins, so I don't think so.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
I also. Yeah, go.
Oh, I was just noticing Mike Man's evangelized for Tithe. Yeah, that might, but yeah. What's the religion look like here? We have. Oh, we actually have. I might have missed that we had these 2 more religions established as well. Fishing boat pantheon. Let me see here. So that's where Byzantium stay on.
I don't remember what. I don't remember if you can get Tithe and Crusade at the same time. There was one of the how to say. Every belief has its own category in, and this is something that I honestly fail at. I need to see the list to figure out which one can be picked or which one cannot be picked, because you can't pick 2 from the same category. You need to pick always different categories
right. No, that makes sense. It's a good idea though if you're not generating a lot of gold.
I think you can actually, like thinking of it, I think you can, because I'm pretty sure you can pick Defender of the Faith with let me actually double check, and let me see. Civ 6 belief list, not tier list. Tier belief. How do you? Okay, so follower belief, worship belief, founder belief, and enhancer belief. Okay, so it's like you get, let's see, when we're talking about, yeah, you can pick it. Okay, so Tithe would actually make sense here.
They'd have to focus on monuments, which I guess they could buy, but they don't. Yeah, well, we just talked about the lack of the gold deficit, so.
Nah, it's fine.
No, I'm just yeah, I'm interested. I'm just interested in seeing how this
Almog is saying that Almog is saying that it depends on the order. So because he didn't pick it in the first one, he cannot anymore, and he's gonna need to pick something else.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Thank you, Almog. How are you doing, man? Oh my God, Almog is one of our how to say experienced players and the veteran players, but I haven't seen him in so long. Where have you been, man? How have you been doing?
Well, welcome. What is it, Almog?
Almog, yeah, Almog.
Lovely to have you joining us today.
I do see horses starting to come out of Byzantium.
Pardon, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No problem.
All right.
I was saying that I see horses from Byzantium, yeah. On one horse, but he's just putting more effort on their economy here with minus 20. Oh well, we'll see. Harbors coming out, and of course more commercials coming out as well. That means he's not gonna go for Tagmas. I don't think he's gonna go for Tagmas. Looking at his districts.
Vietnam, I mean, I feel like I just looked at this a few seconds ago and they only had 12, so they must have, I know they're working on commercial hubs, maybe got a trade route going, and then maybe switch to card 2, possibly.
Look at this.
Look.
getting the
You've been
settler.
waiting
Yeah.
for it.
Yes, and he's sending this trader to. Oh, this is internal. No, don't do internals, bro. You might as well like wait 2 more turns to actually set that trader up. It's gonna matter so much. You know, when you send the trader out, it just locks it in for the next 15 to 20 turns or something like that. You can imagine how much gold it is to just wait 2 more turns. Okay, more campuses coming out from Vietnam. He's on 31 cents, 59 culture. But look at GodOfChickens go. He's 43 cents, 91 culture. He's getting
Well,
more
and
and
this is
more.
where it really interesting because you start to see those accelerations really take place about this stage because at the beginning it's like a lot of like trying to get those initial yields, but then here's where you start to see like again it's just like the districts are going up, the adjacencies are starting to matter like more. Yeah, I'm just curious to see like a good placement for Teddy Science here, for what they had because they didn't have a natural like thing where they could just get like a off the bat plus 6 campus adjacency. So over here in
Everything is hard. Everything is hard for them. Yeah, he's trying to do it. More settlers. I do see. Actually, he's how to say getting that grove in Chicago, so he gets more adjacency to these tiles. Appeal, I mean, I should say appeal to these tiles, and he's putting down hanging gardens. This is about that moment that everybody from the game is scrambling to get a golden age. You see that everybody got the first one. We need to see the era square. How are they doing this? So we got Cyrus, 46 out of 55. He's 9 points away from getting that. Doesn't have immortal. Doesn't and I think he just got a Perideza, right? He did get a Perideza. Okay, so that's a +4 from that. Okay, we got Lazawa, 50 out of 52. He just needs 2 more points, and I do see him being pressured by so many Dromons over here. Look at these Dromons. Let's see the shots. I would love if we actually can get the animations to show up, but unfortunately the players are doing so many moves at the same time that it's just not feasible.
Yeah, that makes sense. Unfortunately, it would be though. You just want to see it go.
Yeah, I want to see
And
those
I love
arrows
you.
fly. This might be something that also the developers might want to look at. How can they allow multiple animations to run at the same time? Like see 3-4 units shoot at the same time in sequence, not how to say, like in a little delayed sequence, but still. Right. It looks like Lazawa is gonna try to get away from there. I don't think these Dromos are gonna be enough to withstand the Caravels. If we're gonna have Philip II go for Caravels, it's gonna be a tough one. Yeah, he is going for Caravels. It's gonna be very tough for Glayd to keep his borders, these 2 cities on the coast, even with Dromos.
And they were, if I recall correctly, that team is doing better in the finance department.
Yeah,
The finance
exactly.
department, we're talking about like HR, like I don't know, it's just like we're into business.
They
Anyway,
can definitely fund this.
yeah.
I mean, this is you can think of it like a company over here, with each of their departments specializing.
The Department of Cultural Affairs, we have the Department of Finance, the Department of Education and
War.
Technology, and then the Department of War.
Yeah.
I've been playing SimCity, just the older style. I mean, not super old, but it's like an older SimCity, just for fun, my spare time, my downtime. And yeah, you have to like focus on getting all those different departments so that you can build your great works and things like that. So that's why I could rat them all off.
Oh, I remember that one. The one you get the library, not the library. Sorry, the a town hall, and in the town hall you get different departments. Yeah, and it opens up. The one with how do you call it? There's like a special building over there with you either go ecology or you go full oil or something, but I forgot how it's called. It has a funny name. I love to play that game. Yeah, with the tall towers and you just put more levels on them.
Yeah, what if they call their like mega buildings, mega towers or something?
mega towers. Every time I saw that, I was just thinking of Judge Dredd, the mega city.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just wanted a game that was just like that kind of game, and instead of buying something new, because I know City Skylines is similar in a lot of ways. Which I guess I have the base game, but I just
wait. No, it is similar, but City Skylines is way more complex. Way more. I have to say this. It's nice in SimCity, but it's a lot simplified. In City Skylines, we have so many things that you need to take care of. The majority of things actually revolve around traffic. You have to fix your traffic idea before you get everything else done.
Oh my God! It comes full circle to what we were talking about in terms of gas prices. The very beginning, well, before I guess.
I know. Fix the traffic. Era score, by the way. Let's see. Gorgo did manage to get a golden age. I do see GodOfChickens 8 points away. Glayd is 2 points away, and I did notice he's getting. Let me see. No, he's getting monarchy. Okay, he's getting divine red, so he should be fine. We got LumBA3go 10 points away. Not getting a golden age will be a problem.
Or Gaul either. It looks like.
Gaul also 10 points away, and then we got Czozp 2 points away. Czozp can get a boat, I think, from Lincoln Pink. He just needs to chop it or something. Why doesn't he chop it? I don't know. Maybe okay. So he's gonna take Preslav as a city. Over here, I do see a few horses, and he's starting to recruit those great people. He does have 3 districts here, actually. I didn't see this commercial because I honestly didn't think he's actually going to place it so far away in a zero adjacency zone. And then he has campus and theater square. He's generating, let's see it, 9.2 great merchant points a turn. And then 6.9 great scientist points a turn. And then we got him on a 10.3 great writer points a turn. Okay. Quite a bit. But at the moment his Diplo production is, look at this, he's on 166 while his allies are 38, 28 and 23. I do see there's also good performance from Belgium team when it comes to their Diplo favor generation, and I'm pretty sure it's about the city states they had Czozp. They're generating points from that. While it looks like we didn't have that many Czozps coming up from a China team. Not sure why, but yeah, it's happening.
Ooh, so I'm noticing this great general here. Maybe you pointed it out, but and then Gaul, I was like, felt like Gaul is positioned to go on the offensive, although it makes sense they're more defensive. They have these oppidums anyway, but now it looks like they're setting up. They hope that they're setting up. What is this? Trying to think. Is that a project that they're doing in Radamakos?
Yeah, that is a project, but in Camantrin. So he wants another general.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why.
Golden Great General. So.
Oh, okay. I see a lot of the generals got picked here. Let me actually check it out. So we got one. Okay, we got one from Vietnam. We got one from Persia. And that's it. And wait, did I miss something? Oh, 2 from Vietnam. Okay, Vietnam got 2 of them. Persia got 1, and then 1 on the Gauls. That's the 4 ones. So looks like the Gauls do want one of the next.
Are we getting this? How's it going on here with the Oh wait, I just want to make sure. Locomodio, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate you being here. I appreciate it, and I hope you're having a lovely day. I want to make sure to say that. Yeah, I'm worried about Teddy. 2 turns to get that golden age. What do we have going on here?
Well, I see him. Yeah, I see him getting for a ministry. He can get a swordsman because I don't see a swordsman, so that's 1 point from that. He did already get a horse. He's gonna get another city to the northwest. That's not gonna be another continent. And if actually push comes to shove, I think he can get a boat. That's 2 points. So in total with the swords, that would be 3 points. But that also will be quite expensive. It's like 180, and there we go. Swordsman got upgraded. That's 1 point, 50 out of 52. And let's see the boat. I don't think he wants to chop anything here because you see those yields are quite good.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he might just want to buy something. Oh well. And look at the planting at the woods, man. Now he's getting all of that extra production. Yeah, it's amazing. It looks so
These
great.
are the kinds that would make my buddy White and Nerdy so impressed.
Yeah,
he loves planning.
Exactly.
Like, I think of him as being the preserve guy, and he loves playing as Teddy too. So, this Teddy, and so it's like, yeah, he'd be very impressed. He'd be happy to see this happening here.
One other thing that GodOfChickens could do is actually take over a city-state, like suzerainate. I'm not sure if he has points into something. I see LittleTu just got some. No, I don't see him actually having any. So he might get one of those. We'll see. There's still one more turn. Yeah, one more turn. Oh, wait a second. Oh no, never mind. I don't know. I saw a notification that a weird notification. Wait, Sweden just got. Oh no! You remember I was talking about that Sweden wants to take out Preslav? Well, Preslav just got seized by Vietnam, his ally. What are they gonna do? Are they just gonna give up on all of those juicy envoys? Extremely. Oh no!
Unless they tried to get the Sioux just to,
Get the
just
points,
to get
yeah.
their score, but Vietnam did go up a little bit. I mean, they wouldn't have done it if they didn't have a plan, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see. And this is the last turn. This is the last turn they can influence this. So let's see. We have GodOfChickens needing 2 more points. We got Vietnam needing 4. Iran with the goals will need 5. And Czozp already got it. So Czozp is fine. Didn't even need to get the boat
here. What is
here.
the bonus on that one again? I'm just trying to Preslav.
Preslav gets 2 loyalty for each encampment district. It's like extremely low in.
Oh, I get it though, because they have a ton of those encampment, or the encampment sub buildings over in Vietnam.
Yeah.
I maybe thought that was important, although the map is so big that I don't know that loyalties like a.
Yeah, it's not gonna make any difference. Yeah,
right now,
like
so.
looking at the loyalties, not gonna make any difference.
Unless they maybe just wanted also. I'm trying to think of like why I would do it, and just like, well, maybe if you're trying to get the, once you have 3 entities there, you can get the bonus that gives extra gold for whatever structures that you have, the buildings and encampment districts, I guess it is. So maybe that's the strategy, is to try to generate some gold that way.
38 seconds and GodOfChickens didn't get those 2 points. He needs to get the boat. Does he have a tech? Does he have the tech? Maybe he doesn't have the tech. I can only imagine. Oh, there we go. He got peace in Preslav, actually, I think. No? No. Okay, never mind. Actually, Preslav got attacked. Okay, that's what happened. Declaration of war. Let's see. Come on, GodOfChickens, you can do this. Okay, he got it from somewhere. I don't know where. Let's see. Did he Sioux? No, I don't see any Sioux. No, he got it from somewhere. I don't know where, but he got it from somewhere. At least he didn't need to spend 125 gold on a boat. That's good.
Yeah, that is interesting. I wonder where they got it from. Interesting.
Look, there's a French viewer hyping up for America because he saw all of those yields over there. America. Yeah.
I mean, that's my city. It's fun. I never really thought of like how cool it is to see your own city reflected in a game. Or I actually have a friend who's he's Chilean here in America, but he's like part of the indigenous, like how do you say it? Indigenous ancestry that dates back to the Mapuche culture. And he doesn't play this game, but I tell him all the time. I'm just like, oh yeah, tell me about I can't say it right, but Lartoro, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, he just thinks it's the coolest thing in the world, because like how often is Chilean cultural leaders depicted on like a world stage in like a video game or something like that. So I don't know. I think like things like that are really cool, and I've learned a lot about history. Like, I had no idea who Frederick Barbarossa was, but now I know.
And wonders from the world. It is amazing. Actually, we had. I have a channel on my Discord, and people are sharing on it pictures from where they are actually visiting stuff. And I saw pictures from Petra. I saw pictures from the Mayan observatories just last week, and I was like, "Oh my God, that's so amazing! It is unbelievable."
I can go to Broadway and get you photos of that.
Yeah.
What do you have
there
in
we
the
go.
statue?
Yes, please give us photo.
I will. I'll add to it. I will. I'll go on a tour. It'll give me a reason to get out of my apartment. But my best friend lives in an apartment that sort of like overlooks the Statue of Liberty. It's a little bit far, but you can still. That's still obviously what it is.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. What to say there? I don't know. I thought I saw something I was gonna call. Oh well, we're really doing well in the culture department here in between GodOfChickens and Gorgo. Yeah, Philip's a little low, but I wonder if that can carry.
Look at the gold. -4 on Glayd, -6 on Iran. Czozp is trying to make up for it. Vietnam is trying to make up for it. They're the two gold generators here. Oh, did they? Oh my God. He did actually go for the... Oh no. You know when I was saying just wait 2 more turns after you finish that? He didn't. +5 resolution. Uh-oh.
Wait, this is...
So you see, we got a Diplo victory over here. Question. So they can vote for somebody. I'm just gonna vote for myself. So
yeah, I was about to, I'm just like, are we voting in that?
yeah, we're actually voting. And unfortunately, we couldn't stop this. It's hardwired into the game. Everybody has this.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but it's fine. I mean, I'm voting for stupid stuff like Recon, for example, getting +5, or maybe.
Just imagine everybody was like, well, I know I'm gonna get a vote for Michael for Recon, so.
Yeah, we'll see. Also, Sweden did manage to get quite a bit of Diplo favor. He did also split it. You see, they split the Diplo favor to each other, so they can get more votes each. You know how the votes work, because you pay more for each vote every time you vote into something. So it's better if you have more players rather than less.
Yeah, I tend to, my default conditions, like I'll often go for a science victory. If I'm playing a DD game, just because like, I have a tough time in those early game wars at this point, still to this day. But if so I'll often go for science, but a lot of times it just ends up being a Diplo victory first, because I just happen to get the Diplo points first. I mean, the Statue of Liberty is, the AI doesn't always choose that one right away. So
I mean, if you live next to it, you might as well build it.
Patriotic to not build it, so.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I see more commercials coming out from Vietnam here. I'm really worried about these traders, though. They would have needed to go through Dong Hoi towards Lincoln Ping, but sure. I don't know what he's gonna do here. We're gonna see when he's gonna finish all of these. He's getting a connection city over here. That's gonna be nice and aqueductable. I do see another city going towards that mountain to the south. And looking at the yields tab over here, it does seem like at the moment there's an advantage for the Belgium team. We do have Gorgo and the GodOfChickens, like you pointed out, doing really well in culture and science.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, obviously Gaul's production is through the roof. So it'll be just interesting to see how that all factors together. Because I mean, at the core of the game, you really just have to constantly be pushing science and culture. I think we talked about the fact that like the production, because BullMoose is great production too. Really have to push those those other things in order to support that high production, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at the moment, it cuts all the chances from Byzantium to get an attack going on his opponent. And now that Spain... That was something that we were talking, by the way, and I didn't get to say it out loud. We had other priorities in our mind with the era score. But galley cores are starting to come out of Spain. And look at the damage. The drones just don't hit them strong enough anymore. It's 47 against 51. And... on
Well, and they have
return,
all these, and they have all these great admirals here too, and they're gonna have those bonus if they just like decide. Like obviously they have them at the outset, but then like if they decide to convert them, like sometimes it's just like for I don't know off the top of my head what the great admirals are, but like it's sometimes just like form a fleet or whatever. Like this one, they just got whatever they got a. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I just saw the music. Push a frigate out of that. Easy.
Also, he got to cartography, so now he can upgrade the caravels. And looking at the damage here, he's one-shotting Dromons. He's like, just rolling in 86 damage going against that Dromon 37.
Yeah. Oh no.
These cities
I
are
mean,
dead.
they're not gonna have it. It's the same way I just mentioned that, like, sometimes the power in numbers as well. They could really do that, and then you know, if there's no walls or anything in that city, like they could just attack the city as long once the defenses are worn down. So that'd be interesting to see if they're able to do that, if that's how they play this.
I'm extremely concerned actually, because Byzantium right now is in a bit of a pickle. He's gonna lose his cities on the west. Nicaea and Amasia will probably 100% be razed to the ground. And then he's gonna be back on 3 cities with another 2 cities going out right now. So he's gonna be on the same level as Spain, but for some reason he just didn't go through with the attack. You know, it's a bit concerning here. We'll see.
What happened to Czozp where it's all pillaged? I missed that. Might have been a storm or something.
No, that was Czozp when he attacked it. He got the pillages before. He's getting all of the gold out from prison.
They captured Czozp. I was completely like, I forgot that wasn't one of their originals. I mean, I know we had the whole conversation about it being a city-state.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
All right, I just had a moment there. It's because I'm like,
it happens to all of us. Also, CC Pyro is saying that he has Warlord's Throne. Wait, who has Warlord's Throne? You're talking about Spain, or you're talking about something else? Spain has audience. We got Byzantium audience. Gaul is on. Where is his government plaza? Audience. Who has? I don't know who has Warlord's Throne, but let me check it out. That's a major statement, by the way.
Person said Spain, but actually I just think he's yours recognized that maybe they're incorrect. So
yeah, it's fine. It's fine. There's no look at the damage on the city. Caravel fleet against Amasia.
What even just happened here? They didn't just pull back all their units, right? They just they got clobbered, and their buddy was pretty smart to spread the religion in that too. So they have the different religions going on here, at least for Custad and Validad. I guess the next one's going to be coming here.
Yeah.
Just Spain doesn't have a religion. That's their. I mean, it doesn't even matter. It just has to be a different religion in order to be valuable. So.
Yep. I do see foreign ministry starting to come out of America, and I also did notice Grandmaster Chapel being built here, 4 turns away in Adrianople. But honestly, even with his faith per turn of, he only has 1. Oh no, wait, does not look. He's only on 42 faith a turn. That's not actually a good amount of faith to use Grandmaster Chapel.
You know what probably happened is they probably had that card in that doubles the bonuses for Holy Sites, and they had to sub it for something else. So those great numbers they were getting early on, and you can also see they built all the mines, lost all that as well, which is what you have to do. I understand, but like, it could have been really powerful if they had taken the approach that we had talked about earlier, is getting the builders and stuff with the faith, and then also trying to go maybe Grandmaster Chapel or something like that. That could have been an idea, although there's still the upkeep. All right, sorry, I'm just like thinking about here's how I would play this. It's not entirely true though, because you got to make these decisions on the fly, and it's complicated. So that's, I think, one thing that people. I mean, anyone who's ever played Civ understands it's a difficult game, but there's another level when it's a multiplayer, because you're not only keeping track of like how your city. Oh, poor Amcilia. Amacella, that's probably how you say that. And they're trying. Are they gonna get the walls though? They might get the wall there.
They will. But that's not gonna stop the caravels. That's just gonna delay them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Spain is very powerful, like especially when it's opposing religion.
Yeah.
And that was probably a really good placement now that I'm like looking back in terms of like if you are gonna have to be put next to a aggressive, tough face of like Basil in Spain, like that's actually pretty good. It's one that can counter Basil, you know what I mean, effectively.
Yeah, I do want to point something out, by the way. In the World Congress, we did have a +5 combat for light calves, so horses, coursers, and calves, and so on. Then we do have Gorgo getting faster population growth, and Czozp, of course, did get that extra diplo. Looking at this, by the way, let's see. First of all, there was somebody, Barack Uluf, on my stream that said that America did make a mistake here, going for foreign ministry instead of going for his own GMC, Grandmaster Chapel. And he's also on 41 faith a turn, so it doesn't seem like he actually has a lot of faith to work with his Grandmaster Chapel. I'm not sure if that was a mistake or not. But I do see Gaul getting coursers towards him, and these are already 56 strength units because of that advisory resolution from the Congress. And
Teddy's number's about to go up too again because they have that. Was it a grove that's going on there on that preserve? Is it a grove? It's the first one,
yeah.
Whatever that is. So.
I mean, all of the stats of GodOfChickens right now are good. 60, 120, 22 gold with 114 production, 156 food. He's going places. But look at the Iran go. He doubled in production. He's on 218 production right now.
Yeah, and Christina's still doing fairly well. I mean, there is a difference, obviously, between 122 and 111, but, it's not so substantial.
Yeah.
As opposed to like if it were Basil down here with like 47 or something like that. Yeah, I mean that is the challenge with early game face generation, is that it's often at the expense of like science or culture or gold, and it looks like maybe in this case all three of them. Interesting.
It looks like also
Teddy's getting those units up too.
He's trying to put them in such a way that he's going to use all of the terrain bonuses to stop this attack. He's getting a few spearmen also to help him defend against the coursers. These should be able to withstand multiple attacks. Well, I mean the pikemen, the next technology, should be able to withstand multiple attacks from these coursers. And on this side, I do notice Gaul did manage to get Statue of Zeus. And he just got some free archers, some free of those spearmen, and the battery ram to go with him.
Such a great wonder.
Yeah.
Is he going to be able to upkeep though? Wasn't Gaul having a problem with gold? I think it is slightly less expensive with that wonder. I don't actually quite remember, but it's still a lot to suddenly take on, right? Let me see.
I don't think if it says anything about them being free, but he's probably working the -3 card anyway. He got 3 gold from it, so.
Maybe that's what I was thinking of.
He did manage to get a few more commercials out, and he's getting his markets out. I'm pretty sure he's trying to trade a little bit. He could trade with Hong Kong if he really wanted externals. And I didn't notice this. Temenanki got built in the south here. Interesting choice. I guess he just built it for the era square.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some marsh, but it's certainly not enough to really make a huge difference there. I was trying to think maybe adjacency, but it's not like they have another city there. It's like culture.
Yeah.
Unless they're planning to build another city down there. No, but it wouldn't take advantage of that. Like, right? No, it's all marsh, but only the floodplains in your city. So maybe they're trying to expand into these because there's actually some good wetlands down sort of the south here.
Yeah, the city here could also
up and running.
Could get quite good. It's just because he doesn't have Lady of the Reeds and Marshes, he's not going to get the second production point, which is kind of a bummer. But well, I mean,
I noticed in your cat chat here, is it worth it for Gaul to commit to a push on Teddy with no gold?
No. No. I mean, what he's doing right now is basically just reacting what is happening next to him. He saw that Persia got a few units. He saw that Gaul maybe is too weak, so he tried to get a few courses to sneak in, to pillage a few tiles and so on. But like I was saying, it's so weird to go against America and try to pillage him because he has not unimproved tiles here. But if you do manage to get on the groves to pillage them, all of that can be extremely painful for America. You pillage the grove, you basically take out all of the extra points everywhere else.
Well, and Teddy is also doing well in science, fairly well. No, wait. Well, no, okay. It would be damaging if they were able to pillage these campuses, I guess what I'm trying to say. So.
Yeah. That's where Iran's cursor is going, right? For the districts, for the theater squares, the commercial.
Yeah. These beautiful tile deals actually make me want to do a Teddy game. I do like playing, but it is like a slow burn type thing. Slower burn, like it's not as much as like because I also love like I mentioned China because you just like pump out builders and pump out wonders. But I've learned that also makes your cities really attractive in single player games to the AI because then they just like want to take all your cities that have all these great wonders in them.
Oh, really?
Anyway, yeah, I mean I don't know if that's totally true. That's what it feels like. Gaul's simming pretty well considering he's between two people. So I'm just like running through your chat here.
Yeah.
I wanted to say earlier that I know Right Soon. Who's been very active and lovely this whole stream, said goodbye, so hope they have a lovely day.
Oh, goodbye, Ryochin. I just saw also. Yeah, indeed. Goodbye. Have a nice night,
this
evening.
poor city
these cities are gonna die. Malaysia is gonna die next turn, and it looks like Nikia is just a few turns away from dying as well, maybe 2. GMC will finish next turn. One more campus here.
What are they trying to build here? I'm just curious. I mean, at this point, it seems futile, but like, I'm wondering at Amacella, I don't remember what that icon is.
Yeah.
Amasia. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. I get a lot of names wrong as well. I don't even know if I'm spelling this one correctly. I guess we can check it out, but I don't know if it is actually correct.
Amacella. I mean, that makes sense. Brandon always makes fun of me because I like slightly mispronounce words all the time. So.
When you're focused on the writing, not always the public speaking. It's fine. It's fine.
Well, so you know the word elite, ELITE. I thought for years that it was pronounced elite because I had only ever seen it written, and I had never actually heard it spoken. So for years, and then like I like was dating somebody very like this is a while ago. Like they're just like, is that really how you think that word is pronounced? Almost. Like, oh no. But that's what happens when you read a lot of books. Is that you know these words you don't know how to say them.
Imagine them, yeah. I do notice those open air museums coming out from Czozp over here and looking at his, let's see, his tourism. He's starting to grab that. Yeah, he's on 57 tourism. The moment actually compared to Gorgo, who's also on 32. Yeah, it's much better for Sweden. I also noticed he popped quite a few of these scientists and still getting writers. He's on 128 Diplo in the bank.
I love that this person who just stepped into your chat recently said, no specialty boat on Byzantine? Well, let's talk about what you missed. Yeah. It just weren't powerful enough to withstand it. I was actually a little skeptical of Spain's placement there because how are you going to do this? But then they went all in. And I do understand that, naval opportunities is very big for Spain. But I actually didn't think it'd be as effective as it's proven to be. And they are still have a challenge. Like, obviously, Byzantium is significantly weaker now. But if they actually want to go over there and take that city, then they still have to get units on the ground over there. To take them out of the game, I guess. And they still have to get units on the ground. Which I imagine might be a strategy. I don't know what Vietnam's doing up there. No, Vietnam's an ally. Never mind. Yeah, they're looking pretty good right now. So
yeah, they're expanding. I think the whole mission of Vietnam right now is to get to the late game proper, as in try to get to the tanks and artillery's timing as fast as he can. That means he's gonna need a lot of science. He's gonna need a lot of culture. He's probably gonna be aiming for 150, 200 before this era ends. So he's just trying to get more cities, trying to get his campuses going with libraries and so on and so forth. And also his tons. Tons are going to be extremely important, like the encampments actually themselves are going to be extremely important because you get military academies, and in BBG military academies give you oil per turn. That allows you to upkeep artilleries and tanks, which was, I have to say, a major problem in like before this update. Most of the wars would have been settled on just your available resources. If you didn't have oil anywhere in your land, you'd have just died. So yeah. Anyway, we do have looks like Iran trying to go against Boston here. He got stopped in Strumfism, the city of America, the capital city of America. Coursers with swordsmen and pikemen stopping them there. And honestly, I don't think Boston will get those ancient walls. But,
yeah, I mean, even with chops or something, it'd be very difficult. Yeah. I mean, that's why Magnus is there, so clearly they're thinking of putting a builder somewhere, doing some chops. But I just, yeah, it didn't seem like it'll be fast enough.
So it looks like this is just a pillaging one over here. Now, no major, oh my god, I'm gonna take your cities kind of attack. But Boston might be on the receiving end of this, unfortunately. It doesn't look like it's... Oh, no, actually, look. There is a GodOfChickens Corsair. This name actually cracks me up all the time. Like, when I hear GodOfChickens, I feel like laughing. Oh my god, 2 traders just got pillaged. Iran got his gold. 200 gold pillaged.
Maybe
in
that
one
was the
turn.
plan
Easy
all
peasy.
along.
Yeah, you know, one Corsair paid himself. Perfect.
And the courses are the ones that have the +5 military bonus right now. So,
Yeah.
right? That was from the yeah.
On this side, I see Persia getting a lot of these crossbows, and honestly, Gauls did just upgrade the pikemen and are gonna sit here. I don't think they're gonna go anywhere on the offensive. Again, the same goal probably will be for Iran to try to get as much as possible that timing for the tanks, artilleries, and at the moment he's not actually achieving a major difference between him and Persia. Persia is on 63 with 88. Both of them probably in pen, brush, and voice. Oh no, wait, Iran didn't get it. That's the difference between. You see how much it, like that 20 culture extra that Persia is getting from pen, brush, and voice.
I'm
that's
curious here.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go right ahead.
No.
I just noticed that somebody dropped a spy over in when we were just looking at, and I'm just curious why they chose. What you're thinking as to why this is the city they chose to drop a spy into.
I think they're just trying to get a few projects out. Oh, actually, he did put listening post. Okay, interesting. So usually spies are just put there to get your extra. Diplomatic visibility over your opponent. You get an extra +3 damage point. In this scenario, I don't really see why he put it there. Maybe it's just for vision, to give vision to the city.
Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, actually.
If there's any kind of army coming against.
And it is a border city, so that would make sense. So, yeah.
Other than that, I don't think at the moment Greece will actually want to go against anybody. It doesn't look like he's getting up. Well, I guess he's getting a few knights, but other than defending a possible Corsair, I don't see anything majorly. Like, there's a one-tile choke towards Greece. The land is extremely hard to go through. Like, that by the time these knights get here, they're just going to be obsolete in technology. He's going to need cuirassiers or something. So I don't think that's
no roads or anything. Just all like rainforest, terrain. It's tough.
From here, which is not actually from his city, it's 10 turns to get to Senna. No, that's just no. Don't do it. Just don't do it. He might want to get another city to the south, and maybe that's why he's preparing to defend it with knights. And I do see him putting down encampment, so he is also thinking about the late game somehow here. We need to see two things. How fast will Czozp get to his civil engineering? So he discovers that Statue of Liberty. He already has the harbor to put it in, and it's just a matter of getting Magnus over there somewhere so he can chop it faster. Or maybe get an engineer to build it, but he doesn't have any industrial zone, so I find it hard to believe that he's actually going to get that. Temple of Artemis also got built in Likoping. It's getting more builders out, and that actually is a weird, actually weak Temple of Artemis. But anyway, I mean, any Temple of Artemis is a good Temple of Artemis in my book.
Right. Man, they may see those horses and maybe want to expand into that. I think that would count, right? It's like within 3 or 4 tiles.
Too far.
Yeah. What was my? I was gonna ask maybe if we could look at the suzerainty. I just wanted to see sort of where we're standing at that. Okay, what do we have here?
So looks like Ouroborous has 2 cities right now, Granada and Vilnius. That's from Belgium. Then we got Rapa Nui being held by Czozp, Lazawa on Cinguetti, Glayd on Hattusa. And this is actually important. The China team has both of these scientific city-states, Mitra and Hattusa.
And what are the bonuses on Hattusa and Milta again? I just want to sort of see because it's exponential. I mean, this is like a tip for people who are ever playing that just like if you're going for a science victory, just like you always do want to try to seize those science city-states too, just because they'll give you the bonuses for like whatever the one bonus is. I guess it's like just for having a campus district, and then you get one for the buildings in the campus district. You get more. There you go. The envoys +2 science for every university and consulate. But it's not only that, but it's like when you have these in the very late game, you can stack like the number of suzerain, but it just ends up exponentially in addition to this unique Hattusa bonus, which is what +2 is every strategic resource. I don't know if that one's that effective, but like
this is not the one that you would really want, but something like Babylon, or I guess the former Babylon. It's extremely
or
my mind
I want to say like
called.
Isn't Geneva one that's pretty good? I'm trying to think of what they are. So yeah, city growth rate is higher in cities with a campus district for Milta. Like that would be really good for a city that's struggling with growth, right? So
yep.
Or even a city that's not struggling with growth.
Mitra. City growth rate is 15% higher in cities with a campus district. That's Hanging Gardens.
Yep. And it's interesting too, and I think in these multiplayer games it's like a lot different. You have to think about it differently because there may be something that you're just like, I want to suzerain that because it's close, because I want to be able to take advantage of the military. But you also have to think about it in terms of, but what's really the most beneficial to the team? I mean, who's going for science, who's going for gold? And I think actually that's probably why it was smart for whichever team took out Samarkand, or that one was, just because you just get the extra gold generation out of the game. So it's like if you can't, you're not fighting for it the whole game, right? So, and you get the extra city obviously as well.
I do have to point out that the Belgium team didn't actually quite go heavy on economy here, and neither of them has an extremely big economy. And at the moment, actually, Czozp with Vietnam are doing quite well to upkeep their allies and themselves. 74 and 70 on their side. Sure, Glayd is on -10, and Iran doesn't have an economy with only 4, so it's fine. Overall, it's they at the moment have more gold per 10 than Belgium.
But you can sort of see how this makes sense too, just because Vietnam's doing fairly well. It's doing really well in science. Wow, I didn't even realize how much higher it was than everybody else. But you can also sort of see how. I was about to say something about switching your cards around makes a huge difference, and just sort of the way the game plays out, you're just like, well, we can be the ones who are generating the gold so that we can help fund your extremely strong militaries, and then that will help make you more aggressive. So it looks like that's probably part of the play, whereas this, over team, other than the Teddy and Gorgo are really skyrocketing in culture for sure. Looks like more of a balanced approach in terms of like the science and culture. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
science and economy. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, science
And
and
we have
economy.
Gaul
Okay.
here too with this 269 production.
Production.
That's actually a ridiculous number. And I mean,
And I was
I
thinking
have
he's not gonna attack, but he's actually attacking. I don't know why he's doing this. Like, well, I guess we had the extra vision of seeing what's going on in Persia cities, and we saw all of those crossbows already upgraded. Because I mean, just look at the pikeman. He's just gonna take so many shots from these crossbows for nothing. There's not gonna be even one damage taken. Oh well. He's still gonna do it. He's trying to go into that crossbow line. Let's see if he's gonna make it.
but I wonder if it's just because he's kind of considering those units expendable just because the production is so high, right? Because
Yeah.
at some point there, they're just like, well, let's just attack. We'll try to weaken them a little bit. And then the next round is going to be a major onslaught when they're already weak.
Yeah.
Possibly. I don't know. I'm just, you know.
I guess Harry was interested to see the yields from those tons, but I don't think the spectator mode gives us those yields. And Kiko Beaver was also asking us about the how is there so much food on those tiles from BullMoose. It's getting the groves in there. Preserves, groves, everything.
Do it may be that the groves and the preserves have slightly different bonuses than they have in the base game.
So
I
it's
don't
let's see.
recall.
Preserve gives you 3 housing based on appeal. Culture bombs adjacent neutral tiles, and then you get yields. Blah blah blah. Growth. Let's see. Grants +1 food and +1 faith to adjacent unimproved charming tiles. Increase to +2 food and +2 faith +2 culture for adjacent unimproved breathtaking tiles.
And so I think what you're also seeing too is that those preserves are placed like just like there's one tile separating them, so you're getting the food benefits from both of those. Like, isn't that? Yeah, just
Yeah,
those two.
this
The
one,
one that's
yeah.
right above. Yeah, yeah, and the one that's showed him me. Sorry, it's I would say just north of that, and then the one that's further north of that as well.
I do notice Iran is actually breaching the lines here. Look at him go, trying to get to Gordian. He's gonna bump into walls though, and I do see more courses coming on his from his side. One thing that I would have liked to see is more a bigger reinforcement army. Maybe another 4 or 6 courses would have done the trick here if he really wanted to push Gordian. Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I guess he wants to get the science in the meantime. Maybe this is just, to poke his opponent, to make him feel pressured, make some mistakes, try to get some, force him to do military instead of going for simming.
Yeah, I'm curious about this too because if God's putting on units down there, and then for whatever reason, Chicago and Teddy, those units have an impetus to attack, like. Not really gonna have much in the way of defenses, right? I mean, they do have walls, so that's a plus. But even if you look at the placement of those oppidums, like that north side of Radumakos is really not as well protected because the oppidum and the encampment are both to the south.
Oh, I see. America did survive to that Gaelic 2 Corsair attack, and now he's gonna get back up with a few coursers here, with a few men-at-arms and a pikeman. America from the north can come late game, but I think it's gonna be a lot later. Like, we're talking about 15 at least turns from now on. Let's see what's going on. Iran did try to go against that encampment and figured out the hard way why don't go there. I see knights coming up from Persia, walls going up in Gordian. Of course, it looks like these crossbows are starting to attack the pikemen, and slowly it's taking him down. Yeah, this is. I don't think there's gonna be any kind of successful attack here. They're gonna trade a few more units, and that's about it. On this side, Iran is in trouble in his stats because of the science and the culture. 71 and 71 is just not good compared to his neighbors over here with GodOfChickens 87 and 179 and Meleagor next to him 69 and 89. Meleagor also is just setting up his eastern cities right now, getting more campuses, getting more commercials. It's gonna take a while. He got also got two merchants, by the way. I did notice it, but I didn't speak it. Two merchants for extra traders. And Hypatia got recruited by America. And with that, please continue what you were saying.
I was just looking at Gaul. I mean, just commenting on the strategy a little bit there, and like what that plan is there, because you see they're running those two projects, so they're really going for those great general points. And I don't know if the strategy there is to get those bonuses, or if who the great generals even are. Like,
no, he wants how to say, Newton. That's what he wants. Those are he switched from encampment training projects. He switched to campus research.
Oh, those are campuses. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it now. I gotcha.
Okay,
all right, that makes a little more sense, because I was like, you're going after these great generals, but like you need units first. That's what you're doing, right? Like,
yeah. Okay, so I also see Spain is getting Mahabodhi Temple. It's gonna take it away from Sweden here. I also notice he did manage to get 2 more cities on the west with another one coming up, and all of these cities will get all of that other continent bonus here. Very important to have.
It's such a good bonus. I don't know exactly what it is for the BBG, but it's massive in the base game.
Yeah, it's massive here as well. Like the 6 something. Let me see, 6. Not Spain, sorry, I wrote it in Romanian. What? Okay, there we go. 3 gold, 2 faith, 1 production, so it's doubled. That's 6 gold, 4 faith, and 2 production.
And the extra production, that's huge. Like toward the districts, like
yeah.
Make a difference for sure.
Foreign Ministry coming up from Sturmfett, and he did go for Audience Chamber at the beginning. It has a few of these petty deserts, but I mean, okay, sure, he's just getting a few more culture points and gold. And yeah, there we go. Attack is over. Gaul realized he's not going to get to push Persia anytime soon. That's it. To the north.
Valiant effort, but
yeah, well, points for effort, I guess.
These yields are just beautiful, and where Teddy is right there.
Yeah, this is amazing. This is just getting better and better.
Well, I think if we saw, I mean, I guess like all the trees and stuff made it really strong there, because they didn't have mountains, because mountains will add those adjacencies or make the tiles breathtaking, but trees will as well. And then we just start sprinkling trees on everything. It's so good. And I mean, it's kind of tough because like he'd actually developed these oranges here. He probably needed the amenity, right? Yep. But generally, like when I have situations, you want to. Oh no, those aren't in the direct vicinity of because it's really only the ones. So somehow this is because it's also the breathtaking, the natural, like the bonus that he gets from that. There you go. That's it. That's it. Because obviously the area surrounding the preserve, like all those tiles are getting the direct benefit of the preserve. So this is like sort of, but it's also getting the benefit of having the breathtaking appeal. And that's why I was like saying it's like, oh, you wouldn't normally develop the tiles because then you wouldn't be able to take advantage of the preserve. But because it's one tile over, it's fine. I'm trying to explain what I'm thinking. I think I did okay, Joe. I get a B for that.
I see Greece is plugging the chokes over here, getting the knights in the next to the mountains in the chokes, and also I do notice one of them is actually going back. He's sending it to the east side here. Did manage, I don't know why, he did put a lot of these hoplites to the southeast. Maybe he was worried of a possible attack. I mean, nothing's gonna come against him anytime soon. He should be the one on the attack foot over here, because he needs to do something about Sweden. Sweden with so much Diplo favor, it will actually outbalance any type of how to say, favor generation coming up from a team that did not lose in the Congress, or did lose in the Congress. So, in the Congress, whenever you're going to put points into something, if you put, for example, 7 votes into something and you win, all of those Diplo favor points disappear. Right? You spend them on the vote. If you lose, you're going to get all of those back.
Yeah,
so
you can spend them again in the future.
So looking at this, we do have, of course, them. Let me see who won this. We can actually double check. So Gorgo, Teddy BullMoose went for heavy cav, and it looks like they lost this one. So they got their points back on the first option. On the second one, they were, let me actually see, Czozp, no, Gorgo. Okay, Gorgo actually got to win this one. So they got the points from the first one and the last option. They tried to go for the last option as well for Ouroborous. And the Czozp won with a few more points.
I was going to say, somebody said something here. Somebody had a question about the Pantheon of the USA. That's from Yagdrel. Yagdrel?
Yeah, Yagdrel. Pantheon of the USA is Divine Spark.
Okay, yes, so that's great people. So how are we doing there?
Let's see. The Great Scientist is on 7 Great Scientist points a turn. On Great Writers is on 2. It doesn't have that much. He needs amphitheaters actually to generate those.
Well, I thought that was an interesting one, just because even when I saw that, and even though they have Oracle and I just noticed that they weren't really going all in on making these districts early on, which is generally what you would want to do, I think, to focus on great people points. But maybe it's a later game strategy for them. Honestly, they're getting amphitheater up here, so
maybe he wanted to get it away from Czozp.
Oh, that's true. That makes sense.
Because Czozp went for I don't remember the sequence though, but it kind of feels like Stockholm with Divine with Spark. It would have been insane over here.
Yeah, and if they'd managed to. Oh wait, they have Oracle. I don't know why I was thinking Teddy had it. There's Oracle.
Yeah, he has. Sweden has Oracle. That's why he's getting like all of these beefy numbers. Let's see. Sweden is on 15 Great Writer points a turn. He's getting also 7 great musicians, and then we have him on the not engineer here commercial. Yeah, commercial. He's on 11 great merchant points a turn. He's doing fine. By the way, Gaul I think did get. Oh no, Isaac Newton got snatched by Spain. How did he buy it with faith or something? Because I didn't see anything. Like he wasn't doing any projects when I checked, and I checked. I don't know how he snatched it. I think he did buy it with face or something. Lazawa taking that away from goals actually hurts goals so much.
Yeah. I wonder if it's possible the team just chipped in so he could just purchase it with gold. Although I don't know if that's the case. Yeah, because you forget too, the counter strategy is also like, what are you blocking people from doing? Like, sometimes it's so easy to get caught up in what your strategy is that you forget that like part of it is blocking other strategies for people. Making sure you get those great scientists, even if it's not as beneficial for you as it'd be for them. Like certain things like that.
Wanda Cisco is asking us who got the first musician. By the way, Wanda Cisco is the captain of the China2 team, and he's probably here cheating for China1. Sweden is starting to get great musician, theater projects, and I do see him trying to get that first great musician. It's gonna be Dimitrie Cantemir, which is gonna have 3 music works to share. While Gorgo also needs at least 1 project over here. Where is Gorgo? Gorgo. He's not getting projects. Okay, he's just getting. Oh, I see a Statue of Liberty in my city. So they are trying to actively stop Czozp from getting a Diplo victory. They know this might be in the books. Let's see, Czozp, where is he? Tech side, 1 turn from civil engineering. and he doesn't have a city that he can chop it effectively. Oh. This is a bit of an issue actually, not having it to chop. He does have chops. He does have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chops. It's just it's not prepared. He's not prepared to chop. As in Magnus inside of that city with at least 2 more builders to go. We'll see. Maybe it's enough production. Maybe I'm worried for nothing. But I've seen so many times people just getting the chops into Statue of Liberty so fast. The same can be said about Mycenae on Greece. He just has Governor Reina in there and casually, building it 56 turns to finish. Civ Fighter, I don't know how. Can't really follow what cost. Am I the only one? Wait, is she too low? I know I asked earlier if her voice is sounding clear. I should double check on my phone.
Maybe they mean I'm meandering too much, which has been my style sometimes. So, but if I am mumbling, I'll try to keep my voice up. It's been a while, right? Like we've been here for a minute. This, we had a few DCs before the game really started kicking off. So, we've been here for a minute. So if I'm losing the energy, I'll try to snap back into it. Get another sports drink inside my body. Get that caffeine going.
Yeah.
All right, loud and clear. All right, thank you.
It's all good. Okay, so let's see. Persia pushing back right now. He's getting his line of knights going against those pikemen. That's not gonna work. Of course, pikemen anti-caps, knights caps. Just not a good matchup. America, still getting pillaged over here in the north. There was oh my god. I can't even see the units behind. Yeah, this is so weird. Oh well, it happens. Fighting in such of a storm. I don't know what they are seeing though. Like, if we have trouble seeing, can you imagine from the ground how that looks like? We got a few more wonders. Alhambra from Gaul here. I see also him going for Forbidden City. And since he is getting a lot of these great engineers because of the Oppidum points and so on, I'm actually curious why he didn't try to get a city. Does he have a city? Yeah, he could have had a city on the coast. He could have tried to snatch that statue. Oh, wait, they're on the same team. This is me being Pepega. See, I can be Pepega. Trying to snatch from Czozp. No, that's not gonna happen. First musician, Dimitri Cantemir, recruited by Czozp.
And remember too with this one with Sweden, we're getting the well, I guess it doesn't matter for the automatic theming, so it almost doesn't even matter where they place them and things like that. Although I guess with musicians, I'm trying to think of the rules specifically, right, with the different types of great works and where they have to go and things like that. But those are going to theme automatically, which means they're going to get the additional tourism bonuses from that. So, good deal.
The only problem is, and this is something that I see so many times, he already has 2 books in Stockholm. So basically he's losing on so much because of that. He's going to need to give those books away to some of his allies to actually make space. I also have to point out we're getting to the end of the medieval era, and since Spain, of course, did win the war over here on the coast against Byzantium, and that actually hurt Byzantium a lot. He's down to 45 and 70, while Spain is on 97 and 38. But this is quote-unquote fake science. This is free inquiry golden age. He's getting a lot of science coming off from his harbors.
How are we doing on the golden ages? I'd love to see how many turns that how are we looking? How many turns are we away from it?
5.
5? Okay, yeah. So it looks very unlikely. Poor Teddy, not even close, right? Some of them have not. It looks like most of them are still a little iffy here. But
yeah, this is the third one. This is so hard to get. And you see Czozp is getting it because he's getting a lot of those, like he's trying to get the wonders, he's trying to get the people, he's getting the points, while everybody else is scrambling to get other stuff. Iran also
and do you recall off the top of your head what the Golden Age bonuses are for this, for the one coming up? I'm just trying to remember. I just don't remember.
It's yes, it's the Reform the Coinage. You get extra bonuses for 3 droughts plus 3 gold for each district that that you're gonna send. So it's plus
and that's always the one I choose.
The city that you're gonna send. Yeah. Monumentality. You get another round of builders, both with faith, settlers, and so on. I'm not sure about the last one, Exodus of the Evangelists. That's something that I never pick. It's it's coupled with extra speed or something like that. And the second one I again probably never pick, so I don't know it.
Yeah, no, that'd actually be really good, right? We were just talking about what's going on with these trade routes, and so that'll be interesting.
That's gonna be massive. Who's gonna get it? And I think Czozp is actually gonna get so much gold here. He has been the one getting gold from his team, 97, and so is Vietnam. And now that he's sending all of those traders towards Vietnam, you can see he's sending it from the Reina city to Linköping. That's where is it? Where is this? That city. Wait, what? No. To Mytho. Okay, Mytho. That's this one. So it's actually quite far away, with 4 districts in that city. So that's gonna be at least plus 12. No, 5 districts. Ooh, plus 15. It's like 20 gold yield trade routes to that city. The new city with 4 pop can be useful sometimes. That's the other one. The new city with 4 pop. Something with expansion.
Oh wait, the one that cities on other continents, right? They start with that could be really valuable, especially for someone like. But it's new cities, right? But if people are expanding, I mean that could be interesting for Spain. Although I don't think Spain was really close when we checked, right? Yep. All right. Interesting. Okay, great. What else am I looking at here? I was curious. This is really interesting because we've seen some fighting happening, but it definitely seems a little less aggressive than some of the games that I have seen in the past. So obviously we had some cities that were taken, some Byzantium cities by Spain, but other than that, we've had a few skirmishes, but really nothing that was heated, right? So I'm curious to see how the sort of change in the era, and everybody losing their Golden Age bonuses, how that sort of impacts what people's strategies are.
Well, I've seen multiple times the Golden Age actually make or break the game in terms of, for example, allowing them to field an army versus not being able to field an army. And coming back to this game in particular, I don't think it will actually matter that much. Sure, they're gonna get a gold, but then at the moment Basil doesn't really have the opportunity to get a big army, nor does he have a big target to go against. We're talking still about one-tile chokes, and Spain can get boats in the water and so on. I mean, it's gonna be hard to convert his cities. It's kind of like all odds are against him at this point. The only thing he can do is what he's doing right now, trying to get more science, trying to get more cities, and trying to turtle things up.
It's tough to bounce back from that disadvantage there. It was a good idea, because you do get those Dromans, and we talked about that, but Spain just came in so powerfully. And remember, this game started, I don't know, Spain's gonna have a tough time, but they really took advantage of that land and or lack thereof, technically, to build these waterways here. And really, well, and I guess it was probably really good too that they have this like sort of one tile where they could build a canal city, I guess is what they call it, but that they could sort of get the advantages. But that's actually very lucky because if that was 2 tiles, they wouldn't have that advantage, that opportunity. So that really probably helped them because they could generate marine units on this side and sort of send them over to continue to fight Basil.
Yeah, indeed. On Another note, I don't really see him getting a lot of science. He did focus on holy sites next, then he started getting a few campuses, but didn't quite go crazy with them. So I'm a bit concerned about his next era. He's gonna drop like a rock here in science. We're gonna see him drop like 40, 50 science points out of these harbors.
Yeah, I mean, I think only a few of the players will actually be able to make that golden age, so it really will be interesting to see what happens when they're on a sort of more level playing field.
Yeah, a total of 2 players will make it. Yiran and Czozp are both gonna make it. Nobody else is gonna even try. There's a saying: you gotta go either dark or golden. If you're gonna go normal, that's just like the worst thing that you can do.
Yeah, well, that's right, because you go dark, but then it gives like the opportunity to get the heroic age next time around.
Exactly, you get to recover a little bit. You get to.
Which I wonder if that like maybe some players are actively trying to do that. I don't actually remember the bonuses for the next era off the top of my head either, but I've done that before. I've been like, I'm purposely getting a dark age because I want the next one to be heroic. So
you're still gonna have Reform the Coinage. You're gonna have Hixun Dracones, which was the one I just remember the name of the one with extra population bar, and 2 arms. That's also gonna be massive. And I think that's the age you also get Heartbeat of Steam, but I'm not so certain.
Oh, and that one's great. Oh my gosh, that probably is the strategy, possibly, because and then if you can choose 3 for the heroic age, right? So you're getting Heartbeat of Steam and all those other great ones, and then that'll be interesting to see.
Also, 2 arms is so good when it comes to attacking your opponent and going through steel walls. The extra +10 you get against defensible districts is amazing. I don't see Iran trying to pillage all of these tiles to get away that bonus, and he did manage to get some pillages on the Grove. Look at that. He lost so much faith, so much culture.
Yeah, I mean, I spent the whole game comment. I mean, I just love seeing these tiles that are just like beautifully like purple. I don't know if it's because purple's my favorite color or what, but like, the culture. I mean, I like, what's hilarious is that like high culture civs are my favorite to play, but that's my worst victory condition. I rarely get culture victories. But that's more of a me issue, I'd say.
There's somebody on the chat here, Fighter, saying that there are discounts going on in for goals because he's getting so many free points for his civics. Yeah, it does. Free culture points. Wow. We do have both him and Persia actually getting to the core ability, and they started coring up their units. The moment they don't really have a lot of them, and if you take a look at the knights going against the pikemen cores, that's just not gonna happen. They're dying against those units, and even against the Corsair. Okay, let's see if Spain over here is gonna be prepared. I do see. This might be a problem for Spain. Those Carolians, we talked about them. Those are anti-cav units. If they do get an extra +3 damage for any unused movement, and they have a 3 movement base, so that's like 9 extra damage. If you couple that with the generals and everything else, you can imagine you can get to 12 damage and then 17 with the general bonus. That is massive going against your opponent here.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are not particularly. So I mean, they can probably. I mean, you still have a warrior here. Of course, if you haven't had a need to upgrade the unit, then why would you? But like, these are not particularly strong down here. So interesting. Okay.
One thing that I want to see if Spain is going to be prepared with conquistadors. Conquistadors should be able to withstand that if they do have like missionaries next to them and so on. But we'll see. At the moment, Lazawa did manage to get a bit more science, 127, 39, and I do see him getting warriors. So he is thinking that he might need to defend against something against them. Okay, that's good.
What is this? Yes, am I seeing this properly? What's the culture on this, the yield on this one here? It looks like it says 10 to me, but I feel like it's not.
Yeah, it's 10. It's 10.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yes,
okay.
That's how much he's getting from one
Yeah.
open air museum.
Well, yeah, and then there's the other one too. That one's 10 right up there next to Goatberg. Goatborg. Yeah, wow, that's impressive.
Go Borgs! Oh, that's where Borgs came from. Okay, now we know. It's Sweden. Ozdemir Berg was making was making a good comment over here. I don't know if I misspoke over that, but I didn't mean to say that. Not this. Caroleans are pikemen. I said they were anti-calves, not pikemen. Caroleans.
I mean,
he was saying that they replace pike and shot, not pikemen. And yes, that is true. Didn't want to put it up on the screen over there. Okay, so let's see. GodOfChickens, 129 cents, 213 culture, but I do see Czozp getting back. And look at that. I was saying that Vietnam should be eyeing for that 200 science, 200 culture. He's there. Not really 200, but it's 184 with 165. We're 110 away from finishing this era. So those tank artilleries coming up from Vietnam over here are looking better and better. Who is he gonna go against? Is he gonna go against America, or is he gonna try to go against Spain here? I think America would be better as a choice.
Yeah, their defenses even right now are like kind of scattered there.
Yeah, it's not massive.
It is a little bit of a haul to get over there, so keep that in mind as well.
There's another meta that's going on in the multiplayer scene, and that's building routes towards your opponent with military engineers, and especially in the late game, it is so important to actually get a resupply line to your opponents. Getting railroads from your cities from your main cities to the front line is extremely
definitely
important. I don't see any roads being built other than his trade routes here, and we're gonna need to see if that's actually gonna be the plan. And of course, the second we're gonna see those military engineers go left or right, we know where he's gonna go. It's gonna be either America or it's gonna be either Spain. And also, Elegard, how much progress is being made on the Statue of Liberty of Gorgo? That's a good question, and I don't see, by the way, Czozp putting it down, even if he does have... oh man, he actually has... I don't know what he's doing. Why is he not putting it down? Czozp. Is he tired or something? I don't know what he's like totally ignoring the wonder. Let's see on Gorgo. Gorgo is 51 turns from getting it. I mean, yeah, that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Did he build? No. Arsenal, you mean? One is asking us if he built arsenals. No, what? Oh, you mean armories for Thans or Venetian arsenal? Quite a few things that can mean with. Oh, look at this!
No, wait, what? No, yeah, I see it.
One horse managed to find that campus over there. They were just sitting between the mountains, trying to be, like as peaceful as possible, and the horse just stomped it. Oh no!
Just like I have this visual of like a horse just trampling an entire city,
Exactly.
like an entire like area. You know what I meant?
Yeah. And a lot of
entire
smoke in the
district,
air
entire
and-
like commercial center, like I just like stomping over it, like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse or something. Anyway, if you wouldn't mind, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna do a little caffeine refill, and I will be right
problem.
back.
So I see he did start them, but he didn't finish them. I see one of them finished over here. By the way, to answer your question, one at Cisco, and of course he would need to finish all of them. And this one is 3 turns away from finishing. It's gonna take a while. Also, I do notice he's on a 276 production. He's actually very good production, especially compared to GodOfChickens 163. The whole production scene of the China team is much better if you compare it to Belgium right now. I do see Foreign Ministry coming out, and Oh, come on, man. Like, you gotta place that Statue of Liberty. What are you doing? In Linkoping, we do have 50 production points. That's compared to Gorgo's, let's see, 11. So he should make it a lot faster. But he needs to put it down. I don't know what's the stopper over here. Czozp is getting library? Czozp... maybe they're not focusing. I don't know. I thought... That's my personal opinion. I thought they're gonna go as fast as possible for that Diplo victory. It does look like at the moment they're not trying to focus it as much as I thought they were gonna focus it. We do have Czozp preparing his armies to the south here, but I also want to point out probably these will turn into actual armies, so like 3 units will turn into 1 unit. That means, yeah, there we go, he's starting to core them up. That means these are not actually that many units. It's 1, 2, 3, that's 1. 1, 2, it's another one here, we got another one here, so there's like 3, 4 units basically. That's not a lot. Come on, Czozp. Maybe they think culture victory faster than Diplo. That's a good point. Let me actually take a look at culture victory over here. We do have Czozp 10 out of 68, and looking at his tourism, he's on 260 tourism. That might be actually, but you do have GodOfChickens defending with 231 culture, and he's getting now his art museums and so on. But his points are lacking. If you take a look at the points, that's so funny how the nighter looks in the forest, by the way. Kick.
I was just about to comment on the fact that what was I about to say? It was something that triggered my thinking right there. I'll say it when you show the screen after this. Yep. Something about I'll lose my train of thought. That's okay. Cool. I'm back, by the way. I don't know if you needed me to remind you of that.
It's all good. Migman is also pointing out it's gonna be hard to compete with Teddy on culture, and I do agree, but at the same time it looks like GodOfChickens would need more cities, and he would really need a lot of theater squares, and I don't think he can afford to go theater squares if he's gonna be attacked by the Gauls. I think the plan, long-term plan, Sweden goes for culture, and Vietnam should get tanks, artilleries to go against America. If they manage to break America, that's gonna be game over.
I was about to say, what I was thinking is, I was gonna ask how far away Teddy is from that improvement on the preserves that's gonna add the science.
Sanctuaries. That's a good question.
Sanctuaries. There. Thank you for bearing with me while I was gathering my thoughts.
It's fine. It's I don't know. He's on. Let's see, conservation. Next turn.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, that's gonna make science is gonna skyrocket then, right? Because he's gonna get all that additional science from these beautiful preserves, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so and that might even be enough to compete with who else is there? BullMoose, Vietnam, who we didn't have their air score, or we didn't have the air shift yet, so they're probably gonna lose some of their bonuses. So that'll be interesting.
It did. No, it did.
Oh, it did?
Like,
oh, wow.
Yeah, he retained a lot of this. Yeah, this is quite amazing. 129 culture, really 226. Yeah. And he does have 280 production versus GodOfChickens 164. That's massive. I do also notice he started building up his armory count in his tons. That means he's slowly getting those buildings. So these are the signs that you need to watch when it comes to the logistics of war. Encampments count, how many military academies he's going to go for. So that actually directly translates in how many units he can upkeep with oil. And then the third one is, where is he actually gonna go with those military engineers, left or right? If you know, like, what's the direction of the military engineers?
And this is usually the part where, like, you know, because like the games have phases. There's like the setup, and then you sort of see like what the early game strategies are. And I feel like here,
they're calling out the GG.
Whoa!
Whoa! What? They didn't see a way out of this. Can you imagine? They didn't see a way out of this.
History is written from the hand of the
I was expecting another 30 turns at least of this game until they're gonna call out the GG.
By your
Wow.
actions this day, you ensure our...
Well, we will do a debriefing. You should have access to the CWC channels, by the way, on their Discord. If you want to move, you should move to the Great General Voice 1, and I'm gonna ask them to join over there. I'm gonna open up the stream again on that side.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Let me see.
So-
You said you did grant me access. Let me double check here.
So Sig World Cup, and then public channels, General Voice.
General Voice. I'm sorry. I appreciate working. I see all the team channels. The general channel. Team Voice. Okay, I will meet you there.
Okay. General Voice, yes, not team General Voice.
Oh yeah, it's a CWC Team Voice, right?
No, it's
No.
General Voice. It's a little lower.
Oh,
Lower in the public channels.
there we go. General
Okay.
Voice. I appreciate
Got
it. Thank you.
No problem. Let's go.
Oh, it looks like.
Oh. Okay, let's go. I start streaming here.
Of
Oh,
my,
hello there.
capital. So,
Hey, Misty.
So yeah, GG guys.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah, GG guys.
But so wait. So BullMoose, what don't you think you can still defend and maybe
No.
if
I mean, I'm too behind in science. Vietnam is doing too well. I mean, if there was only Vietnam or Sweden, I wouldn't have CC'd. But problem is, I cannot get the military advantage because I've been too behind last 15 turns because of Gaul's push. So what's my game plan? To stall, I guess, and try to go for a cultural victory. But Sweden is full free sim. We will never or nearly never be able to really annoy Sweden. So Sweden can just go for 1,000 culture while I'm being pushed by both Gaul and Vietnam. That's
Yeah.
not doable.
I mean, I guess you guys had a chance because I was going to greed industrialization. I don't know if Persia could attack with like cuirassiers and stuff. But I was going to defend with a bunch of like pikemen, maybe
To be
pikeman
honest,
shots.
yeah, pikeman is enough with Gaul. You have pikemen, arms, plus your setups with your oppidums, and it's fine. You cannot really get pushed.
Yeah, Gaul is. I mean, I didn't have stats, but I think I had good impact without stats.
Mhm.
But yeah, thank you for. Sorry about like the disconnect and rollovers. We really appreciate it. Hopefully.
No problem.
doesn't
I hope it will be better for the rest of your competition.
Yeah, I mean, I mean,
Yes,
what I mean, Caesar was bad at following instructions. Once we properly switched to hotspot, it was fine.
Yeah, but turnover was really long. It's like tiring.
No, the
You know what?
rollover is because he's like desyncing without desyncing.
Oh,
So
okay.
he had 0 ping every turn, but I didn't want him to make him rejoin. So I'm like, whatever. But yeah.
Kind of weird, but yeah, it
Yeah.
worked.
Looks like a goal pretty high roll compared to both of us though.
Yeah, I
But
definitely. Yeah.
both Persia and myself, we have a
I
really
mean,
bad time.
my Spain spawn like fucking bullshit.
Oh yeah, that was very hard to play there.
Playing on the islands. I mean, it's like 7Cs for.
What about the Dromons?
It's. I think the plus 10 in attack and defense is too strong. It should be only in attack. The plus 10 against other units on the Dromons. I mean, if I wasn't Spain, I would be dead on Dromons.
Yeah. I think
Only because I have fleets early and like the plus 5 for religion, I survived. But without both of those bonuses, I would be dead. No Galley can really trade in the Dromons.
Yeah, Yeah, I saw you all have very early alliance. Did you all went alliance before feudal?
Yeah, I went alliance before feudal. I had the optimization because I had 10 population on the capital, and I asked my Gorgo ally to come with me
No,
so I could defend.
On Gorgo, I got feudalism before alliance because boosted. So I use my culture stacks. Get it before.
Okay.
Hi Michael, can you show Gorgo land on your Discord stream, please? Because we our
Yes.
Chinese team just could not see Gorgo at all. That's pretty flat.
Yeah, it is
And
kind of.
Do you see this yours? It started on the rise.
Yeah, I had like 3 droughts in a round, I think, like on the rise.
Yeah,
then
we
on
had
the-
pretty
on
flat
Stonehenge,
lands
then,
for Highland.
I'm waiting since turn like 60, 65 for my 10 pops, but well, working 1-3 is pretty hard.
Yeah, there
like we
were
also-
rough spawns over here, and the gold. Oh, also, I was worried about the choices for gold here, and I do have to ask the Chinese team this: how did you think you're gonna manage in the gold with the hard picks of gold?
Because Gaul and Vietnam on FreeSim can make decent gold, so we didn't really worry about it.
Okay.
But that's really it. Because we would go commercial second district.
Ah, you wanted to. Well, in the case of you were actually free sim, but you didn't get free sim.
Yeah, I mean, but Vietnam and Sweden had naval trades, so it was fine.
Oh, that was so lucky! Like, oh my God, those trade-offs
Because,
between Vietnam and Linkoping.
Oh, that's what helps you.
Yeah, this is how they did their economy. Both Czozp and Vietnam did get a strong bonus because of this.
Yeah, I did melee with Vietnam, so then I had no trading, so I was like super sad, and I was like doing Magnus internals the whole game when I didn't need the Magnus internals anymore.
Yeah. Was there a possibility for a Tagma attack to the south? Did you scout this? I don't know if you actually scouted this.
I mean,
yeah.
I think we didn't think about it. It was like just Byzantium into Spain. You don't want to attack until you have like +6 taxes.
Well,
Yeah.
I think Tagma is not a good timing for attacking Spain. It's kind of hard.
Yeah,
Okay.
but, and I had a Corval's fleet, so I wouldn't have like I had a very high defense on my cities, so it would be hard.
He can't even ignore walls.
well, I mean, this was. I was talking about instead of going for Dromos. Sorry, maybe I didn't make myself
Oh yeah.
understood properly. Like you kind of antagonized Spain and made him build units instead of trying to go for a Tagma attack somewhere, like in either Barcelona or Valladolid. I'm not sure
I
if.
mean, I
Spain
don't
or-
think Tagma attack is possible here. Like, if
Okay.
you're attacking Spain, that's with Dromons. It's not with Tagmas. If you don't attack Spain, then he just free-sims the tanks and then tries to do something somewhere else.
Okay. So the other option would have been to just not do anything and sim. Okay.
Yeah, but I think like I was the one who suggested potentially do the Dromons. And like in the end, it's like I think the matchup is just not played enough for us to really have the info of who wins.
I think it's a good move because it slowed me very much.
Yeah, if it
like,
didn't,
10 or 15 girlies, and yeah, I lost a lot of time doing it. And gold then when I upped like 3 fleets in Corvals, so
He
think it's
lost
a good move.
he lost a split continent setup.
yeah, I could have settled like 4, 5, 6 cities very earlier, but I had to build girlies.
yeah, I guess it's like of course like going Dromons like kind of ruins Byzantium's games if he doesn't push you, but if he doesn't go Dromon, if he free sims, then Sweden gets pressured by conquistadors for sure.
Yeah, maybe I could have done that.
But
I wasn't,
because you had to go caravels and stuff,
Yes,
you,
yes.
you were not able to pressure Sweden, and that made Sweden a really good win con.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
also
we
think
learned
that
from
was
last
what I-
game, right? Like we had no win con, we were just sad, even though we were ahead and everything. Like Canada just wins.
Oh man, that last game, That's one of the other things that I wanted to ask you. At the beginning, you went with a very, very big statement against Belgium. You told them basically we're here to win. We're just gonna stomp you on Pangea first, and you did manage to get a turn 50-ish win. In the second one, your domination victory was just not there. Did you think of adapting differently or on the map?
Well, I mean, there's lots of reasons for that. Like, first of all, Vietnam and Zulu like could not hit anyone.
Yeah.
And second of all, we did not have good diplocoder set up. Our Zulu player, who's not here today, Boxman, he's like the community in China is very, very war focused. So that's why on Pangea we were so dominant, because in Chinese like in houses, people are used to like getting the generals before era rollover, and then the medieval generals get flipped. Like that's literally something that happens. So like by using that, like kind of, because they're used to that, they could in the first game we could just get generals, but like that player does not know how to like free sim as well, like the Zulu player, and also like they don't know a lot of like the BBG meta, because BBG changes Pembrush to 2 culture and books from 2 culture to 4 culture. So usually in base, like not base game, but in the own Chinese mods, they don't focus culture nearly as much. And then we lost 2 congresses, and I think the main reason we lost game 2, other than maybe draft, maybe other stuff, is like the congress from 77 to 97, where it was plus 100% production. Like if there wasn't that congress, then Zulu would have attacked Canada way earlier. And I probably could have maybe killed Dido earlier. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah,
because Dido was 3rd golden, and I was gonna attack Dido during 3rd golden. But then I'm like, wait, I can't make units, so I just have to finish Mill Academies, buy units using Gazagamu, and then upgrade them. And that was my only way.
Even golden. I was in the heroic age because I made like tons of gold with it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like.
Ok.
Ça va, Mélé?
Oh non, mec, non, c'est bon.
Use word.
Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire, Mélé?
Non, je veux juste dire merci. Hey guys.
I was just trying to thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye,
Bye.
bonne soirée.
He's very
Bye.
Nickel. Je vous attends dans le Discord, les gars, si jamais.
But yeah, Michael, to answer your question, that was like, because I think we also maybe overpicked Warsivs on 7 Seas, because in that specific game, like 7 Seas was even worse than Highlands for us, because we took them all in generals, and then like we couldn't, there was no room to push over. Yeah. Like there was no like land to walk over. So 7 Seas in that specific map was more sim than Highlands, because Eleanor could not reach anyone either, like just got blocked by planes.
Oh yeah, that was so funny to watch. By the way, those two tiles over there, and when he blocked your military engineers trying to get tunnels in. The timing was unfortunate though. They won the culture victory exactly 1 turn before you dropped nukes. It was.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the nukes would have ruined the appeal, and then maybe like would have slowed it down, and then maybe it was just like that 1 turn. So I think this game we were confident in going for a CV, because we know we can give that CV first slot. So if that CV player gets early, then like you're effectively 1 turn ahead in tourists, because that's what happened to Canada. You slot ordered us on culture victory, because like you shot up above the defense, but then Eleanor caught up. But because you had a higher slot order, that you won like several turns earlier.
Yes, I think that played a bit. We weren't really expecting to win that game. We were like hoping that the cultural victory passed, and then it passed like pixel perfect.
Yep.
Well, if you took a look at the points afterwards, you could have seen.
Yeah,
there was
we are like
a difference
1 point behind.
But yeah, exactly.
Victory screen got up, so it's a win.
Yeah, victory screen show up even if you don't have defenses. Even if you don't go up.
Yeah.
If you don't pass defenses, but you have a higher slot order, you win.
Yeah, that's what
it just dumb, but
telling. Like a higher slot gave us the win.
I think your BullMoose pick in game 3 was very smart though, and because it's like it contests both culture victory and also has the Diplo favor to keep up with Sweden.
We were hoping to pick Sweden, but you picked Sweden. We were like, oh, then let's go BullMoose. Like you're drafting very aggressively on the cultural side, like with Vietnam, Gaul.
I mean, you guys
even-
mostly play for that, right? So we wanted to have that.
No.
Yeah, it
No, it
depends.
depends.
It depends a lot on the maps, but yeah.
Because we like kind of like sort of saw your lineup for the first round, and you, I think got like first game was GodOfChickens Russia, and he's just like hyper sim. Second game less culture victory, but like we felt like that, like making sure you couldn't culture victory after that Canada game was like,
No,
or
but
making
that's
sure
smart.
making sure we culture victory faster maybe, because Sweden usually culture victory is really fast if there's
But
no Pericles or anything.
Are you sure that Sweden? I mean, in a setup where BullMoose is free sim, do you feel confident Sweden can defend
Well,
against BullMoose?
Sweden doesn't defend. Sweden maybe series first, because Sweden can get like 800 something culture, while BullMoose kind of caps out at like 500, 600 until he gets broadcast centers up. So really, and thing is like Sweden also has like the industrial zone bonus, so Sweden will have much more production to get the music. So if Sweden manages to deny all the music and fill it in Apadana, National History Museum, and Queen's Bibliothek, Sweden's tourism will be higher than like the rock bands or like national parks. That's what I think. Maybe it's not right.
I think you underestimate BullMoose.
Maybe.
So
Yeah.
did
Sweden
you?
is a very good pick, I think, because of the diplomatic pressure on the early congresses. So
Yeah. Early cultural pressure is really good also. You can get past 200-300 tourism in like 80, maybe even before if you're lucky. Which is pretty aggressive on cultural victory.
I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, we don't really have a BullMoose player, so maybe we underestimate it. But I mean, all good games. Oh, by the way, I think game one, like when we won really fast, I think you guys outdrafted us really hard because, like we like for the second phase, we were planning on picking Egypt, then you guys snatched Egypt, and then we were picking like Gaul and
Pangaea,
Canada.
you mean?
Yeah, on Pangaea.
I mean, you cannot say we outdrafted you when we let City open.
yeah,
City on
that was a
Pangaea is like
fucking mistake.
ridiculous.
I mean, I think like if Genghis gets general, like he can defend. He just needed to get the general.
I mean, in that situation, he could probably defend, but in general, you don't want to play Mongolia against Sitya.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah, and I think Maya was maybe not the best pick. We talked about Nubia afterwards, and maybe it would have been better.
Oh yes, the Pitati rush when you were going for encampment. That would be nice.
Wait, did we ban Pericles?
I don't remember. I believe so, yes.
I think both Greases got banned in the first draft.
Is this game? Or
No,
No, in the first
Pangaea game. I don't remember, but like I think if it was open, Pericles is decently defensive against it, yeah. But
Yes, but I think he banned it.
yeah, I mean he also got kind of unlucky because like Egypt would be good at defending Scythia.
Yeah, but yeah, our positions weren't that good when we saw that Egypt was like really close to Macedon with a really good start.
I don't know why you guys didn't remap, by the way, because Egypt had no externals, and in Pangaea, like that's like half of the reason you pick Egypt for the fast externals, so you get gold for the war sips.
I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
It would be fine. Yeah, it wasn't really.
But I mean, one remap token in a BO3 is tough. Like,
Yeah, it's not much.
like we try to pick reliable civs in this game, like not RNG civs. So like, I commend you for picking BullMoose, because we know like both of us have no remap tokens, right? So I didn't want to like pick any spawn dependent.
To be honest, my land was really poor. You denied all the pantheons. Like I had no pantheons. Earth Goddess is obvious.
Yeah, we told Byzantium to take it.
City Patron was really tough too for me, and after that I even wanted to take Fertility Rite, but even that one was taken.
So all three by the three teams.
Even like that, if there's no goal, I'm pretty sure I'm top. I would have been top stat by now if there is no goal.
Honestly, like I was tilted because I missed golden. I'm like, fuck this game. I'm going to go light cap grief everyone instead of semi.
I mean, I was preparing a death against Man at Arms and so on, but the light cap really surprised me. That was
I mean,
nice.
because I already made like 5 horses against Persia just early game. Because I had nothing to build, because I had so high production. I was just building horses when I had nothing to build, and I'm like, okay, why not just like vote up light cav and then go walk on BullMoose, who has to use Grandmaster and other stuff to like. Wait, so did your units come from Grandmaster? No, you were from Ministry, so you had to build the units.
No, they didn't have.
Yes.
Nobody had
I
enough
didn't
faith.
go chapel. I don't have much faith.
Yeah.
I mean, I was planning on putting holy sites a bit like yesterday, but yeah, I had no tempo this game to do it. Forced to build unit, to make more science than what I would like to. I didn't get my science alliance, which I do find is a big mistake, but I guess Gorgo was our prime trader. Well, should have been, so it was normal to let her go science with Persia. That was kind of terrible for me. Like I both needed to either go harbor or markets and go for science, and I had no science alliance. I cannot scale like that. Terrible. Well, GG guys, I'm going a bit tired. It was a rough month.
Yeah, going to sleep.
Well, good luck for the final.
Yeah, and good luck for your in the lower bracket. Hope to see you guys in CWC.
Yep.
Yeah,
Maybe isn't there a great final? Like if we win the loser bracket, can we not play again for the second seed?
I don't know.
Yes, there is.
Okay, well
maybe
maybe there. Maybe
we'll,
there.
Maybe we will see you again there.
Yeah, see you.
GG guys.
Yeah.
GG.
GG, good night.
Good night. So there we go, LumBA3go. You can unmute now. Hello. How do you think about the boys?
Yeah, no, I mean, it was really interesting to just sort of hear how they were thinking about things, and really things that, like, I, from an outsider to hear how they think about things very different than I would think that they're thinking about it. I know I'm not, like, framing that properly, but just, like, talking about the different picks and how they blocked, like, and all, like, things like that. But I really, really enjoyed that, congratulations to the winners, the losers. It did sound like we might be able to see them again in the losers bracket. But yeah, and I really appreciated co-casting with you. I had a really good time. I hope your viewers had a good time. And yeah, I just love the way that this shaped up, and I'm really excited to see everything go forward.
That's great. Well, I'm glad you liked it, and I hope we're gonna see more of you. Especially, we're gonna have to see those end week shows over there. I can't wait to see those. By the way, and
I'm very excited.
You see how many details the players can impart, not only the knowledge of the game, but their own thoughts about how they should approach things, the strategies, and you're always gonna get different answers, and it's amazing. I can't wait to see.
Here to watch folks who are very, very good at Civ on a competitive scale. Like, I mean, I have a lot of friends who are very good at the game when they play against the AI. But to actually see that and how you're thinking about things, like, it just adds a whole nother layer, So it's been really fun to sort of really actually follow the journey from a literal bird's eye perspective, I guess, if we're looking down at the map, right? But yeah, I really appreciate this, and I hope I provided some additional entertainment through all this, and at least with all the disconnects that had to unfortunately happen, I hope that
I have to ask for your forgiveness on this. I'm sorry
no,
this
it's not
happened.
even the forgiveness.
It's,
honestly, just for you. I mean, I just feel like I might be stumbling if I had been solo during that.
No,
so
it's all
it was
good,
nice
it's
to
all
have someone to
good,
bounce
yeah.
off of and talk about all kinds of stuff during the interim. So.
Thank you for the patience on this.
Oh no, of course, I don't mind that at all. And it was really good, and they seemed very like, cordial players. Just excited about Civ in general in the game, and I think that they played a really like as best as they could. I didn't chime in on the thing because I hadn't been introduced to be like, who is this person coming up, right? But I had been curious to ask like what the sort of pivotal moments that are just like, oh man, I should have made that decision that was slightly different. Like those moments. Although I think they touched on a few of them, but like. Because that's always it. I mean, Civ is fascinating in that sometimes it comes down to one decision that can cost you a game, right?
Exactly. That one city that got to place one tile further. Oh no. Yeah, those are actually the questions that we're probably gonna need to talk about in the post week. There are gonna be so many games going on that I'm sure we're gonna have amazing ones.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
On that note, I think I'm gonna have to call it a night as well. I'm gonna try to host somebody on my stream, but other than that, I need to recover my energy.
Oh, it's late where you are. So,
I need 1 or 2 days of sleep now. All of this
you sure
week
you don't
has
want to go
been
for another doubleheader? No, I'm just kidding.
I was watching usually like to compare it a little bit, 3-4 months ago I was doing around 3 to 4 casts a week, maybe 5 in a good week, and now I did 8. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, this is starting to be one of those daily things, and I need to adapt, and my body needs to adapt, you know.
Yeah, and that's a minimum of 3 hours for each one. And even for someone like me, like I'm not somebody who has the opportunity to stream on like even a daily basis, but that's just a lot of hours in a week. But that's why we do it, right? And you've done such a great job of bringing this community together. You and the people that have also coordinated. So
so many people are interacting here. You're gonna meet a lot of them. You're gonna meet a lot of them. I'm gonna make sure you're gonna meet most of them.
Okay, get some good rest, and I will try to take some pictures of wonders and drop them in your Discord. Sound good?
Thank you. Yes, please.
All right.
Well, have a good night, everybody.
Enjoy your evening. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. So there we have it. We just finished the stream over here with LumBA3go. We got to see this awesome game, the third game out of this best of 3 series between China1, Team China1 and Team Belgium. China1 did come with in the third game, and of course after losing the second one, they did win the first one. So all good. In the tier breaker on this tiebreaker, on the hybrid lands, they did manage to get their opponents to concede because they did not see a way to defend against Christina's culture generation, not to mention its ability to get those diplomatic favor points. Amazing gameplay from them, and of course we do need to see what will happen in the next weeks. We do have a bracket going on over here, and as you can see, China1 against Belgium will going into the semi-finals here. They need to play against Germany versus China2. I don't know exactly who won between those. We're gonna need to wait probably for tomorrow for Wix to update all of these points. In the lower bracket, it looks like Finland did move forward. We do have them playing against Turkey. Wait, it's Perdante 8. It's wait, who's this? This one needs to drop from the top one, so it's either gonna be Belgium or the team that this is the loser of this game between Germany and China2, and Belgium is gonna go against Turkey, and of course we do still have 2 weeks to go for this, and we're gonna find out who's gonna be in the finals, who's gonna join us in the next season of the CWC. Thank you very much, guys, for everything, for the support, for the subs, for the follows, for your kind words, and of course for your patience. I do know it was a bit of a stressful game than normal because of those disconnects. I'm sorry about that. I hope everything's gonna be fine, and as you've seen, we helped a little bit Czozp get his internet back, and it was fine. It happens. Also on my Discord, I'm gonna make announcements for the next upcoming games. I'm gonna need to take a look at the next games being scheduled on the week. And big news, next week we're gonna have the CCC Clan Championship Cup 6. You can find more information on the cpl.gg website in the first screen. In the first page, you're actually gonna get link to the channel. Let me actually put it up on the screen here. Let me actually put it up on the channel actually, so you get to see it. KillMe305, thank you very much for the follow over there, and I actually missed quite a few follows, I'm sorry. Elegard, thank you very much for the follow. Bootiro14, we got also Elephant Guy, kind enough to actually raid me with 10 viewers, thank you sir. Doti Awesome, thank you very much for the follow. Shortcakes 2022 and Marvix, thank you very much for the follow. Mo6 did choose to give me 30 seconds in as for me to talk 30 seconds in Romanian. I'm sorry sir, I couldn't do it this time. I'm gonna need to refund those points, so you get them back. And Rob Host, Ottawa Guy 83, hello there sirs, and welcome to the channel. U5 ban looks like also followed with Vino BZH and Camo Zero. Thank you very much guys for the follows. Anyway, so in the meantime, take a look at my Discord, !my Discord. We're sharing wonders, pictures from wonders in reality. We're sharing some pictures with food. We're sharing a lot of stuff, some news, articles and stuff like that. Of course, joining the discussion for Civ 6. Upcoming games are upcoming games. We're gonna need to see Squadron startup. We're gonna need to see the finals coming to an end from other qualifiers, and we're waiting for the players to actually schedule them. CCC is gonna be an amazing event. 3 days of packing action of Civilization 6. I can't wait. On that note, I don't want to say goodbye. Thank you very much again for all of the follows, and let's see each other in the next stream. Bye bye bye.